Week 2 kicked off in quite a shocking way, but the real shocks are yet to be delivered. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro, and of course, joining me on the chopping block this time, it's going to be Fixes. Fixes, how you doing, my man? You looking pretty well prepared? You looking neat, clean? How you doing?
Of course, I had to get my hairs trimmed and everything, and I'm super stoked because, we've seen week number 1. We have seen all these teams, come down to the grinding grounds and perform to the very best. Now, the expectations are set. We do have a certain threshold. Now, the remainder ones, the remainder 128, they will be coming into action this week, and it is going to get more exciting than ever.
Absolutely, and speaking of the week 1 as well, we witnessed quite a lot of upsets. At the same time, we saw some of the new teams making waves. And by speaking of the new teams, I'm also talking about Dream Team. I'm also speaking about Creative Esports. Creative Esports was one of those teams that pulled off a big surprise that astonished all of us, getting back-to-back chicken dinners. It was something we never expected from Creative Esports.
Oh, of course. I mean, if you talk about that entire team, one player definitely does come to your mind, and it's going to be Retreat. The way he performed, and individually, I do see a new star in the making. We did talk about, the BGIS Grind 2023, where it was all about rising up, and seems like, Necro, that the players have already risen up, and it is now time for them to make waves, which they are certainly making. Now, if you have to talk about, we did touch upon Creative. They had been quite aggressive. We did get to see some other teams as well. You talk about the likes of Chalks. You had aggressive in there. But there were, again, those old dogs, the well-established orgs that have also delivered. We're talking about the likes of Team Soul. We're also talking about maybe Hyderabad Hydras that did have some really good numbers on the board. But amongst them, there were other fews. If you talk about the majority of the pack, they kind of were averaging around 45 to 50. So that is the kind of expectation that I'm really coming in with this time.
Exactly, but another thing we need to talk about that can be also a big motivating factor for the team has to be the prize pool, right, Fixes? And we've got 2 crore rupees on the line, from which the first pot getting 60 lakhs, the second one getting 30, the third one getting 20, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the special prizes. The MVP getting 2 lakh 50, the most finishes getting 1 lakh, Lone Survivor getting 1 lakh, and then the player who's also going on Rampage, he will be also getting 1 lakh to himself.
Yeah, those are for the individual glories, right? We're in for the big chunk, the major moolah that we're talking about, the 60 lakh rupees for the winners. And of course, you come into the first premier tournament of the year, and everybody's all excited, all riled up, and that's going to happen I think next month. But the format this time is pretty interesting for the grind. Now, like we said, we already have 256 teams in the mix, out of which we've already covered the first 128. And this week, we're going to be covering the remainder 128 who would be playing 3 matches respectively.
Exactly, and then after playing these 3 matches in the span of 2 weeks, then later on, the groups will be reshuffled once again based on the overall standings. As I mentioned, after 2 weeks, after the overall standings, the groups will be reshuffled, and then they will get another chance to play the remaining 3 of the matches. In total, the teams will be having a chance to play 6 games inside of the grinds, and if you're not able to place yourself somewhere in the top 64, you will be missing out your chance to place yourself in the BGIS main event.
Oh, certainly. And now, like we said, right, we've already seen a couple of teams already playing their first 3 games. Now, you've been talking about the placements in the main event, right? And this is how it is all going to pan out. If you are ending up from the 1st to the 16th spot, you get a direct entry into the round 4. Round 3 is for the ones that have ranked about 17 to 32. And then, the remainder ones, they're going to get an entry from 33rd to the 64th. In the BGIS round 2. But how are they going to accomplish that? That's a big question, and to answer it, we do have some juicy new point structure that we have been implementing lately, and that is something that we've been following so far. So let's take a quick look at the points distribution like discussed already. For the first position, you get those juicy 10 points and so on. It reduces, but what really stands out is the fact that for every finish that you earn for yourself, you get 1 point.
Exactly. This point structure really motivates the teams to actually go on aggressive and take those fights. And slowly and steadily, we're seeing teams develop that aggressive nature as well. But also, majority of the teams are also trying to play super safe and just trying to contest the center spot. But when every single team is going to try to contest that center spot, of course, it's going to be a big scramble in between. And that's when we see a lot of those spicy eliminations happen. But in the initial phase of the games, we might see 1 or 2 squad wipes off the bat to kick things off. And that's always something that we all like to witness.
Oh, we certainly do, right? Those initial, maybe few drop fly fights, because honestly, we kind of setting into uncharted waters. We do not know of all that action that awaits us, and even for the big dogs, right? For the ones that have constantly been playing in the Tier 1 domestic circuit, they sort of aren't privy to what really lies in front of them, and hence that kind of creates that ruckus, and that is where, you know, it's that mystery that unravels. That is what makes this entire grind so very exciting.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, these teams have never faced off against each other in the past. It's their first time to face off against each other. So always there's going to be that mysterious aura. Moving on forward, we need to find out which teams are going to be the one to face off against each other. In the Week 2, Day 1, we've got Group 11 to kick things off. HYDRA Official for Aggressive Man, Redemption Crew, THW Esports, Team Forever. All these names are the known names. But then you also look down and you see Velocity Gaming, I'm Official. These are the names that are returning back once again to make some waves.
Oh, for sure. You know, you talk about Velocity Gaming. I'm really excited to see what they put on the board, because they've been out of the competitive circuit from ages. Now they're gonna still try their luck. You know, the old guards of BGMI are finally back. But when you talk about, you know, HYDRA Officials, the likes of THW Esports, a little bit of a revamp from the Third World Mafia. But hey, we're not just gonna have one group, right? We're gonna have 2. So for the latter matches to follow, we've got Group 12, in which we've got the likes of GENxFM, we've got Pod Army, we've got FS, we've got Team Executors, we've got Zero Frequency Esports, TARKIN, SPARTANS, Originals, Mizoram, followed by UTOG, and then you've got Team VRH10, RVNC Esports, Ready for Domination, HS6, Galaxy Races, ALLSTARS Esports, and then you've got Team RGB. Any particular teams that you're really eyeing upon, Necro? Maybe we're gonna put this discussion for a little while, but now it's time to take a look at the schedule for the evening. So let's have a quick look on the maps that we're gonna have in action today.
Exactly. The schedule's going to be in front of us, and I expect there's going to be nothing new on the block over here, Fixes. The same thing has been over here, kicking things off in Wrangle, of course. Then the second map's going to be Sanhok, and the third one, once again, for Group 11, it's going to be Sanhok. Then moving on forward towards Group 12, the same schedule's going to repeat itself. Wrangle, Miramar, and Sanhok will be played by these guys. So, as I mentioned, the schedule's not going to be new, considering the fact that these teams are facing against each other inside of the Group 2, or inside of the Week 2 in general. These teams are pretty much going to be having the experience of looking at the Week 1 itself and knowing how exactly Team duked it out. So maybe they can try and note down some of the strategies, and they can be well prepared. Now, moving on forward towards Group 11, we've seen HYDRA Officials over here, man. Fixes, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of the fans just looking at HYDRA. Expectations are going to be a lot, considering this is one of those experienced teams. We expect them to dominate, but in the past, in the Week 1, some of the known teams that were not able to dominate at all.
Oh, that certainly was the case. I mean, you talk about Gladiators Esports, they had a complete revamp, and look how the mighty fell, right? Now, kind of bringing in HYDRA Esports into the entire mix, right? You have been talking about, they've had a few changes, just a few tweaks here and there, and that was the IGL himself, Dream. So I'm really excited to see how he really pans out, and along with that, you know, even the Third World Mafia, now known as THW, that is also an interesting prospect that I'm really looking out for.
Exactly. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking about the things that are also, of course, over here around the corner. But speaking about new things, this is one of those new things that we've got lined up for you guys. Let's move on forward and look at this promo. Now, we've been looking at the same promos one, and I always keep on mentioning this. The new X suit, it looks incredible. Detailing the texture on that skin, and of course, I'm a big fan of in-game cosmetics, so I'm of course trying my best, or trying my luck to get my hands on one of those X suits, and I also recommend you guys to, of course, go ahead and try your luck yourself. But yeah, getting back inside of the conversation that we're having, Fixes, you mentioned about HYDRA official, and then you also spoke about THW. Another team over here that's returning has to be Redemption Crew, and even this team is over here to make some waves. Last time when we saw them in 2023, Redemption Crew was one of those teams that was doing quite decent for themselves.
Certainly. I mean, when you talk about Redemption Crew in the bigger perspective, I really feel that since they've stuck on to each other for so long, the synergy has improved, and every single time they come in from the qualifiers, they've always delivered. But yes, this time they want to make it to the final frontier, so I'm really excited to see what really happens in the first game itself.
Exactly, that was all about Redemption Crew, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to look at the matchup. This is going to be the group to duke it out and kick things off inside today's day. Of course, as we mentioned, HYDRA official, one of the known names on the block. You've got Redemption Crew, 4 aggressive man, once again returning back. THW as well, Team Forever. It's been over here in the pro circuit for a long time. We've also got Velocity Gaming in the known names. I'm official, once again, another name that's returning back. And then you've got some of the new names on over here on the board as well. The new names, of course, there might be a little bit of jitters at the start, but if they're able to get a couple of elimination points off the rip, that's definitely going to help them.
Oh, it certainly will be. And, we've been talking about HYDRA officials, THW. I think let's shed some light on the Team Forever. We've seen them recently in the domestic circuit. They had been phenomenal, have been having quite a run. They've got some really good mentorship coming in from Autumn. You've got the likes of Ovis leading the charge. And he's been one of those IGLs who always carries the torch, right? It's all about the rest sort of following. We've been seeing Mafia and Omega, 2 additions from LOC. It's kind of a bunch of misfits put in together with Ovis having a lot to prove. And now with the inclusivity of MJ, I think this lineup is certainly one to watch out for.
Exactly. Recently, Team Forever has been in form, actually. Team Forever is not doing too bad for themselves. Team Forever is one of those teams that is known for their disciplined nature. They like to take it quite passive, quite slow, but I want to see how this new point structure is going to be forcing them to go a little bit more aggressive, because we know getting the chicken dinner is only going to give you 10 placement points, but if you've got the added benefits of the elimination points on the top, that's going to be like the icing on top of the cake. That's when only you will be able to excel the limits. But if you do not really have a lot of elimination points, but if you still do get the chicken dinner, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And then there's a big cutoff in the point structure as well. From 6th, from 10, you directly drop down to 6th. That's like 4 points cutoff right there. So first and the second spot, that's definitely going to be stinging to these teams. And you clearly see them trying super hard to at least try and secure the center part of the circle. And Team Forever is going to be one of those teams that will be in the center off the bat.
We've seen in the past, right, talking about the matches in the domestic circuit, teams like Forever would really benefit from such point structures and the way the lobby has been playing, right? They have gauged that entire situation. Now let's set our expectations, Necro. Now I'm not going to be looking out for a team that competes against Team IcoSoul, right? They've kind of have those huge numbers, which is absolutely ludicrous. 68 points. That's something I'm not really going to expect. What, however, I'm going to look forward is to the teams that kind of end around the 40 to 50-ish marker. That is the sweet spot. If you're there in the remainder of the 3 matches that you have to come, definitely I'm looking at all those teams making it to the top 16.
Exactly. Then another name over here is 4 aggressive men. This team as well, they have been super promising. The lineup that they've got, they have been playing inside of the pro circuit as well for quite a while. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of the talks about teams. Now it's time to step inside of the first game of the day, as the map is in front of us and the plane flight path starts all the way from military base to the southern side, to the northern side, which is going to be, of course, Severny. This plane flight path is quite decent. It's not going to be that troublesome for the teams.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue for the teams landing on towards the western side. However, I kind of like this. That's kind of a slow start to the day. But yeah, all our eyes are kind of gazing at where the first circle forms and how it's going to end, right? And what a way would it be if we kind of kicked off with a southern circle right from the very get-go?
Oh, I'm a big fan of the military-based circle, and trust me, it really tests the teams to the fullest limits. But we've got THW moving out towards No Reply off the rip. That's where they're going to be dropping. Once again, THW, considering they're dropping all the way on one of the extremities, there is a high chance they're probably going to be playing from the edge of the circle. I want to see how that's going to be panning out for them. RC as well, which is Redemption Crew, are dropping in quite a dominating spot. That's going to be Sosnovka military base itself. T2H as well, somewhere towards the military island. Now, once again, everyone's just waiting for the circle to pop up in front of us. Team IM Officials. This is one of those teams. The last time when we saw this team play, IM Officials was one of those teams that heavily tried to get those placement points in their hands. I still remember IM Officials was the only team who also got the chicken dinner with only a med strat on the map of Vikendi.
But sadly, we did not have a Vikendi during grind. That's for latter. Yeah. But another good thing, you know, in conjunction to what we really did say about Redemption Crew, they've also held on to their players. So the bonding, the camaraderie has certainly increased, which is going to pay off in dividends in the rounds to follow. Certainly have high expectations from them. But considering they've dropped down at Milta, they're kind of surrounded by Team ARC over there. You've got Team SBA also on the sidelines. And it's a little bit of a hybrid zone that we get to see right from the very get-go. So GODX, they're going to be really happy about how they're positioned, even for the likes of Team Raven, whom I believe might just be migrating towards Katka. But when you talk about Team VLT, right, when you talk about Kratos into the mix, he is one of the IGLs of BGMI that kind of got the entire scene quite modernized. He was the one who kind of revolutionized with all those nice rotations. But as time followed, he kind of went a little rusty. So now he's out here to prove his mettle along with his brother, Trance, right? You talk about Kratos and Trance from times forever. But then you also have Hustler into the mix. So really exciting to see how this team kind of comes out, because Rehan, he's definitely a new kid on the block whom I'm really rather keen to see how he performs.
I mean, once again, VLT is one of those orgs that is quite renowned inside of the region itself, right? So there's going to be a lot of the fans just looking at VLT. Expectations are going to be quite a lot from VLT. And as you mentioned, quite a lot of pros, of course, returning back inside of the lineup. It's been a while since we've seen them in the pro circuit. So this might be a little bit of a jittery game, considering it is the first game of the BGIS itself for them. So we can expect a little bit of jitters off the bat to kick things off. But if they do get a couple of elimination points to start off, then those jitters might just vanish away. Another team in front of us, and towards Pachinki, once again, starting things off in quite the centric spot. It's not going to be that big of an issue as well, considering even the zone is favoring this spot quite a lot. So, of course, they can't just sit down over here and keep on looting up.
Yeah, they do have that avenue, right? And considering the fact that they haven't really been contested, they can take their own sweet time around Pachinki. You've got access to a lot of vehicles. You can go and do that as well. Maybe their next step would be trying to take control over the hills, or maybe the church area, or around the squad house that is just around the extremities of Pachinki. But when you talk about Team HYDRA, now I think you go back to Duora. I still remember, if my memory goes right, that during the BMPS League stages in the final circles of Erangel, this man managed to clutch a 1v6, and that is where Team HYDRA, they kind of propelled themselves and had a rather good finish even during the finals, when we sort of were not really expecting much out of them. And now, since the IGL has changed, the helms have gone under Dreams, would really look forward to how he leads the pack.
HYDRA's always been one of those teams that feels like they're running on power saving mode. We haven't really seen their performance mode yet. And I just want to see them switch it on, considering we've also seen that little bit of a tweak now inside of the roster. HYDRA, one thing is for sure, now all the problems they were having in the past, there's a chance they can be ironed out. And this tweak can actually be good or either be bad. Once again, the games are going to be deciding it for themselves. As I mentioned, inside of the lobby too, there's not a lot of the experienced teams. So HYDRA, these can definitely be the right testing grounds for them. But you've only got 3 games to prove your mettle, and then after this week, you will be having another 3 games in your hands. But still, for now, just consider that inside of these 3 games, you need to make sure you're finishing somewhere inside of the top 64, or either in the top 16 if you directly want to move in the round 4.
I mean, of course, you know, all these teams, Necro, they would be aiming for the stars. That is that top 16. And whatever follows, I think they'll have to graciously accept with how they performed. And we've been talking about the grind, right? In the vast majority of it, the matches that we have seen. I think clearly the objective, like we even discussed in the pre-segments, would be somewhere between that 40 to 50 points. If they can manage to accumulate that much, I think they've done their job. But moreover, when you look at the other contestants in the lobby, now THW, formerly the Third World Mafias, now they did make a lot of waves in 2023. They had that Cinderella story, but sooner than later, they kind of started dissipating. They started, to fall off. And this has to be one of their comeback arcs, right? When you look at Big Brothers, in fact, we did see them performing in week number 1. And let's be honest, I think they were kind of a little dismal this time around. But I hope the same does not happen to THW.
I like the fact that you also brought up Big Brother Esports, right? Big Brothers, of course, we witnessed that big dip in the performance. And hopefully that dip does not continue as well, because when we saw them perform in the week 1 itself, Big Brother Esports, the performance was not that great. There's a chance they might not end up inside of the top 16 as well if they keep on playing with the same pace they did in the first week. So Big Brother Esports, a lot of things they need to be upped. But for now, we've got ARC eyeing out the team in the front. That's going to be in the name of Team Officials. Officials is one of those teams that does not like to go for those early battles. So one thing is for sure, they will try to play this one as safe as possible. They do know they're getting eyed out by a team right next to them. I'm not a big fan of the way they're moving too. 3 players or all the 4 players inside of the same vehicle. This is looking a little bit too dicey for them. Luckily enough, the opponents haven't taken any shots just yet. One of the mans, which is Lucifer, who's all the way in the back lines, now finally trying to reunite with his team.
A little bit of a watch from Team Arc. We can see they've been spotted, and the wrestling has just barely begun. A few couple of exchanges from the far distance, but nothing too much to worry about. Now, I think both these teams are eyeing out for the bigger picture. That is, somehow get your loot and get inside the circle, hold on to a good spot, find a good real estate, and maybe defend from over there. But you know, when you look at how the zone has really panned off, I'm really loving how Team Forever, they're going to be making their moves, right? Right at the TBD center. And I'm pretty sure that, if they can hold on to it, and considering, they've gotten some new additions in terms of MJ, another old guard into the scene, I think they are good to go.
Indeed they are. As you mentioned, bringing in MJ inside of the roster, definitely another tweak that these guys try to make in. And as I mentioned, Team Forever recently, they have been looking at the top of their form as well. As you mentioned, Aurum as well, now being one of the coaches. Team Forever, one thing is for sure, they have been making those quick decisions on the fly in quite a neat manner. Velocity being left outside of the blue. The Wall of Death definitely going to be chipping out a little bit of damage. As I mentioned, if you do drop towards the extremities, one thing is for sure, you will be forced to play around the edges. And once you do play on the edges, one thing is for sure, you also need to be quite assertive. And that's what VLT will try to do, to at least try and make sure that they're stepping inside of the upcoming zone. It's not going to be that big of a deal still, considering you have so many ways you can rotate in from. The only big problem for them is if they do not know that the opponents are right around them.
Yeah, they have to be watchful. Now, this is where we kind of bring in that RNG factor. You do not know who you're up against. You haven't really played in this lobby. And you kind of have to expect the unexpected to happen. And the same goes for Team Hybrid as well, because this is again one of those teams that we do not have a lot of data on, but they certainly can go on to surprise us, something like Chalks or maybe Craddock did in the past. Now, it's kind of a concentric shift as you take a look at the zone. Now, Team Forever, this is what I was talking about, right? They kind of go up for the pancake split, then instantly sort of group up together and hold on to the center. Now, this has been the so-called case even in week number 1. And we have seen some massive success rates from kind of engaging in situations like this, kind of taking that center right from the very early on. And now a lot of those teams will try to objectively contest them. But if they're prepared, if they can somehow manage to defend their fortress, I think Team Forever is really good to go.
SPA taking shots against ARC. A couple of bullets did connect. Zeus chipped up a little bit. Once again, just backing away inside of the compound. SPA, considering they have sort of seen the players in the front lines, they have gotten a little bit of confirmation shots as well. They might just want to escalate this fight. But once again, prioritizing the position this early inside of the game should also be the main factor, considering they're still outside of the zone. So it's better to just move in. Team VIXXEN in front of us too, doing the same thing, just trying to be the quick ones to at least try and contest the centric spot of the circle. And they will be able to find a lot of slots available for now, considering the Centric is not being contested by a majority of the teams.
And there you have it. For aggressive men getting the better out of GODX. One of the players already being dealt with. The other, however, from 4 aggressive men, just surviving with a sliver of HP. But that's not a cause of concern. He's gotten into covers, should patch himself up. But for GODX, this is certainly not a news that they were really hoping for. But VIXXEN seems like they're in a little bit of a predicament over here. Looking at VIXXEN herself, she's kind of stuck. Of course, we'll receive some assistance from Nikki. But the big question is, are Team Forever going to let this pass? Or do they really want to engage in the situation? And seems like the latter is what they've opted for. And Nikki, she goes down.
Good shots from away, finding the confirmation or just a knockout for now. The confirmation's not that far away, though, considering the player squad isolated. VIXXEN giving his position away, too. That's not a good news. Position noted down for Team Forever just to get the confirmation rolling up. It's not going to be that big of a deal, and that's what MJ is trying to do as well. Is looking quite desperate. Needs to make sure his backlines are cleared up as well. His teammates are there to do so. VIXXEN's position's also noted down, and that's why you see one of the players just driving around right next to him. MJ still just looking forward to get the execution. Not just yet. VIXXEN still making sure that his position's not noted. And that's why they're just hiding behind the buggy. Nikki's bleeding out to death. This is a big problem for VIXXEN. This early inside of the game, taking that individual blow can definitely sting later on.
Certainly will. And, MJ, he's been sent to do the dirty job. But eventually, I think the call-outs were pretty clear, right? Get the hell out of there, because you do not know. There might be somebody watching out for you. And seems like could be Raven.
Exactly.
Finally, Nikki, she's been brought down. But Team Forever, they really need to get back to their positions. They've got that one finish. They're good to go. They have a central spot. Because right beside them, like you can see, there are a couple of other teams that are slowly but surely deciding to migrate. You've got the likes of 4 aggressive men as well as Omega. He's got his eyes on a couple of the other players, does pepper down a few bullets, but nothing really seems to connect. So just a few warning shots, that's pretty much it. But when you talk about the other big dogs, you look at Team HYDRA, they're yet to make it inside the circle.
And that's why you see them doing the same thing. HYDRA, they are on the move as well. For HYDRA, once again, as I mentioned, there's going to be a lot of those breaching points available. It's still the early stage of the game, so no issues in that regard. But speaking of Team Forever, once again, right? MJ's addition. MJ himself has went through a lot recently, right? He's went through a lot of the roster changes. And this might just take a lot of toll on his mental too, but the way he's been able to keep himself together, that's something that's really important as a professional athlete. And I feel like now that he's back inside of Team Forever, he's over here to play, and he's been doing decent so far. Let's hope that they do get decent amount of points accumulated as well in these 3 games that are being given to them as 4 a.m. They definitely are noting down a lot of that vital information.
Yeah, already one finish strong and certainly looking for more. But when you talk about MJ, has sort of reunited with Oasis. They've had a little bit of that run around Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
And both went their separate ways and finally decided that it's time to reunite. And hence, the Avengers have assembled. But they've got some new blood in them. You've got Mafia and Omega. Especially when you look at Mafia, he's gotten some really juicy numbers in the domestic tournaments that we've had in the Tier 1 circuits. But when you look at THW as well, now this has been a team that has always got us on the edge of our seats, right? They've given us those moments to cherish, and suddenly now they kind of give us those weeping moments. But now they've got the players of Redemption Crew in their radar, but haven't really taken those shots. Maybe just waiting for them to pass by, and that's when they will be making their move.
Yeah, trying to close on up a little bit more. THW, they might just have the advantage inside of the fight, and that's what they're doing. Now a lot of information has been noted by Sam too. Still just waiting for the clear line of sight. He hasn't found that so far. And THW, This either can be really good for them if they do play it out quite well, but considering Redemption Crew, they're on a move, they do not really want to camp the bridge just yet, because they know the next circle shift is going to be quite a crucial one as well to contest, and that's what Redemption Crew is doing, moving towards the quarry side. And just if you are able to get your hands on the high ground itself, then imagine the amount of intel that you can gather, and then maybe you can try and pave a good pathway towards the centric spot. Before now, we've got HYDRA on the screens. Even they're trying to breach in from quite a common spot, which is going to be Northern side. There's a decent amount of teams breaching in from that same spot itself. We might see a rotation clash here, Fixes.
We certainly will be, because the migration is primarily coming in from the northeastern side and those regions around it, right? From the eastern, from the northern. But everybody seems to kind of get the major chunk that they'd been hoping for. I mean, if you talk about Team VLT, I'm really impressed with how they kind of injected themselves from the northwestern side. But they really need to watch out for their backs, because you've got Team FORCA right behind them. But when you talk about Team HYDRA, you know, they're still kind of in two minds as to how they want to enter in. And this is where Dreams is finally going to be tested, because, hey, he's been putting up some good numbers in the recent tournaments that we've had so far, but not in officials. He needs to prove himself that, yes, shifting into an IGL role, you know, getting back to his old Enigma Galaxy days, and now leading a team as huge as HYDRA, that kind of gets in that extra little bit of pressure. And yeah, he's proven himself, like we discussed, in the domestic circuit. But now, when it matters the most, is he up for the task? That is the big question.
I mean, one of the big plus points has to be that they have got a lot of experience to back him up, right? So once again, they know exactly how to deal with situations like these. They have been in the same pressure point a lot of the times in the past. So once again, they pretty much do know how to deal with situations like these. So I highly doubt that's going to be something that will be a big pressure for that man. But
you never know.
Once again, HYDRA, as you mentioned, it is one of the big banners out there as well. So let's see how the pressure is going to be played, or pretty much going to be there inside of the game. Because so far, they haven't gotten a single elimination point to sort of contest inside of the grounds. And if you do get those elimination points, that's definitely going to be something that will take away that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I do agree with you. But again, this is exactly what they needed to do,
there we
right?
go.
Come in from the back lines, just from the edges, get those knocks. But the big question is, are they going to go in for those finishes, right? They've gotten one player down. He's surely going to get that revive while they make it over there. And they have to make sure that they do not overstep. And SprayGod, he is going to be the one who carries on the torch, leading the charge over here, as his teammate just leaves him astray. As Cyrix, he's been dealt with, and Team Forza, they have to run, tuck their tails, and maybe just make a run for their dear lives.
Exactly. Forza do not really want to contest this fight so far. They just want to survive with a three-man squad, which is, once again, a wiser option from them. But they could have still went for the fight if they wanted to and punished the players of HYDRA making the push. There was a 3v4, the man disadvantage. What's there on the side of Forza? But then now HYDRA just taking so many shots against him. They're going to try to make sure that Forza's life is going to be a living hell. And HYDRA, with that constant intel as well that they're getting over and over again, Forza is in quite an uncomfortable spot, considering one of the players is just being separated from the pack. That's going to be the added pressure that Forza does not want to face right now. Two of the players in the front, one player in the back lines. It's a split that they did not really want to have, but somehow it's an unorthodox split now. Yeah. And they will need to try and make some good decisions on the fly. The next circle is also going to be on the screen soon enough, and it shifts away completely from Forza and HYDRA. And this is a big problem to deal with. Velocity being right next to him, that's another big pressure.
Yeah, but, you know, seems like Team VLT, they're not really interested in that particular fight, right? But Team HYDRA, they are just hounds right now, searching for their prey. As Sohail, he's been that loose string who's been left astray, needs to find his way back to the pack, but seems like they're a little bit more too scattered. But for now, as the circle dictates, you know, Team Forever, they have the central spot. As the pour-in comes in from the northern side, so many of those teams, everybody wanting a major piece of the pie, and now is the moment where all these fights start, you know, breaking out. And somebody, for sure, is going to be the first one to maybe make some opening, but seems like everybody has no idea of where the other is, or even if they do, they have no intentions in dealing with them, considering the fact that since in those you know, smaller circles, you are privy to getting third-partied.
But the real problem now starts, considering the center of the circle's already being occupied by so many teams. It's getting really tough, and what a beautiful nade that was! catches the man inside of the shack, and then there's another man from Team Forever up close and personal, getting the confirmation. Nicely done. Team Forever as well, finally tasting some of the elimination points for themselves and getting those two to kick things off inside of the Battlegrounds. That's definitely a great way. Team Forever also having a little bit of that high ground to play with. That's going to give them the added benefit. ARC right underneath them, out in the open. The only things they have to play with is the vehicles and a little bit of trees here and there. That cover's not going to be enough later on, considering 4AM is right next to him as well on the sidelines. Before now, speaking of Team Forever, they're quite good in the hood. They've got a little bit of compound to play with, a little house, solid cover, of course. And all Team Forever needs to do is just keep themselves pinned down in the spot and just let that vital information roll in.
To be honest, Necro, I don't like this. Now, this is one of those compounds which is quite small, and a couple of grenades, maybe a pour in from multiple directions, and kaboom! They're no more alive, they're no more with us. Instantly converted into crates. But that being said, Team HYDRA, they've also been hounding. They've been getting a couple of finishes, and Sohail, he's been dealt with. As a matter of fact, now Team HYDRA decide to take on that objective fight that we had been looking out for so long and directly go after the players of Art. Already two being dealt with, and now the vehicle's running over as Duora. He's been dealt with as Team HYDRA. Now that trouble in paradise has come. It's going to be very important to see how they respond, and they respond in a similar manner, just running around vehicles and getting a squad wipe. But hold on, the trouble is not over yet. They're still not out of the woods.
Exactly, the third party's over here in HYDRA. They're getting shot at from all the different angles. Spurshopi trying his best to lay down a smoke cover, but once again, the smoke is just going to be denying the vision, not the bullets itself. There's probably going to be a lot of spams coming through as well. Redemption Crew 2 knocked outside of the lobby. Nicely done by THW. THW, another one of those teams that packs a lot of punch, and that's what they do. They unleash themselves against the team in the front. Before now, they've got another team to take care of. Kiyomao, nicely done, taking a lot of shots against the team there as well, and he's also able to do a lot of damage against him. THW, with this high ground they've got, it's quite good, but they still need to make it inside of the zone. They're on the extremities.
But you know, we're loving this, right? From THW, they're kind of showing us something different, something that we haven't seen so far in the grind. You know, coming in from the edges, trying to win those fights, ensuring that they've got their backlines cleared. This is exactly the kind of a scissors approach you would love to see when you want to look at an aggressive team. And THW, they've already started off with the fireworks, but right now a lot has to be done. But Team HYDRA, they've taken some massive amount of damage, lost a lot of players, but 4 aggressive men, they've been spotted out already. I think it is going to be the team of Hybrid. They're going to definitely take a couple of shots at their direction. Drago on real low HP finally goes down.
Drago knocked out 4AM and not that good of a spot. As I mentioned, a lot of these teams who are contesting the centric spot, they're out in the open. And then the teams that are going to try to breach in a little bit late, they're going to have free line of sights. And that's what is happening so far. The smokes are definitely there, but once again, 4AM, the position's already been noted down. And that's why you see Melvin just driving inside of the smokes, trying to run someone over. 4AM, they're in such a bad spot at this point. The amount of utilities that are also being tossed in. Password is barely alive. Maverick as well inside of the car. Just making sure that the smokes are going to be keeping them shrouded for as long as possible before AM. This is still quite a dicey spot. It's going to be tough to get themselves out of this one, considering slowly and steadily Hybrid, they're closing in. They're making sure 4AM, they're going to be suffocated to death, and the constant barrage of utility, it's always keeping the players in a big problem. Molotov tossed in, Password knocked out. Not a good news for 4AM. One more man still alive, the final glimmer of hope, and that glimmer is not going to be there for long enough.
You know, I'm loving this aggression coming in from Team Hybrid, the way they initiated, the way they kind of surrounded, and now they are going to get those rewards right now, with Maverick being one of the final players surviving. And this is where the other action also breaks out. SBA, they're in a whole world of trouble, as THW, this do not seem to stop at anything at all. As Nuclear, he's also been put down to the ground. As Aman, he escapes, but for how long? As he's being caught by the players of Hybrid, as the entire pandemonium occurs in front of us right now. Everybody deciding to just throw their hats into the ring, and THW, look at them, 6 finishes strong already. Now they're up against Team Hybrid.
Oh no, THW, what a big blunder that was. Paya knocked out. For Hybrid, this is the date with Destiny, knocking out one of the strong names inside of the lobby. This is exactly how things should have been going for them. And as we mentioned, the teams that were trying to play from the extremities, even for them to breach inside of the zone, it's been way too tough for Hybrid. With the way they have been continuing this matchup, it's been looking phenomenal. 7 eliminations so far with the players of HYDRA as well. Not doing too bad. 2 of the players still alive somehow. The fact that these guys are alive is also quite surprising to me. Team Forever, though, with the way they have been playing this position in quite a proactive way, it's still keeping them alive inside of the game. And considering they've also got the hard cover to play with, for Team Forever, it's like the added benefit out on the top. I just love how Team Forever is playing for the intel as well.
Yeah, finally. I'm happy because, you know, they finally left that compound, just have one of their players over there. And there you can see that little bit of a scatter. And they understand the gravity of the situation. They do realize that everybody is taking on each other. And whilst they're all doing that, maybe stealing a couple of finishes wouldn't really hurt, right? Now, Varun is in real close proximity to Mafia.
Oh, no.
But Boomba, from out of nowhere, he's just connected. And now, always, he's in a whole world of trouble. He needs some assistance. Mafia needs that res. And Omega, he has to provide that quintessential cover fire.
Mafia trying to take that fierce approach, but instantly gets slapped down, and Away's now trying to go for the resurrection. He's got the smoke cloud in front of him to try and protect him, but then this nade, it might just be cooked to perfection. Not able to find the second knockout. Team Forever, they are still quite okay, but then there's another knock on the players of Team Forever. A 3-man strong squad. Omega knocked out. MJ and Mafia being able to patch themselves up, and once again, back to max HP. Team Forever trying to get the fallen man back up on the way as well, but T2H, for now, they're a big problem for Team Forever.
Wow.
Mafia once again pulls out the shotgun, slaps down another man. There's Pain in the front lines, and even Pain at this point is just trying to play it as safe as possible. Pain does not want to reveal his position. He's cooked up an aid. He's got the nade in his hand, pulls out the DBS, but he takes a lot of damage. Even Pain gets shut down up close and personal, and that's it for T2H.
Yeah, that's all she wrote as Team Forever. 9 finishes strong already and looking nigh unstoppable in this situation. And just to add the icing to the cake, they've also gotten Omega back on his feet. Raven, however, they've been so silent. And where on earth are Team Hybrid? They had been causing so much of that ruckus. But Team VLT, back to their own ways, right? From the edges, they've made that survival game strong into the top 5. But till the point that HYDRA has already been dealt with. Team Forever having the best of the zone right now. So far, they are going to be the gatekeepers. They will be the ones who put a stop at everybody that is going to be trying to intervene. No ID, no entry, say the players of Team Forever. And now, for Oways, he's got his eyes set on the players of Team VLT.
I just feel really bad for LB from Team Forza. Just in the smack center, he's going to be approached by every single team at the same time. Oh, he's going to be beaten down to a pulp, that's for sure. VLT now trying to make some moves against the players of Team Forever, or at least trying to get a little bit more closer to the edge line of the zone, because for Team Forever, with the way this game's been moving so far, it feels like the stars are being aligned, and everyone's just waiting for Team Forever to claim this game. But once again, one single slip-up can actually cost them their life as well inside of this one. They have already accumulated a decent amount of points. All they need to do is at least secure first star or the second spot. That's going to be even better. But VLT in the front lines for now can definitely be a big red flag for them. The spam comes through inside of the smoke. No connections found so far. The entirety of VLT, they know exactly what they're up against as well. They know it's Team Forever right next to them. Inside of the elimination feed, they have been noting down the names, but Raven Hulk pushing up close and personal, then taking shots against VLT too. He's challenging too many teams at the same time. He might just be biting on too much that he can chew. And what am I watching? So many whiffs from both the sides of Team Forever. MJ, that whiff might just cost him his entire team's life. But for Hulk, this is the exact situation he wanted to put himself in. Single-handedly challenging the entire Team Forever and then coming out on top in that scenario.
You know, absolutely thriving amidst all that chaos. He prevails supreme. Now Team Forever, they've already been fractured down to the bits. Omega against the wall, and he somehow prevails. But now the deed is yet to be done. He needs to patch himself up, maybe try and get those revives, but I do not think he's got enough time on himself as the grenade comes out of nowhere and he gets blown into smithereens. His trance from the backlines. Team Velocity out of nowhere suddenly find themselves in the driving seat of this particular game.
Velocity being the sneaky ninjas, and for now just trying to claim his elimination points, but then Reaper with his utility placement, he's been precise than ever before. Reaper with 1 man alive, this man has got 3 more players of VLT to be taken down. It's going to be tough when Huster, Rihanna on the left, and then you've got Kratos in the back line, and then also the Wall of Death moving up as well. Reaper, he's got the players approaching him, and I highly doubt Reaper can do a lot. He will be dealt with too. In the end, it's VLT to claim the chicken dinner. VLT playing it super safe and sound. That has got them this chicken dinner, but also you gotta give it up to Team Forever as well. With the way they played that position, it was also quite incredible. But then in the end, even Raven just popping up out of nowhere, astonishing all of us, taking down Team Forever was another big surprise.
You know, Velocity, they represent me. They represent us, you know, all the old dogs in the community. And they might seem rusty at first, but they ensured they had all the oilings done. You know, the cogs are working absolutely fine. They were patient. They were waiting. They took a 1 step back so that, you know, they could take that stride. And how big was it? Ended up with that chicken dinner. But for Team Raven, I'm absolutely impressed with how every single player performed in that roster. I mean, it was a Mexican standoff towards the very end, right? When Team Forever, there was sort of tunnel vision on the players of Velocity. That is where Raven decided to make their entry. And how they kind of thrived under that pressure. And you talk about Reaper, you talk about the other players, you know, with that MG3. That was something monumental. And this is exactly why we live for. This is exactly why we love the game. That dude was single-handed, just had that MG3, and he went all out. Not just took 1 or 2 players of Team Forever down. Instead, at the same time, also dealt with the players of Team VLT. Switched up his weapon, went into his M4, still managed to get a knock.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Forever, they kind of were stranded. They were kind of thinking, what is going on? By the time they could maybe make any sort of solutions or maybe kind of gauge that situation, well, they were down and out.
Exactly, as I mentioned, that game was stolen away from Team Forever. As I mentioned too, I was mentioning this over and over again, it felt like the stars were aligned for them, but unfortunately them not being able to claim that chicken dinner was definitely a big issue. But let's hope in the future the same problems are not going to be repeating itself, and let's hope that in the future the problems are not definitely going to be there. But considering the fact that things are going to be a little bit more ironed out and things are going to be a little bit more better from these teams, I hope Team Forever will, of course, be back in much more of a reformed fashion. And as you mentioned, right, of course, there was another team, which was Raven, who just came out in the open and just surprised all of us with the play that they showcased. I would still say MJ missing those DBS shots was a big problem. MJ should not have missed those shots in the first place, and MJ missed those shots and the player was activated.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right? If you look at the grand scheme of things, they've kind of had that little bit of a good start, to be honest. And the moment we saw the circle, I think, you and I, we both were in agreement that this is our Team Forever's game. And that is exactly what happened. But when you talk about the other participants in the lobby, right, another name that really pops up had to be Team Hybrid. Initially, in that mid phases, the way they kind of charged in, it felt like they were a wrecking ball to the point where they kind of vanished and we didn't even realize in all that commotion. And then THW, we kind of loved what they did initially, the way they kind of edged in their way inside the zone. But sooner or later, I think it was Team Hybrid that easily managed to deal with them. And this is, again, you have to bring the conversation back to HYDRA officials. I was talking about this, the pressure, and you could see those decision making completely going against them. Dreams deciding to just charge in right through the center, and he absolutely gets pounded. Even if Team HYDRA just managing to barely win the fight, instantly get third partied, and that is how the tail occurred for them, and not really the kind of a HYDRA official start you would expect, considering you just had 3 games to play.
Honestly speaking, though, for HYDRA officials, the previous circles were also quite unlucky, considering they were just moving completely on the opposite side from them. Yes, they were trying to take the rotations from the extremities itself. They were trying to move in and take those wide rotations. But then as the circle kept on getting smaller, it was really getting tough to find that breaching point as safe as possible. And HYDRA officials, they were trying their best to take the fights, come out on top in the end. But you cannot really win all of them, right? And that's what exactly happened with HYDRA. They got completely pounded in the end, considering there were so many teams, and the circle was out in the open too. There was not a lot of playing area and not a lot of cover available. Moving on forward towards the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be MJ with the finish contribution of 50%, and finishes accumulated is going to be 5 and the map impact of 9%. That means Team Forever, they got 10 finishes in total. Not a bad start at all.
Oh, certainly a third position finish and 10 points in total. That is exactly how you would want to average out. Now, Erangel, this is where the gods of BGMI did bless them with the zone. Certainly, I think Oasis might be gutted because you could see this chicken coming from afar. But then again, when you look at the top 5 players inside the lobby, you're going to have some names that are quite unknown. These are not the usual suspects. You know, you're talking about Melvin, the kind of spotting that he had, the way he kind of entered into every single fight. And then Hulk and Hanzo, Reaper, this sort of was silent at the very first. But the moment, you know, you had that little bit of a pour in from that northern side, you know, they were ready for all that action. And the stats do speak for themselves.
Exactly. Hulk just smashing the hopes and dreams of Team Forever, securing that chicken dinner, and then Reaper with the precision that he showcased with the utilities. It was incredible, right? You rarely see a team or a player being super precise with the utilities, and Reaper, I guess, he's one of those players that was, no matter whenever we saw him toss a nade, he was getting those confirmed knockouts, and that's what we love to see. It's super satisfying to see a player just getting those knockouts like that.
Oh, indeed it is, and every single time that happens, it kind of fills our heart with joy. But when you take a look at the report card, the point standings, right, Raven Esports, this is a dream start for them. Just one game to go, and they have already accumulated 21 in their bank. Now, Team Forever, not too shabby either, 15 for them, Velocity Gaming. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? They were initially a little rusty, and then once they kind of managed to understand the situation, they kind of entered in from that eastern side and kind of kept themselves away from all those battles. The only 3 finishes they got were in that last circle, right? And Team Hybrid, this is again one of those teams, did not get a lot of position points, but it is the finishes where they kind of made it matter. But HYDRA officials, 7 finishes, good enough, but certainly could work on the position points.
Yeah, considering, as I mentioned, right, it is the first game of the grind itself, so there's definitely going to be those shitters. I guess in the second games, you can expect things to be a little bit more ironed out and better, and that's what I'm going to say and leave it up to the players of HYDRA. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, unfortunate stuff and circumstances occurring for a lot of these teams, For Aggressive Meng being one of those. Redemption Crew, I had a lot of expectations from this team as well. Officials, another team, we saw them play with the high ground. Unfortunately, the conversion wasn't exactly there, only getting one of the placement points, and that's why they've got only 1 point on the board. But still, I expect a lot more from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at the ones that you really expected a lot out of, it has to be Redemption Crew, right, Necro? They kind of dropped down at the military base, and you were hoping to see that little extra from their side. But if my memory serves me right, I think it was Team THW. You know, they had been watching them right from the very start. They had been, you know, just getting away with their footprints, and they kept on following, tracking their every single movement. And when the time was right, they started running our vehicles. And it was also a little bit of an intervention coming in from Team Hybrid. Early on, we did see some fights happening. Team VIXXEN, they were kind of in the mix of things. Could have kind of expected a little bit more extra from them, but it's okay. It was a nice game of Erangel. I'm really looking forward to the Miramar, though.
Exactly. Miramar is, of course, going to be something that might just bring in a lot of those hopes and dreams for these teams once again. But we've been talking quite a lot about it in the in-game mechanics. Let's talk about the cosmetics for now. You know what? Why talk? Let's just take a look at it. You know what, Fixes? I've been speaking a lot about this cosmetic now. I've been speaking a lot about this XC. You've got a couple of words?
I mean, well, to be honest, I really expected the break to be a little bit longer, because just the moment I saw it's the first fairness for Just and UC, that kind of, you know, kind of put that inkling in me that I need to take that spin, right? And every single day when it resets, that is exactly what we want, right? But so much has happened. Even the in-game qualifiers, they've already begun. So I really hope all the players that have registered, I think they are going to be playing their matches accordingly, following all the rules and regulations. You need to get your top 4 players only playing in, not the substitutes. Those games won't be counted. And make sure you kind of play the best game. You put your best foot forward, and hoping so to see you in the main event.
Of course, inside of the main event, we will be here just casting you guys, and considering we know main event also means there's going to be some big cutoffs inside of the format too, and the bigger the cutoff, the more entertaining things get, and that's what we're here for, of course, to deliver you guys the entertainment and the action that you guys yourself will be bringing up on the board in the main event. But now moving on forward in the upcoming game of Miramar, as we know, Fixes, considering Miramar is one of those games that is, of course, going to give these teams much more variety of options to actually rotate inside of the circles from. And once again, rotation's not going to be that big of a deal, but sustaining the spot that you've got in the circle itself will be a big problem.
There won't be any changes in the teams that are going to be playing in this map. However, we have a small change, in fact pretty huge, because the one coming in, she's making her entry. It's a debut on the official desk of BGMI. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tanya, as she's going to join us, as it is going to be the map of Miramar. And hey Tanya, it's been a while, and in fact it's the first time we're sharing a desk together. So how are you feeling?
I'm extremely excited for the same, and by the way, the first match itself is living up to the excitement. The way VLT just surviving until the end and taking away the chicken dinner, I would say they literally snatched the eyes of the viewers, for us, for everyone. Let's see if they are able to continue with the way they have done right now. But if I had to ask you, were you expecting the same from VLT?
I mean, I really did not see that coming, to be honest. No doubts whatsoever. I really felt like Team Forever should have had this in the back. But now when you talk about the storyline, Tanya, I really feel like Team Forever, Team Raven, Team VLT, they've made their mark, right? And these are the teams that we're really going to be looking out for, especially Team Raven. I mean, the kind of finishes that they got on board, 21 points already just from the very first game. I think they've got a little bit of a cushion for themselves to build upon.
And also, not only that, if you have a look on top 5 stats of the players, we have 3 players coming in from Raven. That is already proving that how destructive they have been. Not taking away the chicken, that's okay. We are here to take away all the finish points as possible. So they were very clean with their performances and the way they were just including themselves in fight. So I believe that was amazing, and they were able to tackle very well. They were able to fight in the north as well as south together. So now that is something I'm looking forward to more again and again from the team, because if they are able to do it for the start, I believe they should be able to do furthermore.
Oh, they certainly will be. But, again, the question does come out for you, right? Apart from Team Raven, because I know you've got that little corner in your heart that says, even same goes for me. But apart from Team Raven, is there any other team that really impressed you in the first game?
It is Team Hybrid. They were very, very aggressive until stage 5, and they were the only ones who were ready to go all in, and they were all sending it in. They were happy with the way they were playing, and for a while I was also expecting more from Hydra officials. But then somewhere around the corner, I believe the early rotation or the aggressive rotation did not pan out the way they wanted it to be. But Hybrid is the team to watch out for, according to me. If they are aggressive and they are able to survive a little more, I believe they have the tendency and the potential to go until top 3.
Yeah, I think surely a few tweaks here and there, and especially like you suggested, if they can work on their survival skills a little bit more, a little bit of that decision making, I think, they are set for success. But so far from what we've seen from Hybrid, I've been liking every bit of it. Now, when you also kind of gotten in Hydra into the mix, now this is also something that, Necro and I, we were both discussing about during the cast as well, considering the fact that they made that rather early rotation. The moment the circle shifted, they wanted to contest for the center. However, they did manage to win the fight. They still got 7 finishes on board. But when you talk about a Hydra-like performance, that surely was lacking, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely lacking. So maybe it was just the startup, or maybe they have come out of the cool down phase, a warm up match. Maybe we are going to expect much more. But then talking about the warm up match or a very heated play coming in from MJ. from Team Forever.
Oh, yeah.
He gave the 50% of finishes from the entire team. So I believe MJ has got a very good start, and this is the moment that this is the momentum, I believe, that should be continued coming in from Team Forever, and this is the team to watch out for. This is what I heard from you as well as Negro in the start as well.
I think, yeah, Team Forever, like we said, you know, they made a couple of changes into their roster. MJ's inclusion goes on to speak volumes about how well they performed in the previous game. But now let's address the elephant in the room. Now it's going to be time for Miramar. And Tanya, you've come in, you're the voice of the mass. Everybody wants to listen to what you have to say. So any favorites that you have in Miramar?
Any favorite drop points?
Any favorite picks, like, you know, pick a team.
If I had to pick a team, I would again go for Team Forever because number one,
Right.
they were the one to get the first finish. They are not hesitant about it, and it's a vast map. So I believe if I had to pick Team Forever and their performances, considering in the way they played in the map of Wrangle, this is number one. And if I had to pick two, I would definitely go for Team Hybrid.
All right, so you certainly have your favorite set. You know, first one you went for the safer option, then with the second you went for an experiment, and I love that. But, you know, when we talk about Team Forever, we've seen them, you know, they kind of are quite infamous for their Chumacera drops and always knows how to play around these particular zones. Now, we've been talking about the new meta in play, you know, especially with the new point structure where everybody thought that it would be a fight galore right from the very minute one. That was not the case. And, you know, in situations as such where you kind of thrive in those late fights, I think this is where Oves seems to have cracked the key. And, you know, the way he's been playing, I'm pretty sure if they kind of replicate of what they did in Erangel, I think 45 points, averaging around at 15, I think you're good to go. You have set your place in the top 16 already. However, they still have 3 more matches to go. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just delve into the map of Miramar, where the flight path trajectory this time, however, quite interesting. A little bit of that southern bend all the way from Minas Generalis to Minas del Sur.
Well, the flight path is very, very southern favorable, so I believe going towards northern side should not be a problem. But yeah, it's going to be a little longer route than expected. And if you look at the drops, the players are already all in. And the first few couple of rounds, it's time for themselves to get the best of weaponaries they want to perform with. But what do you think? Again, is it going to be Team Forever going in for the first finish, or it's going to be very unpredictable? Because I personally feel that as safe as the teams were trying to play in the map of Erangel, that's not going to be the case of scenario in the map of Miramar.
You know what? I like a little bit of masala. You know, it would be really boring if the same team just goes on to win and win. We would want that competition, wouldn't we? So, you know, if I have to really take a pick, I think I will have to go with HYDRA officials on this one. Because, of course, they've got a lot to prove, and especially for Dreams and the boys. They lost out on their IGL. Starboy has left the roster. Dreams had to fill in. And he did do his job. But so far, their start hasn't really been that glorious. Something that we would expect. So, HYDRA for me. But, you know, coming back to this game, you know, I'm really looking forward to where the circle pans around. And we're kind of witnessing some similar circles to what we had witnessed in week number 1. But, well, what is a Miramar if there's no Winchester action? And Naman, I think, goes on to try his luck. I think he's out for a duck hunt.
Well, he also missed that one. He could have gotten it. Maybe the time and the read went away. This duck hunt is also amazing to watch out for because sure, you get those free extra finish points. Aman right now was not blessed with any extra points, sure. So for now, everything is on the cool down period. Everything is very well settled. But something that we should talk about is the circle is not favoring the flight trajectory.
Oh, indeed. You know, everybody, oh my god, this is where you kind of contest for the vehicles, and Meteor Makers, can't say the same for Forza. They haven't really given us those moments, right? Every single time we see them in play, they kind of keep losing out on their players, and look at how separated they are from each other. And Raven, they're kind of searching for them like hungry hyenas. They have a little bit of an inkling that says that somebody is hiding in this compound. But they have to push in packs. They just cannot go single-handed. Might have to hit, in fact, fall flat on their face. because one of the players of Forza still hidden, hasn't really moved a muscle.
Miramar has got a quick escalation, first pick and first minute. Aim God is literally trying to push all the limits and all the acceleration that he has got, but he's got a little passive, and the player from Forza is successfully moved out of his eyesight, and he is going to survive. Let's see how much of the trouble can he create later on for the team, or maybe for the opponent team. And the player hiding just around the corner, same compound, different houses. I believe this is going to be very risky, but then he doesn't have any much more room to go out. If he goes out, he's going to be taken down by 3 players or 4 players indeed.
Just has that SKS to play around with, and seems like he's been snuffed out. Raven know exactly what's going on, and Zidane, he's crying for help. Mercy is what he wants, but Raven, we know, they're the Grim Reapers. And that being said, we've got some fights elsewhere. VIXXEN, she's been put down to the ground, and here comes the first Forza, trying his level best in doing whatever was possible, but just could manage to take down one. Couldn't even get that finish. And Raven, they're already happy with the 3 finishes they've already accrued for themselves.
Raven are really hungry for the finish points, and this hunger should continue. They have done it wonderfully well in the previous match. I believe if they are able to do it throughout, but all they need to do is survive a little extra until the stage 6 maybe, because that is where the final circle is created. Second final circle is created, and they need to survive. That they to do it will be able to snatch away the chicken, because the firepower that they possess, the fearlessness that they possess, I believe that is amazing. And on the course, Team THW has also managed to get 2 finishes, and they are also on the move.
Yeah, but Raven, they certainly have instilled fear inside the lobby. Certainly one of those forces to be reckoned with. And like you said, we had that initial circle. Now a quick glimpse at how destructive they were right from minute 1. Managed to take down 2 players of Forza, and seem to have spotted out the third. And even for the VIXXENs, VIXXEN, she was quite unlucky over there, and had to be picked off, had no means of escape. But now coming back to business, right? When you look at this particular circle, it's gone a little bit towards northern side. Now, the creator feels that has to be one of those areas to contend. And 4 aggressive men did not have the best of starts in the first game of Erangel. But certainly, Tanya, I feel like this is one of those games where they can redeem themselves. Whilst everybody is making their moves, you've got Redemption Crew, Team Forever, everyone taking that western highway. We've got some migration also coming in from the northern side. We've got Team SBA, you've got Team VIXXEN, you've got 4 aggressive men. Everyone pushing in from the northern side. It's going to be an interesting Miramar, nonetheless.
It has already turned very, very interesting, and right now we should be thanking Raven for doing the same. Let's see which are the other teams who are also going to build a deeper interest for us, for the viewers. And as you were mentioning, the Western Highway is way more contested. If you have a look on the eastern side, we also get 2 more teams, which is going to be THW for sure, and they might have a face-off against team if they're really looking forward to it. Because at this point, moving into the circle is way more valued than picking up fights, which might end up on either of the sides, because they are not much aware that there's one more team who is also going on the same route. And if you have a look at Drago, he's up in the open. He has the information of one of the player from Team VIXXEN. Is he going in for the hunt? Indeed, yes. He's looking forward to it.
He certainly is. Drago, he's just eyeing out his prey. Once she's out in the open, that's where the bullets are let loose. And imagine, beyond all her imaginations, she has met her maker. Now for Team VIXXEN, they seem scattered. And that's trouble in paradise already. Minute 1 of the game, and yeah, you're not really on good grounds. Now with Tanya, just the last player surviving, you both share a name, and surely I'm also rooting. Maybe in terms of survival, she makes it through. But Raven, Again, it kind of forces me to come back to them, because this time, they started off with a bang, and now they're out on a hunt. And right now, at the smack center of the circle, have gotten exactly the point I would want a team to hold. Just around the crater fields, have that higher ground to yourself, which sort of sets you up for success. You get a lot of more finishes, but for Team Forever, they kind of want to stay aloof from the fights. Rather, right now, at this given moment, they're focusing on a good position.
They're playing a little different from what they did, and sure, with every different map you got to have a different strategy, and with a lot of verticality involved in the map of Miramar, you definitely have to move to the position where you can not only get a lot of information, but also convert that information into some extra points, extra numbers for yourself in the standings. And Raven got a pause for a while. I wonder, will they ever pause or no? Because the pause is just for getting an extra amount of loot and stuff. But look at MJ. He has got the information against the team Raven, and the player is going to be Hulk. Delivered a little bit of damage here and there. Not enough. Definitely not enough. But Oasis will be the one who is going to make sure that Hulk doesn't move up in the open. He gets the opportunity to heal himself up, but Omega and Oasis trying to push in. Will he be able to survive is going to be a question as of now. He does have a grenade to toss. It's not going to be very helpful though, and he's taken down.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was cornered, and Team Forever really had him where they really wanted him to be. So yeah, brownie points. And this is a major intervention in the grand scheme of things, considering that Team Forever have sort of crippled out the forces from Raven. And Hulk, no more in the smash mode. In the previous game, we saw him in the top 5 players. And suddenly Raven are starting to question themselves now. But hey, looks like they're quite unfazed. Now they're out chasing the players of 4 aggressive men. Look at 2 of their players right between them. If 4 aggressive men want to take this fight, I mean, I'd love to see that kind of pan out. But the likes of T2H right beside them. Whilst you look at the winners of the previous chicken dinner, Team Velocity, they're kind of still down to their old strategies, the old ways, keep off from all the fights, stay around the edges of the circle, wait for your right time to come. I think that is exactly how they intend on approaching this Miramar as well.
Same goes for HYDRA as well. They're playing exactly what they did in map number 1. They are just trying to survive through the blue storms, and they want to go into the circle by the end of the circle shift, and that worked well for them. So maybe they just want to replicate what they did, except they are looking forward for more survival instincts, which they definitely should. And talking about RN Alpha, he is the last man surviving, I believe. No, he isn't. He's very low on HP, sure, but his team is still intact.
Team RN, they haven't really given us the moments, right? Tanya, even you would agree. For a matter of fact, it feels like you're watching them for the first time. No certain big plays made in the previous game. And now also, seems like they have no game plan. However, if they can manage to execute something, or maybe get a couple of points from here, something to latch onto, something to really hold on to. Because after this, you just barely have 4 games remaining. And you've got to make every single one of them count. Talking about making things count, I think for Redemption Crew especially, how they've stuck on to each other, even since BGIS and the BMPS days, did not have the best of start. And I think Miramar should be, where they kind of redeem themselves as Team SBA. This is again one of those teams, Tanya. In Erangel, we saw them being caught in the crossfires of 2 different teams, hoping that they have a better outing this time.
But look at Team Forever. 2 different tails, 2 different players, just trying to get all the information, and they're looking forward to get the execution. Let's see if it is going to be as successful as they did against Team Raven's Hulk, because the way MJ is focusing, he definitely has the information about one of the players. He's looking forward to a container's angle, but no peek on the other side. Everybody's here to survive. Ooh. And yeah, sure, this is the battle royale where you want to make sure you survive until the final circle. You want to make sure you take away the chicken dinner and those extra 10 points. Just like in the previous map, VLT did not have much finish points. They were spotted in top 5 all because of It was 3 finish points, and
Indeed.
they were spotted in top 5 just because of the chicken dinner. If there's somebody who would want to do it, let's see. And talking about 4 aggressive men, they are okay. Omega is already reached there. Look at the strategy coming in. If Omega is spotted, he's going to be taken down. It's not safe down there. Drago has got a good angle.
Oh, he certainly has. And Team Forever and 4 aggressive men thinking alike. Both of them sort of taking control over the altitude. Always, however, has to provide that cover fire. Whilst Omega, he's kind of busy doing that dirty job, right? Get that elimination. And we've seen that Team Forever, they've got that layer in them. Even if they get a knock, they kind of go that extra mile to maybe kind of get that finish as well. Now, talking about the circle, kind of has that tendency to maybe kind of go a little down south, maybe to where Team Arc are. Even Team VLT might benefit from this. But Drago, he is making a lot of noise, a lot of ruckus, and even not to Oasis liking as well. I mean, Charan, he's pretty much a dead man walking over there as Omega decides to retreat. Now, what Drago could potentially do, or at the very best, maybe pop one of his tires, but seems like he's failed in doing so.
They thought alike. They couldn't deliver alike. They just had a handshaking agreement that we're not fighting right now. Maybe in the next stage we will. And talking about VLT, they are again looking forward for the information, whether to go in, whether to reveal their positioning by shooting some bullets. But I don't think they want to do it. It's all about holding and surviving until the end of the circle. And why not follow what worked well? I mean, you don't mend the things which are not broken. And I would consider VLT had an amazing map, so they should just eat, sleep, repeat with something that's functioning extremely well until and unless there's somebody who barges in and puts a full stop to that strategy.
Yeah, a little bit of a change, however, a little modification. Eat, sleep, beat, repeat. I think that's the slogan, I guess, we should be going for VLT. I mean, my old friends, they've come in, back when I was playing esports with these guys, and kind of makes me happy to see them still hustling it out when everybody walked their own ways. They've decided to come in terms and show the new boys that, yes, they might be old in terms of their numbers with every single grey strands. I think they're getting wiser and better, and they showed the lobby. They managed to get that chicken dinner. But that being said, we've kind of gotten a rather different circle shift, a little bit inclined towards the western side. Now, this is going to massively favor the likes of Team Forever, considering, again, they've got that high ground advantage. But I think Redemption Crew, they're also going to be thanking their stars. But for Team Raven, Tanya, don't you really think they need to start popping the brakes a little bit? Because they're going all out, yeah. But I just hope they don't fizzle out too soon.
Well, I believe after losing one of the players, they have slowed down. They don't want to go with the same pace that they were continuing to do. But Team HYDRA, now coming into the action, they have got a good compound to get the cover, and in the map of Miramar there are very limited sources to get a good cover, and I believe this is a very good compound, and if they're able to mint some extra finish points, this is going to be extra brownie points for them. So let's see if they're able to do or no. But before that, look at Team RC moving out of sight. Will BMX survive this? He has got some extra smokes. And why would the player just move out of sight? He was all solo, all by himself. And yeah, they are taking it very, very slow.
Certainly are. At this point, as the fights have decided to break out again, it's going to be a rematch. Team VLT and Team Forever in those early instances of the game. The young lad Rehan, he's been put to rest. Omega shows no mercy as Team Forever start piling up on their numbers. 4 finishes already. Even Kratos has been knocked out. Now it all comes down to Trance, and we've seen he's an amazing support. But does he still have it in him? Now Team VLT, they're finally being truly tested as Omega. He's going to lob that grenade into perfection. However, Trance somehow managed to bob and weave and dodges that as he responds with one of his own. And Trance now, he needs to change his position. But Team Forever, they're on the chase.
And I don't see any falling back this time. They're going to make sure that they eliminate the entire team. Will they be able to do it? Is still going to be the biggest question. The way Mafia is just pushing himself wide and open is also bringing in some extra threats, because if you have a look at the circle, there are going to be several other teams very nearby. They can hear those extra firing shots and push in if they look forward to SPARTANS is still trying to go ahead, survive for as long as possible. But MJ, the MVP of the previous map, and throwables included, and the player is finally wiped off. That was pretty clean. They went a little cautious about it. They were very slow, but the team to take away the chicken dinner is eliminated right now with total 0 points.
Yeah, and this is exactly, what I was hoping should not happen. And well, my fears have come alive. But that being said, 4 aggressive men, they were kind of trying to rotate around, maybe switching a couple of vehicles. However, they've been caught stranded right out in the open. THW, they certainly aren't in any mood to show them any mercy. And maybe, I think Team VIXXEN could be the next target. I think the last surviving member, Tanya, she's got to make a run for her life. But Sam, look at him in full pursuit and does not want to stop, does not want to ram those brakes. As Tanya, her vehicle has exploded as Sam really closes in on her and just passes by. Is he aware, or maybe he's just worried that if he drops down in the open, could get shot in from the players of Team RN, who apparently have one of those finishes already registered to their name. As Kiki, he decides that he's going to take a couple of those shots, but nice cover fire coming in from Kyolamau puts Team RN on a very nasty halt.
2 players down already, and if you have a look at Ninze, he is also very low on HP and going in for the revive. Very risky approach if that shall be, but he had to do what he has to. He confirms one, and he's trying to go move back. If you talk about Team RN, one of the most aggressive teams, struggled really hard over here, and Ninze was the one who was able to successfully get those extra finish points. And Alpha just trying to survive, not revealing his position, because now all that he got is try to gain as many standing points as possible, because going in 1v3 is not impossible at all, but it's most likely to not end up in his favor.
Yeah, all that, THW need to ensure that they've got their trade game strong, right? Just pushing together. And at the very least, Alpha might just, get a couple. The third one certainly should have no issue in closing this one out. And, for THW, getting that pick on RN is absolutely important. As Team Raven, now they have chosen their next prey. Seems like could be somebody from SBA. But look at Killflex just coming out of nowhere. But somehow AimGod decides to take both of them down. And indeed succeeds in his endeavor. As Norman, he's one of the last player remaining standing over there. As Reaper, just waiting for Hanzo to kind of administer that first aid. As SBA, how did they crumble, Tanya? What on earth did happen right now?
They were just standing tall out of nowhere, push coming in. The players have crumbled just like the cookies does. And here we have the last man. And there's nobody pushing in as of now, because they are aware about the other players also, other teams also in the vicinity. Reaper trying to go in through the smokes, saving himself before anybody can spot him. But Reaper is spotted. Few shots have been heard, and all he got is going in, heal himself fully. And if he goes in the open, look at Team Forever. They are the best of the scavengers right now, up in the sky high, and they've got the information of each and everything. And I like the way how they're able to execute the plans that they are creating. Unlike you get the good holdings, but then you can't execute what they want to, what you really want to do. And they are going as passive as possible and then turning into the exactly opposite when they go into fight. So somewhere Team Forever, a easy pick that I chose. I believe they are doing amazingly well, and it's going to be against HYDRA, the team that you were expecting a lot.
Oh, there you go. I mean, Raven, they might feel really gutted about this. They managed to get the knock, but it was Team Forever that secured the finish. Stole it right in front of their eyes. Is now Raven seems to be in a little bit of a situation over there. AimGod not having the best of HPs as Team HYDRA decide to pour in, decide that now is now the time is right, the iron is hot, might as well strike on it. But for Team Forever, I love the kind of a bird's eye view they've had, and they kind of force into all directions, right? They're picking up fights against THW, they're going after Raven, they're going after the players of Team HYDRA, and whoever is the survivor, I'm pretty sure Team Forever will have something to say about that.
Team Forever has fought almost every team within the lobby. They have got the opportunity to get those extra picks. As in when whoever they have come across any team, at least they have successfully got one pick out of them. For now, Team Hydra surviving very strongly. Talking about the finish points, though, they only have one on their name, but look at Oways. Again, he's able to successfully grab one extra points. And if we talk about the circle, circle is definitely favoring three teams. And other teams are still trying to make a move towards the safe zone, because the circle is going to shift in really quick. But then this circle will decide the destiny of the remaining teams. You can survive here for a while, but a few seconds later, again, you have to go on the move. With all the information Omega has, he is going to take away Drago.
Dance with the destiny. I think all these teams would be trying to do that, as Drago, he's been put to rest. He's also met his maker, as finally Team Forever, they decide to make their move. They had the high ground, they were holding on to it for so long, but now they realize that they have to get inside the zone, and that's the best way of approaching it. And look at how they've set their pieces, right? Every single player knowing what they need to do. Especially after, MJ's addition to this entire roster, you could see that aggression really, riled up. But now, look at Redemption Crew. They want some revenge over here of what happened to them in the previous matchup. Now, Raven, they're caught between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to run and go, but they still somehow fight. Shadow, he's been picked off from the mercy of the blue. He's fallen down to that. But Kirito, he needs to make a dash inside the zone. Now, Team Hydra, they're going to be waiting up for him. He's got no real estate to maybe control it out. Just a position to hold on. Maybe just clinging on as Raven. They have been put down to the ground. Team Hydra will be their makers, as Raven, they accept their fate. But seems like, they had a couple of finishes to their name with just 5. I think considering 21 points in the previous game, just 5 would not really hurt them in the grand scheme of things. However, they need to average out. But before all of that could happen, suddenly Team Forever in a whole world of trouble. 2 players picked off. They dealt with the threat. But now Kirito maybe could hurt them just a little more.
Only if he has some extra amount of nades. If he does, Team Forever doesn't stand a chance there. But Omega has got his own plans. He's pushing in, and he's trying to get a little bit of information here and there. Got none. MJ's again going to heal himself up, get back to 100%. But the position that they are in, it's not safe at all. Moving in towards the circle is only going to be a big problem. But what the real problem here is Team ARC falling like fleas. It's going to be the last man. Gucci standing on his feet is also going to make sure that he gets one of his teammates ready up for the big battles lying ahead.
Yeah, seems like autumn has come for Team Arc over there. Everyone just dried up. Just a little clench of that fist, and everybody falling down to the ground as Bullet. He takes a jump from above, and he brings in all that death and destruction inside of the lobby. As now Team Arc in a whole world of trouble, one after the other. The final player also being put down. And that goes on to show that Team I'm Officials, another team that we have been talking about in the BMPA, has had a really respectable performance. Finally finding a little bit of that groove, a little bit of the dance moves that they had to show. As Team Hydra, they're fighting against the wall. And this time, it's going to be Oways who knocks out Sparsh from the backlines. And now everything rests on Spray God's nimble shoulders.
How long will he survive is going to be the question of the moment as of now. Mafia trying to get even more information, trying to go in for the grenade, and I believe that should be a shutdown for one of the players at least. And he's not going to stop at 1. He's going to go 1, 2, 3. Is it all set in? No, he does have 2 more. He also has information about team. He also has information for one more team, which is going to be T2H. They are also doing pretty good.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Melvin falling down. Tanya, you had been talking about Team Hybrid, haven't you? Melvin, he was that dangerous man. And now he's also out of the server. Now with Team I'm Official, 6 finishes already to their name. With just 2 players surviving, it's going to be a little difficult. But hey, it's not impossible. But if you have to talk about the big daddies of this game, be Team Forever. Still 4 men standing. and looking ever so strong. MJ, he's been trying to drawing all that attention towards himself whilst the other players are doing the deed, but true false being put down to the ground as HYDRA Spray God. He's being pushed upon, and Owais, he's the man leading the charge, and Spray God, he's being fired shots from every possible directions, but now Owais, he's taken some massive amount of damage. Now Spray God, he knows this is the right time to throw his ring into the hat, and now let's see what Spray God does, as now he's burning, the floor is lava, but somehow he still manages to pop that first aid.
What in the world? Owais was right in front of the eyes and timing for Spray. He was healing himself up. He had the perfect opportunity to take down Owais, and finally he gets the opportunity once again. Shuts down Owais. Team Forever has got lost one of the strongest hands there, but on the force, Spray God is attacked with lot of grenades. Mafia is also down on his knees. There's no way he's going to get the revival there. Spray God is going to take the advantage as much as possible. MJ trying to play the long range here, and Spray God has put to sleep, not from Team Forever, sure, but it was Team T2H who was very, very nearby.
Now that is exactly a classic example of what lens can you go to throw a game, especially for Team Forever, having 7 finishes already, a little bit of that extension over there, but Omega, he's got something else to say about that. 6 finishes to his name. He's got the support of MJ, who's got 2 to his name as Hybrid. The numbers start to dwindle as the final 2 teams remain. Just one more player surviving. It's a 1v2 situation. Team Forever could have easily had this game in the bag, but they want to push it to the final limit as now Falls is getting a little ahead of himself. Omega and MJ trying to wrap him around from 2 different directions. His position absolutely compromised as MJ exits his vehicle, but it is going to be Omega who puts the final nail in the coffin. And that being said, Team Forever, a team that was looking quite invulnerable for a moment, and then suddenly they lost 2 of their players, somehow managed to get their footing onto this map, and now have secured a huge chicken dinner, and now they are set for success.
Well, for a second I felt Fixes that he was trying to get the rundown elimination, but then he just jumped out, shot on his face, and got that extra finish, and also an amazing, one of the strongest chicken dinner by far, because they started fighting right off the bat until the end, and they fought with the exact positioning with they had, the verticality involved. They used it to their advantage, and I believe this was the perfect example of what I was expecting from Team Forever.
Oh, we certainly were. And I think if my memory serves me right, in the first game they kind of managed to get 15 points, and this time around they had around 17 to 18 finishes, so around 27 to 28 points in this. They've already crossed that threshold that we were talking about, right? That 40 marker already hitting in for Team Forever, and goes on to say, right, from minute 1 they kind of went down towards Chumacera, made an early loot, and instantly went on to get some higher grounds. Now this really comes into the expertise of Owais and his teammates, how they've been playing through and through about, right? You just cannot give all the credits to Oasis IGLing, because now you talk about Mafia, MJ, even Omega, all 3 of them are in the form of their lives. And this is exactly what you would want before the main event begins.
Absolutely. And if they are doing this, and as we talked about it, this is the time to make waves, and I believe they have already created a tsunami in the map of Miramar.
Oh, yeah. For sure, no second questions about that. But again, Tanya, you have to talk about the winners of the previous chicken dinner in Erangel, right? VLT. And now people will start calling that as a fluke, maybe they just got lucky, because the way they kind of got dealt with by Team Forever seems like they weren't really prepared for the fight, were they?
Well, I would say they were a little prepared. They had the information, but they were not able to exactly prepare the execution plan, and they were struggling right, left, center, everywhere, and they were very quickly eliminated. Last one was also trying to go away from the site and stuff, but nothing worked. But there's one more team that I want to talk about as Team HYDRA officials. They leveled up. No matter what, they leveled up in terms of rotations and also in terms of survival. The way Last Man was also trying to just dodge the bullet, running out of the Molotov shot. There was a moment where he could have got a pick early on. He couldn't get that, and ultimately he was the only one who was able to take down one of the strongest pillars of Team Forever. And from there, I felt that something is something is going to cripple down for Team Forever, but they stand tall. Nobody was there to shut them down.
I'd literally called it, right? It was supposed to be a throw. I mean, OS and his teammate had no business getting down there. They had the zone, for Christ's sake. But, let's take a quick look at who the MVP was. I think it's going to be Omega, because he already had, 7 finishes to his name. And I think quite well deserved. There you go. Right bang on the sweet spot. Has got 38% of contribution. We did talk about them, right? Even in the start. We have been, in fact, talking about them throughout the entire day. And I think, I have to say that they deserve it with the kind of a gameplay that they've put up for themselves. But Tanya, to be honest, I kind of beg to differ a little bit on HYDRA over there, because I really feel like, the kind of a HYDRA performance that you would expect, because they're sort of in that mediocre range, right? They're getting those finishes, yeah. They're getting those position points, yeah. But is it enough? Is it enough to kind of break through that 40 points barrier? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, definitely there the answer remains no, but having their own comparison with the first map and second, they definitely try to pull a little extra nozzles here and there. Sure, they couldn't end up where they wanted to, but let's also talk about the top 5 players on the map of Miramar. Omega for sure, we spotted him on the MVP chart. After that, if we talk about Team THW, sure, they have been amazing as well. And Ninze, he was able to pull that extra points, which for a second I felt that he's going to be taken down by the players of Raven. Sure, one last man was surviving and they did not spot him. They got the 3 elimination points there and moved out of sight. But there's one thing that's common here. Sure, the names are going to differ. If we talk about the top 5 charts of the previous map, they were coming, Raven were the one who had top 3 names, but this time it's going to be Team Forever, and for a reason, OS got 5 finishes, Mafia got 5 finishes. And let's also talk about Team IM. He gave his best possible, but team support was something I felt was lagging for true false.
I think, if you have to talk about the others, right, it's been the usual suspects that we kind of anticipated. But Ninze, for a moment, kind of had my heart thumping, right? Did manage to take down 2 of the players of Team Forever. However, he was just traded out. But taking a look at the point standings, yeah, this is what I was, looking forward to. 28 points over here, 15 in the previous game. I think kind of puts them up at 43, if my maths is right. But I'm officials, regardless. This is the kind of a comeback that we hoped from them, especially in that little bit of an apartment fight. The kind of way they went up against Ark and even True False. I mean, he was fended off all by his lonesome, and he did whatever he possibly could. Now, look at THW for a moment. They've been on the chase. They've been picking up a lot of fights. They've been causing a lot of mischief inside the lobby. But Tanya, had they had extra few position points, I think, would be exactly what they would have wanted in it.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have made a massive, massive change. So somewhere around THW were amazing in terms of finish points, but they could have done just better, or if they had a little more survival part. But nonetheless, they were amazing, and specifically the player Ninze was outstanding in their own team.
Oh yeah, I mean, then again, you have to bring the big boys, the mischievous ones in the room, Raven Esports. They started off with a shebang, but yeah, like a Tinder, they just kind of doused off quite early. But ARRANCAR Esports, they kind of tried to survive till the very end, but it was IM officials that got them down. But when you talk about the real concern, right, GODX, 4 aggressive men, some big names in the previous official tournaments for having performed so well, slowly but surely starting to struggle over here. 2 games passing by, haven't gotten those points on board, even for the likes of SBA Esports, VIXXEN, and even for Team Forza. Again, for Forza, I think this game was an absolute nightmare. Won't you agree? Right? They dropped down for vehicles. They wanted to get to their drop location, but Raven, they had other ideas. They were on the hunt. And 3 of those players taken down so early, I think, it hurts quite a lot.
It was just a bad day, but you need to consider that you don't have to have such a bad day that then there's no coming back. Because if you talk about the grind, you are going to have only 6 maps, 2 already down. So somewhere around the corner, consistency is going to be the key, and I believe Team Forever is definitely setting those bars strongly high. They have been consistent, sure, if we do not consider chicken dinner, but somewhere around the corner, Team Forever has done wonders by far.
They certainly have done wonders. And if you're talking about wonders, a lot of other wonders have also been done. And this time by the publishers themselves, right? Crafton, they have launched a very exciting new game. I don't know if you have tried out. If you haven't, maybe check out this promo, which is going to be on your screen just about now.
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
Bullet Echo is the name of the game, and I don't know if you've played it yet, but I'm always on the lookout, while traveling, need those quick games, and certainly this one does come handy, and it's quite a lot of fun, especially when you've got your friends around. I love smacking a few around. But again, Tanya, let's get back into the thick and thin of things, because next map, it's going to be Sanhok. And, we followed week number 1, and I think history is a testament. The teams that have usually failed in the first 2 games somehow managed to find their way back in Sanhok. So if you have to pick one team over here, I think we're going to talk more about that. But let's take a quick look at the matchups, and then, Tanya, you could just take over.
Well, talking about the matchup, we have the same teams that we had in the map 1 and 2. And the question that you were asking, well, I believe it's going to be Team Forever once again for me, because number 1, they have got very, very aggressive nature of play. And also, having said that, they also have a strong back foot. They realize when to take the U-turn, and that they exactly did against Team THW. But if I had to talk about one more team, I would go for IM Officials on the map of Sanhok. And this is me, Tanya Shaw, but alongside me, it's going to be Necro again. Hey, Necro, I hope you have been watching this map of Miramar. What do you have to say about it?
I was, of course, watching the games in the sidelines, but I also heard you guys talk about HYDRA officials a while ago, And this is the thing I was mentioning to Fixes as well. We had a conversation about this, and I mentioned this. Yes, HYDRA, they have went through a little bit of tweaks and change in the past, but this tweak can either be good or either be bad, and so far, it's right in the center. We're not really seeing some improvements from the side of HYDRA. Instead, we're not even seeing a bad performance. They're doing decent for themselves, still, of course, they're inside the match points. But in the overall standings, at the end of the day, you need to be in the top 64 itself. And HYDRA, they definitely need to amp things up a little bit more. Officials, finally some improvement we saw from them in the previous game, but a little bit more needs to be there. But speaking of Team Forever, man, they have been performing a lot better. And this is what you expect from a team like Team Forever.
They are definitely setting up the benchmarks high, even from other teams as well, the way they have been performing. And for the previous week, it was Team Icosol. And for this week, I believe Team Forever are the ones that we are going to repetitively talk about.
Exactly. Team Forever just dominating that game. But then we also need to speak about another team that's a new and upcoming team, Raven. Yeah, the previous game was not that great, understandable, but still it's about the confidence, right? And the way they're disrespecting some of the big names is actually quite nice to see, honestly. They're able to showcase a lot of the confidence inside of the fight. They're straight up pushing up close and personal, going for those fights early off inside of the game, converting some of those elimination points too in a positive way. And that's something that's really going to keep Raven at the top of the board. Even in the previous game, they secured a decent amount of points. They should be somewhere around 2nd or the 3rd spot in the overall standing. So as long as the consistency keeps on moving up, considering the upcoming map is also going to be the last game, and it's also going to be the map of Sanhok. We know Sanhok is quite a zone-oriented map.
Yeah, it is a very, very zone-oriented map, and I believe VLT should be able to do better, because what they are looking forward to do is read a good zone, hold on to a good compound. Except for the previous map, it did not function very well because they were covered from 2 different angles, and they couldn't plan out or process the exact way of execution, but how they can take down the opponent team. So somewhere, if it is all about the zones, I believe it would be very helpful for Hydras as well, because they are also going zone to zone. And I'm not talking about safe zone, I'm talking about the blue shrink. They are the team who is walking in through the blue zone.
It's actually quite weird to see VLT get the chicken dinner in the first game and then in the second game fumble up a little bit, because VLT, as I mentioned, right, VLT is one of those teams that is back after a long time, including the players as well. The players, they have taken a big gap from the pro circuit, and now that they're back, they instantly got a chicken dinner off the rip to kick things off. And then in the second game, the fumble is there. On the map of Sanhok, as I mentioned, it's a zone-oriented map, right? Whichever team the zone is favoring, they will, of course, have the higher chance of controlling the game and pretty much taking the chicken dinner. And VLT, if they do find themselves on the lucky side of the bed, I guess, well, they might be able to squeeze that chicken dinner away too. But then this also gives us a chance to talk about some of the teams that have not been able to perform so far. And Forza is one of those. They're being treated like free points inside of the lobby. Forza, they definitely need to amp the aggression up. They definitely need to amp the firepower up. But for now, the upcoming game of Sanhok is on the screens, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flat path starts all the way from Mong Nai towards Pantai. And once again, the plane flat path is quite balanced, so teams are not going to be having any problems moving towards their drop locations.
Sure, spreading out is going to be very, very convenient. And just like you talked about Team Forza, sure, they are just the free points as of now. So this should be the map, because the Iron Fixes was just talking about that whenever in the map number 1 and 2, the teams that those are not performing are the one who are going to shine bright in the map of Sanhok. Let's see if that is going to be correct, proven correct for Team Forza. But do you have something to talk about Team THW? Because they are also creating a lot of noise in a positive way in terms of finishes.
Once again, THW, previously known as Third World Mafia, TWM, and this team has got a lot of experience and they do pack a punch. And once again, as I mentioned, experienced teams, you expect them to make noises inside of the lobby, and that's what THW is doing so far. And talk about THW, they've found themselves in an early collision against another team in the front lines, GODX. This is not going to be good news for GODX, because THW is doing quite decent for themselves, but GODX, they still need to make some big moves on the board. And the waves are invisible so far from them. Before THW, this shouldn't be that tough of a fight. But considering it is the last game of the day, the jitters are still going to be felt from both the sides. THW really looking forward to push up close and personal. Sam took a couple of warning shots, making sure that the opponents are at least going to try to push themselves back a little bit. But speaking about the overall control of the city, THW, they've definitely spread themselves out quite a lot. Before GODX, they're being pinned on one side of the city.
It's not a good day for GODX as well. They haven't been able to perform good in both of the maps. But look, right now, GODX good plan. INF has got some good plans. Delivered a lot of damage, not enough to knock down the player, sure. And giving a damage, moving back, reuniting with the team. Well, this must be a part of the plan, I believe, because this was the right time. They could have got the first pick. But having said about them, there's a first pick already coming in from different team.
Officials engaging inside a fight themselves and actually coming out on top, getting that early advantage. But coming back to this fight, GODX definitely moving with confidence, and this is what you like to see. THW, they have tried to spread themselves out quite wide apart. And Sam being able to get the first knockout in his hands and then instantly backed up with the DBS as well. Chips out more damage on the man in the front. Is still not able to get the knockout, but eventually does so. But then a return blow from the opponents. GODX been able to shut down two of the players themselves, but then Ninsei having the surprise angle in his hands, and he just surprises the opponents and wipes him off completely from the chart itself. Sanhok game was not meant for the players of GODX, and these 3 games that they've played so far, they have been super rough on them. Now they need to hope that in the upcoming weeks, the remaining 3 games, they're going to have nuclear performances.
GODX did not have a good day entirely. And talking about Ninja, he is the ninja of the team. He did a very good work against Team Raven in previous map as well. And sure, if you do it once, you call it, it just happened, but he is repeatedly able to do so. So he is just an amazing player. And if you talk about the circle though, circle is very, very casual. Trivial, nothing unique about it, spread out, so very kind, and moving into the circle should also be kind. But there's a thing, Negro, that I personally feel, which is when the god of circle is kind on the very first circle, it turns very brutal gradually.
Yeah, but this is how the initial fight really kicked off between Hybrid and Officials. And officials, of course, coming out on top in that entire circumstance. Unfortunately for Hybrid, though, I feel a little bit bad considering they did not really have the weaponry to back him up. But hey, sometimes it is what it is. The unluck really does hit you. And this is the beauty of the map of Sanhok, right? Sanhok being comparatively much smaller map, it really challenges the team to the fullest potential when it comes to the firepower aspect or the mechanics of the game. So once again, if you're not really able to back yourself up with the good weaponry and the mechanics aren't sharp enough, that's when the real problems will start to knock your door. And talk about things not being sharp enough. For now, HYDRA, the vision is quite blurry. For them to get the vision a little bit more clearer, they need to amp things up a little bit more. And I would say they need to start getting a little bit more of those elimination points. Because HYDRA, once again, it's one of those teams that have the experienced players that do pack a lot of punch as well. They're just not really unleashing themselves that well enough against the opponents.
They've got a new IGL Dreams. Maybe the IGLing being different, the performance is also coming in a little bit of different. Not a little, massively different. So they're not looking forward for the initial fights. They're looking forward for the stage 4, and then they're looking forward for strong compound, and then as and when it is escalated. So I believe new IGL is bringing in some new strategies for the team. Sure, it worked for the first map, and it entirely did not work in the second map. So they have to progress themselves as per the map and requirements. They cannot go in with the same strategy over and over again.
True. IGL is a big change inside of the roster. I mean, if you try to change the assaulter, fine. If you try to change the supporter, it's completely fine. But then the IGL, it's someone that decides the team's playstyle. He's the one who makes the main callouts, and if the IGL is completely changed, there's a chance the team's playstyle will be completely changed as well. That means the communication is being affected drastically. And right now, HYDRA, you can clearly see that gap of the communication over there. Hopefully, HYDRA, they're going to be able to readjust as quick as possible. This game of Sanhok is the only chance they have today itself. So HYDRA, they need to tighten and buckle up as quick as possible and at least try and squeeze away as many points as possible from this game of Sanhok. Look, as I mentioned, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings. They're doing decent, but decent is not something that you expect from a team like HYDRA. We expect them to assert the dominance inside of the lobby, and so far that domination is missing.
Maybe as the day progresses, well, I believe this is the last map for Group 11. So this is the final map for the day. They have to progress in all the aspects they can. And talking about Raven, though, this team is also pretty aggressive in terms of getting as many eliminations as possible. They are not hesitant to pick early fights, which is very good because they are able to survive even after that. Something that Team Hybrid is not repeating is the aggression that they had in the map of Erangel. That is where they caught my eyes. Being pretty new in the circuit, I felt that if they're able to do it over and over again, that should be something which is going to bring in an element of shocker for the well-known teams already in the lobby. But now they have also changed their strats, and maybe for their own good, Circle takes a shift. And T2H as well as EMS are going to be the last team to go in for the rotation. They're still stuck into the blue zone. And this is where Team HYDRA is not into the rotation. This is for the very first time. Otherwise, they were always caught in the storm.
And look at Team Forever for now. In the Smack Center once again. The same strategy was used by them in the first game, in the second game, and now once again it's out of the third game. They find themselves in the Smack Center. And I had a conversation about this with Fixes too. This is one of those teams that likes to be in the center, and once again, that has been their strongest suit. The fact that they're also able to spread themselves out just showcases in these lobbies. They're taking that proactive approach, which is really good. And as long as you're able to sustain the position that you've gone for yourself, that's even better. And considering Sanhok is one of those zone-oriented maps, you really do need that centric spot in your hand sometimes. Or, even if you do cross your fingers and hope for the best, and if the luck does favor you, and if the circle is right on top of you, that can also be another added benefit. But for now, Redemption Crew was in front of us. Redemption Crew so far not been able to make a lot of waves. It's one of those teams that I really wanted to see in the forefront, but unfortunately, they haven't been so far.
Everything is at the pause, and this is the silence before the storm. Because, once the circle takes a shift, everybody is going to push in, and Team Forever sticking to the center. I don't know why. I feel this is not going to turn in the way they are planning to, because getting the center of the circle, fine, but they're also turning themselves into center of attraction. They will be, indeed, they shall be attacked from all four different directions. How are they going to save themselves is going to be a big question. Always trying to get the information. Let's see if he's going to get any successful intel.
The only reason why I said Team Forever does have the main advantage is because they've got the high ground to play with. And when you're going to try to push up against the high ground, automatically it will be an uphill battle for you. Before now, what am I seeing? THW. Precise gunplay. Just wiping out the 3 players on the floor instantly within a matter of seconds. And that's a complete squad wipe. So unfortunate for that team. I'm not sure what they were doing, what they were thinking at that instance, but for THW, these were 3 free elimination points that they got. And look at the total count now. They've got 7 points in total. THW doing so good.
THW is incredible for sure, and they've got a total of 7 elimination points. That was very, very quick, and they are trying to do everything that is possible. And I would again appreciate the way Ninja plays. Sure, he's not the solo grinder for the team. It's all about how the team works, but Ninja will be the one who always gets my eyes on him. The way he just pushes in, and then not only that, he will also make sure that he makes sure that his team also survives for the best for the future.
4 a.m. Still scouting out the grounds on the front. 4 a.m. Another one of those teams that has been struggling so far. And I hope the struggles are going to be ending soon. Still, for them to make any sort of name for themselves in this game of Sanhok, they also need to be assertive. And that's what Sanhok requires. When you do not really find yourself in the center of the circle, or if the circle's not really favoring you, you need to be assertive. You need to assert your dominance on the compound that you desperately want. And when you do win that fight, well, you will be in good shoes. Before now, the circle shifts up a little bit towards boot camp. Team Forever still in quite a solid spot. If they want, they could definitely try and contest the boot camp area, or even the compounds that are available right around them. And that's what Team Forever is going to try to do. Once again, shift up close and personal towards the centric spot. Team Forever, they're not going to have any issues just yet. You can see towards the southern side, that's going to be the main breaching point. A lot of teams will try to breach in from the southern side, and that's when we might just see the rotation clashes happen.
Rotation clashes are undeniable at this point of time. The way we already spot total of 4 teams already moving in, and here we go, Team SPA, who again doesn't have a good day. And talking about Raven, who have got a very strong firepower, I believe SBA will be the team to struggle at this point of time. And Mew is also down right now. Will he get the resurrection that is required? Because if at all the team goes into the open area and go ahead and get the revival for the team, they might lose the entire squad, which is the last thing that they want. But look at Team Forever. They are stopped by Forza, one of the most underperforming team in the lobby. Omega is already down and out, Oasis as well. And the strongest, the giants of the lobby have been taken down.
Being able to make a couple of moves, that's a good thing by Forza. The waves are not big enough, but still okay for them, considering they were taking down Team Forever. And yeah, Team Forever taking some heavy blows upon themselves. That's a little bit tough for them to recover from, but they've also got quite a lot of solid cover to play with. Only 2 of the players to sustain it, though, might be a bit of a challenge, but still, they are the experienced players, so they should know better. For now, we've got Team HYDRA taking quite a wider rotation, trying to rotate in from the northern side. That's actually a really good decision from HYDRA. But there's also 2 teams right next to him, which is going to be 4 a.m. and THW. And THW is not one of those teams you would want to face up against. But 4 a.m., they've got a problem brewing up soon enough for themselves. Another team trying to knock on the same compounds. HYDRA, they've got no clue if the compounds are clear or not. And 4 a.m. slowly and steadily trying to make sure they're going to choke HYDRA to their deaths as the wall of death is also starting to close in. Both these teams, they need to move inside of the safe zone. You see 4 a.m. wanting to disengage from this fight. But HYDRA, for them, they're being held back by 4 a.m.
They're not willing to stop. They are just trying to catch them off guard. They are trying to catch them on the move, and if they're able to successfully do so, they get total of 4 finishes. Look at Dreams, who's trying to chase all the players coming in on his way. Is it going to be so easy? Starting in with a Molotov coming in from Drago, and on the counter, I believe there was already a nade being cooked, which is not yet used. It is indeed. No damage dealt, a little bit of chip damage here and there, which will be considered by just using the extra amount of energy drink and stuff. But as of now, who is going to survive? Because they are not only fighting against the team, but they are also fighting against the clock, against the time, against the zone, which is very, very unsafe place to fight.
Wall of Death, almost about to close in. You better make sure you're crossing that white line. And HYDRA slowly and steadily trying to push up as well. HYDRA themselves are taking some damage. It's Curran or Charon all the way from the opposite side, just taking shots. HYDRA, so many problems just brewing up at the same time. Spursh knocked out, he's bleeding to his death. Charon knocked out. Eventually, it's the players of THW third-partying this entire fray. And for THW, that's a free point to be claimed, and they do so. HYDRA, unfortunately for them, 4 a.m., they're going to disengage from this entire fight. So for HYDRA, they should have a free pathway for now. But still, THW in the front lines are going to be a big problem. HYDRA, they do not have any vehicles to rotate from that spot. And considering the circle has moved away completely from the northern side, for 4 a.m., they're going to find themselves a free compound. This is a date with destiny for 4 a.m.
And this is also a time to take a breather before the next fight initiates. As soon as I say that, Team Forever, they are already into one more fight. After losing 2 strong players, it's going to be Team Raven trying to go get them entirely eliminated. And THW, with that 1 extra free point, sure, they have got 9 finish points and a long way to go because they've got strong 4 people still alive. And password throw, trying to get the information, but look at Team P2H pushing in, bullet down, no confirmation as of now. DBX for the close range, will he go in for the confirmation? He should be able to get that one using throwables on both the directions to delay the push, but I don't see there's going to be any pause or any breather against.
Oh my god, nice shot from him. T2H wiped off the entire face of this planet. And once again, being sent back to the lobby. I'm officials. Not that bad of a start. Bullets knocked out, though. Still trying to crawl back to safety for I'm officials. This is the exact start they wanted to have, but unfortunately, having a man down, that is going to be a bit of a struggle in the future stages. On the map of Sanhok, it's even more of a problem. And considering Fury Lucifer, he realizes the fact that there's a man in the front just trying to toss in a couple of nades, trying to spot out the players. THW, they're getting third party by the team in the back. It's RN, who's taking a lot of shots against THW, but then Paya returning back the favor. And RN out and over, on the verge of being wiped off from this entire game. Sam was knocked out. A couple of smokes being tossed in the front lines to make sure Sam's going to be secured for now. But once again, for THW, the problem still continues, and it just is there in the name of Bloody. And as long as Bloody's alive for THW, there's always going to be that backstab potential.
THW, they're trying to survive, but there's no way they're going to survive. There's no hard cover, no compound spotted, taken down one of the strongest player, Ninja. And it's going to be THW's last man, Payo. What is he up to? Using some smokes, using some throwables. On the course, ARRANCAR eSports is already eliminated. And Payo trying to get the information. Will he be able to go up in the open? It's always great in the map of Sanhok. You just find yourself a hideous spot which is high on grass, and just try to survive if you are the last lone survivor for the team. And talking about Raven, it's going to be Team SPA creating troubles, using throwables, players down. Will he be out as well? It's going to be a question, but before that, Reaper will be revived by Hanzo.
Raven is one of those teams that is not scared to take fights, so SPA needs to realize the same thing. And you can instantly see the return back on the players of SPA 2 as one of the players was knocked out before now is back up on his feet. It's taking too much damage. SPA still looking forward to push up close and personal. Raven, they're quite vulnerable at this point. That skeleton Still, Raven, they're doing a fantastic job in trying to hold their ground as Hulk is being chipped up a lot. Hanzo's still there alive on full HP and now trying to patch himself up. He's got his hands on 3 frag grenades. If he wants, he can definitely use the utility to the perfection, but already SPA, they've been dealt with within a flash. Raven, they've got a lot of teams approaching them and they're continuously fighting those teams, trying to make sure those teams are going to shake away from the compound, but it's really tough to shook those teams away from here. As Raven, they've got too many teams trying to approach him. It's a hot spot for now.
There's no way they can survive this because it's not only 1 or 2 teams. They have got a total of 3 teams following this small compound. On the force, the zone will also shrink in, and look at Forza. Finally, all the force that they have built in, trying to get those extra finish points before they move into the circle. And sure, they're going to make those points counted. And look at HYDRA once again going in for the rundown. Got some extra knocks over there, but will they survive is also going to be a question because it's going to be team forever against them. And VIXXEN is already down on his knees. There's no way that he will be revived though. And Hulk, he's also down, and he's fighting the blue zone, healing himself up, trying to move into the circle. It's like there's a fight within the circle, outside the circle, and it's like up, down, in the center, everywhere.
One thing is for sure, Forza, they're doing a great job so far in executing the entire game plan they have got lined up. And Forza is also quite desperate to get this chicken dinner. If they do not, then inside of the overall standings, it's going to be a big issue. THW, yeah, they were not really able to do that many great things in the late phases, but still they've gotten 11 finish points. And they're inside of the top 8 as well, so at least they're going to get 1 placement point extra at the top. So far, they've managed to get 12 points in total. And as long as this one single player is able to keep himself alive, that's going to be even better. But for now, HYDRA just getting completely stopped and slapped across the ground. As HYDRA, they're taking too much damage against the players of Team Forever. And these 2 players, they're doing a great job in holding off the entirety of HYDRA. Mafia moves from the outskirts. He gets punished heavily as Mafia gets knocked out, but Spray God's also quite vulnerable. He's quite low. Managing to patch himself up. Spray God wanting to go for the confirmation, he does so as well. But HYDRA, considering the man is quite exposed, is also trying to blow the vehicle up so he can use that vehicle as a solid cover. HYDRA, so far, so good. But still, it's all about sustaining that spot, and that's when HYDRA fails. As Pio from THW is still just going for the med strat, they have managed to get 12 finishes in total, and still a couple of placement points at the top. That's going to be the added benefit.
Team Forever, it was a 2v4 scenario where definitely Team Forever excelled there. MJ will be the last man standing, going in. Again, Fire is spotted going in for the heals, and there's no other way around. They have been amazing with total of 12 finish points already, and 4 in the name of Fire himself, going in towards the circle. Not at all a safe spot, because as soon as he reaches there, he gets 1 before he confirms that he is down and out because he was out of healing there. MJ, it's 1v3. He can pull it out, but is it going to be any easier for him? His position is already compromised, and I believe if 3 players rush all together against him, there's no way MJ can pull this chicken dinner on his name.
The nade was placed to perfection. MJ's getting approached. Good flashbang as well. MJ not able to spot anything in the front line. Finally pulls out the DBS. Does a lot of damage against the opponent right there. Forza, as I mentioned, they were quite desperate to get this chicken dinner, and so far they're also moving quite close, but MJ been able to slap one of the man down. That's not a good news for Forza at all. MJ now looking forward to patch himself up, but then there's another man approaching him. That was still way too close to comfort Forza, but they secure the chicken dinner when it mattered the most. They were quite desperate, and they get it.
Finally, it's Forza, the name that we were looking forward to for quite a while, taking away the chicken dinner. And you were concerned about this team, and this team made sure that you don't concern anymore by taking away that extra mark of 10 points. Yeah. But for MJ, it was pretty tough. Sure, he was able to get that knock. His position was compromised, and there was no way down that he could have taken away that chicken dinner.
you could clearly see that hesitation in the end from Forza 2. Considering they had the man advantage, they should have made that push happen way earlier. But I also like the utilization of that utility flashbang. You rarely see that being utilized. We saw Forza trying to execute that playstyle where they try to flash the man, but unfortunately, the push wasn't exactly there to back that flashbang up, which is completely fine. But still, Forza, things could have went south. MJ managed to get 2 knockouts. If the third one would have followed up, that would have been one of the biggest blunders we've seen so far. But MJ is still getting super close to getting that victory, just clinched up for his team. But then Forza just replying back, answering back when they needed to most. They needed that chicken dinner. Now that chicken dinner is going to propel them in a decent spot somewhere in the overall standings, maybe somewhere in the top 5. So they should be quite okay. But the concerns still remain for teams like HYDRA making that push inside of the compound with just 2 players. Team Forever was still able to hold that compound in quite a great fashion.
It was very clean move actually, but they were not aware about one more team just waiting for them. They wanted to make sure they push in, and it was a 2v4 situation, which could have been very, very easy in terms of HYDRA just eliminating an entire squad, but that was not the case of scenario. They were third-partied as well, so there was an intrusion in the fight, and somewhere HYDRA has been consistent about remaining a mediocre team, never excelled enough. Never got taken down pretty quickly. Yeah, they were taken down pretty quickly as well. I eat up my words back. If we talk about the map of Miramar, they went out with 0 points on their name.
Exactly. I mean, HYDRA, it is one of those teams that we had a lot of expectations from. It's an old team. It's an old organization. Of course, the players, they're quite decently experienced as well. You always expect these type of teams to dominate inside of the lobby, but unfortunately, the IGL switch up coming in, I think so that has hit the players of HYDRA a little bit too hard, which is understandable. As I mentioned, IGL is the main man. He's sort of like the puppet master. And considering he's the one to make the calls, the main calls, if the puppet master itself is going to be changing, automatically everything's going to be changing. The way they approach the game changes, the way the play style is, it changes, everything changes. And I think so HYDRA, they just did not really have enough time to sort of adjust to those changes, and that's why the communication was a big issue. As you mentioned, yeah, making the move was the right decision, but still gathering the intel and making the move in a right way should have been done. But the intel was missing from HYDRA, and just directly making that push happen and then just getting completely obliterated by 2 squads at the same time, it was quite rough for them.
It was definitely very, very rough for them. And talking about Forza, though, they made the day count for themselves by taking away the chicken dinner. Sure, the start and the mid of the day was not good, but they made sure they had a very good end here. They still do have 3 more matches remaining in the grind period itself. But for the day, the teams that could perform very, very well, I would say Team Forever, very, very consistent. Team VLT, strong in the first map. In the second, they were lost out of nowhere, and talking about the third map, they were trying to create some space, which they definitely failed to.
Even for Raven, it was quite unfortunate, right? Raven had a solid compound hold. Unfortunately, getting approached by so many teams at the same time, and then the circle even moving away from that compound was another added problem on top of that. THW getting 12 elimination points, add the 3rd placement at the top as well. That's even better. THW, they got a decent amount of points standing for themselves. But now it's time for us to find out that individual key performer for these teams. The MVP of the previous game. It has to be someone from the side of THW, hands down. They had a lot of elimination points over there. It should be someone from THW, but no, instead it's from Forza. It's Zayden. He managed to get 4 elimination points. Map impact is going to be 7%, and the finished contribution of 40%.
Which is amazing. Forza not only taking away the chicken dinner, but also the MVP title coming in from the team. So it's not only about the survival instincts, also in terms of getting those extra amount of finishes, which is just great. And even if you don't start the day strong, you can always end it with a strength. And Forza would be the example for the same.
As you mentioned, even if you're not able to start things off on a great note, as long as you're ending things off okay, that's all that matters. They should be still decent in the overall standing, somewhere in the top 5. Moving on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. Pio is going to be there from THW with 4 finishes itself. Moving on forward with Spray God with 3, Ninze with 3, and then of course Sam is also going to be there. Almost the entire lineup of THW is over here inside of the top performers. Unfortunately, They were not really able to secure the chicken dinner because, once again, they got dealt with outside of the zone, and there were also quite a lot of those third-party situations. Sanhok is known for the third party. Moving on forward and looking at the point standings, that's going to be clearing a little bit more things because HYDRA, they needed to perform quite well enough in the game. They definitely did so with 11 points, once again keeping themselves on that decent curve. Moving up, you've got THW with 17 points, and then Forza with the chicken dinner securing 20 points.
So they had to prove it. They can do it, and they did it. But the team that I'm concerned about is Team Forever at this point of time. They had a good survival, sure, but if we talk about the finish points, in the start, what they got is all they have by the end of the map as well. 4 aggressive men got a good start, could not survive furthermore, and talking about Team VIXXEN, the team to get taken down with 0 points in map number 1 and 2, finally is spotted within the first half of the leaderboard, which is a good buckling up state for them too. Let's also have a look on position 9 until the 16th.
Exactly. I mean, for Team VIXXEN, yeah, they did buckle up, but it's too late. And still, even when they buckle up, they did not really secure a lot of points. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, I'm officials. The concerns still remain hybrid. A big drop-off, a big dip in the performance. Redemption Crew, the same thing can be said. In 2023, Redemption Crew was making a lot of waves. They were rising up. But then now in 2024, the waves are not continued, and that's a problem. But now, you know what? It's time to figure out the overall standings. It's time to look at them and see which teams they have managed to place themselves in the top 5 or the top 8. Let's move on and look at the overall standings. On the first spot, it's going to be Team Forever as expected with 52 points. Quite a nice achievement from them. Raven Esports on the second, THW on the third.
Out of top 6, we do spot if you talk about the point differences, Team Forever has already crossed a half-century marker, and Raven Esports and THW Esports definitely sharing the score, 34 each. But there's a massive difference. Top 5 at least within 20, above 20s, and until 52 point. But later than that, we don't see any teams even going into the marker of 20 points. So there has been a lot of team who has underperformed for the day. All 3 maps, they haven't been exactly as they should have been, and overall scorecard is right in front of the screen. So yeah, it was a tough day for them.
It was. And then talk about another tough day for Redemption Crew and Team VIXXEN, the bottom 2 teams. And then you've also got GODX over here on 14th. Man, the latter half of the board really did struggle. And imagine now you've only got 3 more games in your hands to place yourself somewhere in the top 64. Things just keep on getting tougher, and the pressure will be added on even more. The first 3 games, you really needed to solidify yourself somewhere in the top 5 to keep yourself in the good shoes to move on forward towards the main event. But now that you're not really able to do so, now that you're not really able to have that great head start for yourself, in the remaining 3 games, it will be even tougher. And I highly doubt they will be able to secure their slot somewhere in the top 64 unless they're able to pull off some incredible chicken dinners in all 3 of the games that are left over.
So it's going to be a very tough fight for the future because they couldn't go into the mediocre range, just like HYDRA did, definitely. Sure, they did not excel up to the mark that Fixes was expecting them to do, and same I hear from you. But at least they were not under the bars. If they're able to excel in the latter 3 maps for the future, I believe they should be able to reach that top 64 slot list.
Top 64 is a big cutoff from 256, but hey, as I mentioned, that's what's something that keeps the tournament even more spicier and entertaining. But now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the tournament, speaking about new things, we've also got a couple of more new things lined up for you guys. And this promo that I'm about to show you guys will tell you what that new thing is.
रुक यार, जिगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
Tanya, now we know the group switch up is going to be there. Another group is going to be around the block, Group 12, of course. And we've got some of the big names like GENxFM in there. We've also got FS Esports, another returning name. Team Executors, we've seen them play in 2023 itself. What are your thoughts about Group 12? You think the same story with what happened with Group 11 is going to be repeating with Group 12? Or are we going to see something different?
Well, I believe there has to be a little bit of difference here because not every picture has to be same. And I believe not every group will be the same as well. But talking about the teams that you just mentioned, sure, I do have high expectations from them in terms of experience that they have. Let's have a look up to the matchup. For the next remaining 3 maps for the day, and it's going to be total of 16 teams again. We have got GENxFM, the team to watch out for, Bot Army Esports, FS Esports, Team Executors, Team Zero, Frequency Esports, TARKIN Spartans, Originals Mizoram, Team RGB, All-Star Esports, Galaxy Racers, HSG Esports, NGG, ready for domination, RVNC Esports, Team VRH10, and UTOG Esports. So, yeah, it is an amazing matchup.
It is going to be an amazing matchup indeed. FS Esports is one of those names that is quite huge inside of the community itself, and my eyes are going to be locked up on FS. GENxFM, a returning name over here to make a little bit more better waves. You've got some of the known names inside of the entire roster too. We've seen these players perform time and time in the past, but the expectations are now going to be even more. As GENxFM recently, the form, it did seem like it was lost, but once again, all it takes is that team synergy and the communication to build up in the right direction. And we've got VIXXEN John alongside. VIXXEN, you were probably watching the game of Sanhok, and I would say the game of Sanhok was super spicy, huh?
It indeed was, but honestly, Necro, has the script changed from week 1? Because it's kind of repeating because a team that does not perform well in the first 2 games suddenly decides to get a chicken dinner out of the blue. But no wonder that almost clutch from Mafia was fantastic to watch. I mean, barely with just a sliver of HP, did manage to take the second player down. But you know, that's in the past. Now let's talk about teams in front of us because few big names. If you talk about few big names, you can't leave one big player out of it. I'm talking about Scout, who apparently is going to be IGLing for the very first time in an official event. And he's got a new team on the block, Team Zero.
Exactly. I mean, I've watching this team around the block for a while now. I've been seeing how Team Zero performs. Yes, listen, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat things. Team Zero, they have been struggling. Okay, let's hope the struggles are going to be ending, though, considering these teams or these guys have been performing with right next to each other for a long time on the big stages. So let's hope that the jitters are not going to be there. The performance is going to be a little bit more fluid. The IGLing from Scout's going to be understood by the rest of the players as well. And the same thing can be said for GENxFM, too. Their performance recently hasn't been at the top of the table as we expect, but maybe now they've gotten enough time to play with each other. They know exactly how things are going to be working inside of the roster. Things definitely can be better.
You know, I did have a lot of talks with the pundits of the community, a lot of discussions over GENxFM, and everybody seemed to be in similar minds, right? Now, this is a team that has a tremendous potential. We've even seen in the domestic circuits, they might not be the top 3, right? But somehow they managed to kind of creep their way into the grand finals. Even the previous time during the BMPS, that final game, who forgets, right? Now, formally, for Aggressive Man, they just saw the team participating right now, and it was kind of a small performance from their side. But GENxFM, this roster looks fresh and ever so new. But we've seen these players perform together with each other together for quite some time. And we had been talking about sticking with each other. And now they've gotten the basics right. I think, the previous year, like we've constantly been saying about, it was all about rising up. But I think this year, GENxFM, they're here to make waves.
After seeing what happened with Big Brothers in the first week, honestly, I always second down myself whenever I try to have hopes after some of the big names. And I guess over here, one of the big names has to be FS Esports too. What are your thoughts about this team, man?
Again, they've gotten back to their old days, right? Getting in Hitman, you've got the likes of Clutch. They've been going through a lot of changes previously in BMPS. I think they had the team of Aru in there, but that all put aside comes down to the 3 games that we have in this evening in store for all of you guys. It is going to be Group 12, ladies and gentlemen, and the Big Bird has taken it up to the skies, and the flight path trajectory, I mean, this is one of those trajectories that you would not want to see if you are a player.
I like it.
But as a viewer, I'm pretty sure you're going to be enjoying every single bit of it.
Drop collisions off the pad. This is what it means, ladies and gentlemen. Probably teams are going to try to drop on the temporary drop spots, and that's where you see the contention happening for the compounds itself or either the vehicles. And I want to see those contentions happening, of course. I'm a big fan of the early collisions. I want to see some clashes. I want to see some early squad wipes, because in the previous time, in the previous group, we did not see those happen quite often. Off the bat, you do see the players of RVNC taking an exit towards Fair Pier. Team Zero as well doing the same thing, moving down south. I want to see how the gameplay is going to be looking like from Team Zero, because, as I mentioned, in the past, they have been struggling. Let's hope now they have ironed a lot of things out, and they're looking like a new and a reformed team. TS dropping towards Godka. You've got GENxFM moving all the way up north towards Georgia Pool. RGB is probably going to be contesting them, but GENxFM is dropping towards the containers, so that's not going to be an issue. But look at the southern side. Fixes, there's more than 4 teams, or I think so there's 4 teams dropping there.
I mean, just look at military base. I think it's completely stacked up. I see 3 in front of me. There has to be one UTOG. I think they've decided to go around the observatory tower. But yeah, it's going to be some early action for us, and hoping that, you know, these teams just don't go after each other. Maybe just focus and look at the bigger picture. However, for that, we need to wait for a little while, because we want the circle to form in front of us. Now, again, Bot Army, this is again one of those teams, Necro, we've seen in the previous officials, but look at this. A curveball right from the early get-go. You've got a very northern circle. So many teams down south. I think they have to make their movements quick.
Once again, a standard circle, right? Nothing really out of the ordinary. Teams are going to be feeling at home, quite comfortable inside
Considering
the zone.
the flight path, no. I beg to differ.
I mean, yeah, still, but I would say it is a standard. It's not going to be that tough for the teams to rotate in, right? It still is quite okay, I would say. So we're not going to be seeing that many early struggles, but I expected some hot drops, some collisions, and so far we haven't really seen one of those. But as soon as I say that, there's a chance we might see one of those. For now, Effie, quite close to the players of OG. That's right in the front. And Zebo is getting charged on. That's not a good news. One man all by himself just inside of the compound, but the shotgun hits back. Krishna taken down to the floor, and that one single player is actually able to deal a lot of damage against these players. Aryan just spamming around the corner. He's managed to take down 3 players all by himself, and now Reverse can feel the confidence. He can feel it coursing through the veins that he can shut down this entire squad, and he does so! A 1v4 to kick things off. An impressive start.
Unbelievable stuff. Reverse, he's been blessed by the gods of BGMI. Those agile reflexes, the way he kind of addressed the entire situation. And for Team FE, I mean, where were their blinders at? Could really not figure out how on earth could they just give him, entries one after the other, and he took them all with open arms. That has to be one for the highlight reels, Recro. Look at this, one after the other. Each one individually just lining up for Reverse, and him doing what he does best. And imagine, what are the chances you drop down, you find a DBS to yourself, and you wreck that sort of a carnage inside the lobby right from the early start?
No way. I'm just in a disbelief at this point. The players just went for the peak one after one. I'm not understanding why they did so, but... well, I guess for Reverse, the stars were aligned. This clutch was meant to be, and that's why he just claimed it. And the opponents helped him get that. They served that clutch on a silver platter. That's all I can say. That's a great start for that team. 4 eliminations to start things off. Man, every single person who is a fan of that team, they're going to be having a great time. For now, we've got RGB in front of us towards the northern side. Considering quite the circle as well, it's all good in the hood for this team. All they need to do is be a little bit more quick enough to get their hands on the loot and then move in towards the comfortable spot, towards the centric spot inside of the zone. Team Zero fixes on our screens. We had a lot of talks about them.
Yeah, I mean, indeed we did, right? And, OG Mizo, they've had a really good start. But, now that you address Team Zero, they've gone up with a couple of changes. We've seen... I think the likes of Kailu, who apparently is not in the playing 4, which kind of raises a lot of question, because, being an assaulter, you kind of need to have him over there. Then along with Scout, you've got Syed. He's had his time with Team X-Park. They've been playing for a long time. and suddenly some new additions being made. Addy coming in. You've got Daksh. Daksh, you know, he's kind of been in the semi-pro scene, but again, with Team Zero, I don't know really, and I have to side with you. Team Zero for me comes with really very less expectations, but you know, that is where I think even Scout would want his team to be, right? Not a lot of people hoping them to flourish, but that's exactly the right occasion for them to, you know, shun their doubters. And yeah, it will take a couple of games for us to become believers, but for now, you know, we have to treat Team Zero as any other team in the lobby. That being said, you know, this is one of those lobbies where you've got a lot of unknown names. And I think, Necro, you and I, we are both going to be in agreement. So far, what we have seen, we have loved it. Especially what that clutch from reverse. That was historic.
It was. I mean, after that, I'm definitely a believer for OG Mizoram, that's for sure.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's hope that the same momentum is going to be carried on forward. As the wall of death now starting to close in. And there's still a decent amount of teams all the way towards the southern side, military base. And you can already see the center of the circle starting to get stacked with just the school area and the apartments. And the teams down south, there's a chance they might just be approached as well. ASL being approached by the players of Bot Army. This is going to be a interesting fight. Considering they're all the way outside of the zone, and one of the extreme sides, I highly doubt they will try to collide against each other. They will at least try to disengage. But that's not something we're seeing.
You know what? I kind of like how Team Executors have positioned themselves just around the volcano compounds, and that's going to help them in the longer run. And even for the likes of Bot Army, they kind of felt like, you know, they did not want to engage in those fights. Just get down there, get your loot, and get the hell out of here. I think they want to focus on the circle. However, you know, they've got some company, unwanted company to be precise. It is going to be Team ALS right beside them. And I don't know if this is a wise idea, Necro, because it seems like now, yeah, Devotee's kind of woken up to his senses. He's realized that there's no point passing through the Nova Bridge. Rather, go from the other.
ASL? One thing is for sure, ASL does not really want to be a part of this fight. That's why they're just moving away. They do not want any smokes this early inside of the game. So, yeah, just trying to disengage from this fight, focus completely on the placement, which is respectable, of course. But the opponents, if they do try to force their way in this fight, it will be a tough one to avoid for ASL. Considering they're all the way out in the blue as well, so they're going to be tanking a decent amount of damage. The circle was completely to the opposite side of their drop location. And GG, the same thing can be said for them too, as they still need to move inside of the zone. They haven't made any big moves just yet. And now finally off to the rotation. I mean, with so far how this entire game started, yeah, it started off in quite a heaty way. We saw that 1v4, and then later on, now it's just completely dialed down. We're not seeing any of the fights. Before FE, man, this 1v4 is really going to sting them. It's all about the mental as well as an esports athlete. And these type of clutches, these type of moments really do break your mental down if you're on the receiving end of things.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the way they fell flat over there clearly did not see that coming, did not picture even in their worst of nightmares. Now, this is BGIS The Grind 2024. And what a start it was for Frequency. I mean, one of those matches that they would not want to remember for a long, long time. But, you know, now let's address what's really happening over here. Another circle shift. It's kind of gone towards the northern side. You know, in these hybrid circles, these sort of things tend to happen. And now GENxFM in the driver's seat. Wanted, you could see he's already making those moves. Again, a latest addition. We have seen him, you know, play for some big rosters in the past. ESM being one of them. But then again, it goes on to show that is he prepared in such a short span of time to kind of go shoulders to shoulders with his comrades. As you can see, even TES, even RGB, FS, they're all making their moves. Same goes for the likes of Team Zero as they decide to kind of take that western route out from Rozhok and maybe make that entry in from that northern side. I think that's typical scout thinking, and I would expect nothing less from him.
Team Zero, they found an easy breaching point. They've made it inside of the safe zone. It's all good in the hood for them for now. TS considering they've got their hands on one of the compounds right now. The main rivals are going to be the team that's right in the front, and all the 4 players in the same building too. As long as all the players are going to be in the same building, that's not really that good of a position to play around from. But I guess for now, this position is definitely quite good and sustainable. RGB. At this point in time, these two are going to be like the unwanted neighbors to each other. And they cannot even do anything about it. Even the nades are not going to be reaching that far away. So for TS, they know it's all okay as long as you stay inside of the compound. The same thing is going to be for RGB as well. As long as you do not really give the peaks, the opponents will not find a chance to push up against you. So all you need to do is just keep an eye on each other. But make sure you're not tunnel visioned as well, because you can be worked up from the back.
Yeah, indeed. You know, that's definitely there. But kind of did not like how RGB were just kind of wasting their utility away, because you know that towards the final end game, you're going to need a lot of those. But that being said, you know, what RGB and TS should be looking at, the immediate objective, is try and deny as many vehicles to the opposition. We certainly know for a fact, kind of unwanted neighbors they are. Not exchanging flowers, but a lot of grenades have already been exchanged from both the sides. Gotta be a little watchful around that. GENxFM getting that little bit of a higher ground, have that warehouse to their name. You've got the likes of Galaxy Races. I mean, it's been ages. We've seen them in BGMI, and finally, they get their roster out there. And looking at OG Mizoram, beautiful, beautiful fight down at around Milta Power, those nearby vicinities. Yep. But in fact, they kind of decided to take that northern route. And maybe the next target could be the players of GENxFM.
Look at this team all the way down south. Still, they're tanking that damage. I'm not sure what they're doing, but they do not even have a lot of utilities to back him up. I'm talking about the healing utilities. Unfortunately, they need to patch themselves up even more. They're all the way down south, way too far away from the main circle. And for UTOG, they need to be assertive now. If they want to have a good position inside of the zone, they need to assert their dominance, get their hands on some of the solid compounds, wipe out a couple of teams, and then they will be in a good and a comfortable spot. But the problem is, breaching this late inside of the zone, you're not going to be having any intel of what exactly is going on. And there's a chance sometimes you might just walk into the uncharted territory, and you might just be in a place where you do not want to be. ASL, they've got themselves a nice gas station to play around with. Also a good parking spot for the vehicles. OG, so far starting things off on a great note. Getting those 4 elimination points has definitely uplifted their confidence. So one thing is for sure, you can expect a great gameplay from this team.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the initial sparks from OG Mizo, that was amazing. That was a sight to behold. But how much deep can they dig? That's the big question. A little bit of silence in the woods, perhaps, Necro. Not a lot of things happening. The tension definitely building up. Everybody trying to get their real estate secured for themselves. And kind of staying away from fights as much as possible. However, RGB and Team TS, they've done the majority of the heavy lifting. Because, truth be told, if you kind of go back into the past, I think these sort of zones kind of end around here. And if there is, however, another hardship, that's a different story altogether. But for the teams that are kind of lurking around the edges, you know, you've got to look at bot army. They dropped down extremely down towards the southern side. And now they're kind of flooding in from the very same area where a lot of teams are present in front of them, right from the southwestern side. You've got RVNC, you've got Team Zero. And, you know, if we had the map feed in front of us, right, some really interesting movements. Team Zero, in a lobby like this, they're opting for a 2-2 split. Now that will certainly raise a lot of eyebrows.
It is indeed quite a concerning move. And the main problem is, in that 2-2 split in between, there's a chance a team can actually breach in. And that's when things start to get even worse. When that 2-2 split, as long as it's intentional, it's okay. But when that split is being forced by the enemy team, that's when the real problems really do start, because there's this panic movement that's going to set in. And hopefully the IGL is going to be able to control that. Yeah, Scout, he definitely does have a lot of experience in IGLing too. So let's hope for the best from Team Zero. Before now, for them, the main concern is to move inside of the zone, and that's what they're doing. And luckily enough, that they find themselves in a decent spot too. All they need to do is get their hands on a decent compound. As soon as they do so, it's all okay. Next circle shifting up north even more. UTOG, the problem just keep on stacking up on top of each other for them. UTOG, they still need to close in towards the safe zone. NGG is going to be the team that is just looking forward to greet them with open arms.
You know, this gambit from Scout did pay off, right? He had that split. He was hoping for the circle to maybe take that northern shift, and look at how they've gotten that real estate around those extremities. I think the exteriors of Siverny's got a few compounds to his name, but you know, when you look at the majority of the teams, they kind of hunker down towards the eastern side. Everybody wants to make their move. We've got some collisions maybe potentially happening around that southwestern side, but Inferno, his buggy is stuck. He needs to get the hell out of there. At least find some safe covers as Zavon spots one out. Maybe takes a couple of shots at the players of VR. But for now, you know, everybody wants to take over some of the other territory inside these compounds. Everybody eyeing out. But you know, Team Zero, finally the command has been given. The troops are supposed to be staying tight to each other. But whilst all of that is happening, we finally get to see a fight breaking out. It is going to be Team FS taking on the bot army Outcast. He has kind of taken his final breath. And now Devotee could be the next in the finished feed. And there you go. He also goes falling down.
Bot army on the verge of getting eliminated completely. Devotee still crawling to his teammate. But the last man is way too far away. Termi is not going to be able to get the resurrection up onto the man, Devotee himself. Bot army being completely dismantled in this instance. And for FS Esports, for them, the breaching point's going to be quite easy. No issues. They're going to find an easy entrance inside of the zone. But as long as you're going to be able to sustain that open field spot, it's all okay. In the front lines, the field is quite open. It was a rush to get the better spot inside of the hand. And I would say Team Zero, they have succeeded in doing so.
All right. You know, given the circumstances, you know, it's kind of looking like an urban circle. But look at Team R4D. Termi, the last surviving member, just had a DBS, but nothing else. Had to give in to his fate. Mercilessly dealt with. And now, out of here. But, you know, again, Necro, situations as such. We've seen the circles in the past, similar iterations of it. And so far, we know for a fact that it kind of tends to move away from the city. I kind of liked where the bot army players, in fact, the last surviving member was positioned, you know. Kind of tends to take that shift. But Team Zero finally reuniting their forces. They have snuffed out Rishi, at least his buggy, but do they know that he's in hiding? Oh my god, cooked already. A low toss is what's needed for Rishi to go down.
Oh my
but
god,
no,
they don't know.
He's got unaccounted for.
Oh, the man is one with the nature for now, and also the buggy in the front lines to deny the opponent's vision even more. Rishi, this is exactly how he wanted things to go for himself, but Team Zero, they can be surprised at any moment. Eventually, they sniff out the man, and they shut him down instantly. VR Wretch, yeah, the man tried his best to keep his position unknown to the enemy, but Team Zero, they finally somehow spotted him.
Oh, indeed, they did. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Necro. That little shift, always going away from the city. And Team R4D, they're going to be happy. They have that sweet spot. Same can be said for the likes of Team FS. They can also take that sweet time, hold on to that higher grounds, a little bit of that slope. They could get that cover. The only player to look out for has to be Stark OG from the backlines. But look at those teams present on that eastern side. Look at that migration that is about to pour in. Team Zero, however, they're not going to be making those movements. But for Team RVNC, they've got some people around them. And now, this is where the fights start breaking out.
UTOG. Man, still behind the tree. Luckily enough, it's not being contested. But talk about contention. It's RVNC pushing up against Team EXE. And Team EXE, they're doing a great job in making sure RVNC, they're going to pay the price for that push. Team EXE coming out on top in that fight in such a grateful fashion. Shutting down EXE was definitely quite a big move. But for now, you've got OG pushing up against the players of GENxFM. And for GENxFM, dealing up against the players of OG Mizoram is definitely going to be quite a daunting task, as the utilities are being tossed up by both the sides. And OG, unfortunately, they lose out on two of the players, as Fabian is taken down way too low. For GENxFM, this is the right moment to strike. If they want, they can definitely make the push happen, and that's what they're doing as GENxFM. One of the men is wrapping around the corner all the way from the back lines, just going for the spam around the corner. He gets the confirmation on one of the players, but Curran is quite chipped up himself. He's still looking to find that cheeky angle. Wow. He does so. Fabian knocked out.
But you still have Reverse, still alive and breathing. He's against the world. All of his teammates have been taken down. He has done that in the past. This time also gets just one. But that's all she wrote for him. As OG Mizoram, they bow out of the lobby. But GENxFM, a beautiful stronghold. The way they held on to that compound that they had to themselves, especially just deploying all the Molotovs over there, kind of keeping the opposition at bay. That was lovely. Two of the players instantly burnt into crisp. Those smokes deployed. I think that is exactly how you use your utility to perfection.
RGB. The players still outside of the zone now, as we did see the circle shift coming in a while ago. And now RGB, I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to pull off here, but they're definitely taking a lot of shots upon themselves. As DS, they do find the players out in the open. RGB, what a big blunder that was. Another man knocked out. He's not going to stand a chance to stay alive inside of the game anymore. The confirmation flows up instantly to the players inside of the zone from RGB. And as TSD Rex is looking forward to shut down at least two of the players, TS slowly and steadily inching in towards the safer lines. Even for TS, they need to traverse through the open grounds. As GENxFM, they finally shut down the last remaining player from Team EXE. They end the misery, but GENxFM, for them, this is the exact way they wanted the game to go.
Yeah, indeed. They have finally put the pedal to the metal, and same can be said for the likes of TS. Now they're burning. The floor has already been turned into lava god OP. He needs to administer that first hit, but somehow he's gonna survive at least for now. But he's been taking damage from the backlines as the push on Team Zero comes out. Scout OP jumping from the skies. He gets the knock, but instantly gets traded out, as now Galaxy Races are against Team Zero. And now it is upon Syed on his nimble shoulders to clutch it out. And through the murky smoke, Necro, he's managed to accomplish that.
Syed, what a spam that was through the smoke, managing to shut down the opponent like that. Impressive stuff indeed from the man himself. Team Zero, they have been surviving only because of this one man in the fight. And Syed, he realized the fact that his teammates are now getting finished off. That's why he pushed up instantly and spammed through the smoke. And luckily enough for him, the spam connected to Team Zero. They're surviving to see another day. Top 8 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. The next circle shift is going to be out in the open too. There's not a lot of cover to play around with. The only thing you can find yourself playing around is with the ridges. And for now, the majority of the ridges have already been taken away by some of the big dogs. You've got FS Esports playing around one of the strong ridges too. And FS Esports, they do know there's one team in the back lines in the name of Team NGG. And that's going to be a big threat for now for FS. I like the fact that FS Esports, they're not being completely tunnel vision just in the front too.
You know, I love this positioning. This is exactly, the position that I was talking about. You've got a little bit of ridges. They've consolidated themselves to a really good position over here. R4D, however, they've got the mercy of having that central compound to themselves. Team Zero just surviving by the whiskers, all thanks to Syed's heroics over there, clutching it out. However, losing out on Scout, that's all right, as long as you're winning those fights. Should not matter a lot. TS also, they've had a really good game. Now GENxFM, like we talked about it, they've switched up gears. They've gone into the 5th one this time around, and seem like they have no intentions of stopping at all. Now it all comes down to where the next circle is going to take a shift, and you're going to see a lot of these teams tumbling down.
Hitman, he spots out one of the men from Team Zero. Warning shots taken. No damage dealt with so far. ASL2 now finally quite desperate to make it inside of the zone. The problem is they do not have the vehicle to make this rotation happen. The players are out in the open. It's just free points waiting to be claimed. And Team Zero, they're here to claim those points too. Managing to run over both of the players almost. And that's what he does. He actually runs him over. No, the players are still alive. There's one of the man still back up on his feet. Pulls out the gun. And yeah, finally ends the misery. Addy with the spray to shut down the man.
Indeed, and the second time's the charm, just barely missing by just a couple of inches left around, but still does not matter. 9 finishes already accrued for the players of Team Zero, feeling very, very confident, but they still have a long way to go. The winds have been taken off their sails. They need to travel, they need to get inside the zone, especially with R4D keeping a gate watch. They need to provide their IDs, else the entry shall be restricted over there. As Team Zero, just 3-man strong right now, but they've gotten the numbers. All they need is a couple of position points, and they're as good as Dandy Necro. But when you look at the others, GENxFM, a little bit of a trouble, a little bit of a pickle, as Team TS have set their eyes on them.
Team Zero indeed making some big moves on the board. The confidence is looking all-time high. And they're also doing a great job justifying that confidence. It's not overconfidence at all, at least so far. GENxFM, they've got themselves quite the hot spot to play with. One of the best spots they can ask themselves to be in. And just playing around the edges too. I just love that. Team Zero slowly and steadily trying to close in towards the centric spot. And not exactly towards the centric. At least trying to step inside of the safe zone as the wall of death as well starts to move up. TS, they're somehow still alive. With 3 of the players, D-Rex is also taking a lot of damage from TS. But TS themselves are inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the opponents. One of the men getting completely knocked out. D-Rex, unfortunately, was not able to just stand tall against the players of Team Zero. As now TS is taken down to a 2-man squad. And Team Zero, they're here to claim the elimination points. They're here to shut down TS. But TS just looking to disengage from the fight and looking to move a little bit too on the sidelines.
You know, and Adi, he's been creating all those highlight reels, hasn't he? You know, just from the backlines, just pinching, poking, inflicting so much hurt. When TS, all they wanted to do, their intentions was to take a fight against GENxFM. But little they see the Team Zero coming in, just closing in on the distance. Now Team FS, they've gotten those 5 finishes on board. And look at R4D. They've absolutely shrouded themselves in that thick smoke they've got around them as Hitman. Now he's got his eyes on the players of Team Zero. But none of them even showing themselves up. But that smoke is going to give them a lot of that important information. And now look at the circle. It has gone away from them. GENxFM, they're going to feel very happy, very confident about it. But they really need to watch their 6.
Circle's moved away from Team Zero. And for Team Zero right now, the main move is going to be to make it inside of the safe zone. But Hitman's going to be there to try and hold him back. Addy's already pushed up with the vehicle. He's right there in front of Hitman. And Hitman knows soon enough he's going to be peeked by the players of Team Zero. He's trying his best to sustain that spot. But Addy eventually knocks him out underneath the vehicle. Nicely done, Addy. Getting the first opening knockout. FS Esports, now they're going to be super vulnerable. As Hitman's being knocked out, FS Esports, they've lost their frontliners. Now to keep the defense up against the players of Team Zero, it's going to be even more tougher. As they push up close and personals with the vehicle, the man pulls out the shotgun. He gets the second knock. And the back line's trying his best to back the team up, and he does so perfectly. Team Zero, they take down the prime contenders for this entire zone.
Oh, indeed they have. But the fight is far from over. Team Zero, they've lost our numbers, but they've got on a mission that they've accomplished in style. Right now, GENxFM putting the triggers out there, just pushing in on towards the players of R4D as 2 of their members have fallen down. There goes the third one. JD Gaming finding that quick success, and now it is all towards Next to clutch it out for his team. But provided that Team Zero, they're keeping a keen watch, they're going to be getting a couple of finishes stolen. And now Next, he knows exactly what's happening. He knows that he's surrounded from 2 different sides. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. How does he retaliate? And he goes out of the lobby. It comes down to the final 2, GENxFM against Team Zero.
10 elimination points accumulated so far from GENxFM. This is the dream start for them, and the same thing can be said for Team 02, who are now trying to push up slowly and steadily. Addy could have been knocked out from that beautifully placed nade by Curran, but GENxFM, I just love the way they're playing. Two of the players inside of the compound, wanted in the outskirts, playing a little bit far away, spreading himself out, but then SayedOP just needs to make sure that he's not pushing too much out in the open. Nicely he does. He knows exactly where Wanted is positioned too. Addy takes a little bit of more chip damage once again, but the fight is now taken down to a 2v2 scenario. And Curran now trying to back away towards his teammate. And Spiderjaw actually gone for the resurrection as well. Team 0, they cannot push up just yet because Wanted in the backlines is going to punish them if they do try to do so. And that's what Wanted is doing. His job is to secure the players that are going for the resurrection. And he's doing it perfectly so far. The DBS is there, but then Wanted shuts down the first man. And it's going to be GENxFM to secure the first chicken dinner. But what a way Team 0 played that previous game out.
You know, what a game this was. What a game of BGMI did we just witness. You know, it was those early jitters that we had, you know, reverse went all out. But later on, Team GENxFM and Team 0 just took every single thunder out of there from teams. And wow. I mean, I fall in awe of words. I mean, at this particular moment, every single thing that happened in that final fight, of course, you know, Addy, he has my heart over there, but GENxFM playing it right to the books. They knew exactly what they wanted. They had their place exactly where they needed and wanted in those final moments. Finally delivering, hence earning GENxFM a beautiful chicken dinner, but nothing taken away from Team 0. I think they played beyond my expectations, shut down every single doubters. What a lovely game this was, Necro, wasn't it?
I expected Team 0 to perform good, but not this good, to the point where they were just asserting dominance on some of the big dogs. And FS Esports was the prime contender inside of the entire zone. They had a really good position to back him up, but still Team 0 somehow made that push happen out in the open. Addy got the opener, and then the entire defense just opened up for Team 0, and they just instantly pressed up. And of course, the shotguns up close and personal, you can't really do a lot, and Team 0 won majority of the duels. I love the fact that GENxFM spread themselves out in quite a great fashion. Two of the players playing in the house, then you've got Wanted in the backlines, and Wanted's main job was to provide backup to his teammates, and he did so perfectly. Wanted being able to get the first knockout with the AKM, and then instantly switch on over to the second man. It was beautifully done. I like that quick set play that GENxFM did in the end.
You know, it was very well orchestrated, right? Even for the likes of Team RWD, I kind of felt like they were absolutely pinned down, choked to death. Because in that moment, you know, there's not much you can do, right? All you can do is just count your minutes, just deploy as many smokes as you can. Yep. And that is what they did. In turn, kind of giving their opposition an advantage over there. They did not see them coming. And one after the others got picked off. Yeah, GENxFM. I think JD Gaming was the one who sort of made that move inside, and his finish was stolen by the players of Team 0. But certainly, Addy, you know, those moves, those reflexes, I think everything, they kind of were very well orchestrated. Every single thing that they did. But you know, if you have to pick up a few other favorites, yeah, I think FS Esports really felt, like you said, right? They had the territorial advantage, but clearly could not capitalize on it. But what a start to Group 12 matches we've had.
Exactly. Hands down, I want to say this is one of the most tactical groups that we witnessed so far with the way the gameplay was. There was so much detailing in the gameplay, moving from position to position, taking good grounds, and making sure that you're also not just tunnel visioning on one of the teams that's in the front. A lot of those details were filled in so perfectly by FS Esports Team 0, and including, of course, GENxFM 2 in the end. It was a well-detailed game by these teams, but now it's time to find out who was the MVP of the previous game. Has to be someone from the side of Team 0, right? And yes, it is. With 7 finishes wrapped up, SayedOP getting 12% map impact off the bat with finish contribution of 46%.
You know, so many suspects for the MVP, and Syed no less there. 7 finishes already. We saw how they kind of defended that push that did happen against them in that Severny area, right? He was the one who kind of clutched it out, got 4 finishes to his name, and did not seem to stop after all. But then again, you know, when you look at top performers, you're going to be impressed with how Addy, Trex, JD Gaming, even TraceCore from FS played. And that's not where the list ends. I mean, honestly, Necro, if there was a list where we could see maybe from 6 to 10, we're going to have a lot of those players with multiple frags, around 4 to 5, even to their names.
Honestly, though, you really got to give it up to Addy. The man was all the way
yeah.
in the front lines all the time, opening and cracking up the opponent's defense like it meant nothing. He was getting those entries all the time for Team Zero, be it inside of Severny, be it inside of shooting range. Addy was there to lead the charge all the time. Even in the final fight, unfortunately, things really did go south. But Team Zero, they did stand a great chance considering they did convert one of the elimination points instantly. So things were taken down to a 2v2 in the end. The man was still knocked out, but still, it was a 2v2 in the end. Point standings in front of us, GENxFM getting 22 points in total, but then Team Zero not that far away, getting 15 elimination points and 6 placement points.
Oh yeah, and I think it's the ideal start you would want to have, especially considering your GENxFM or Team Zero. For FS Sports, it's not the end of the world, right? They've had a decent start for themselves. Now, talking Spartans, now these are the new kids on the block. We've heard a lot out of them, especially how they've been partaking in every single tournament they can. In the domestic circuit, and I think finally the grind is starting to pay off. And for R4D, we did talk about that, right? They were kind of absolutely tunnel vision, did not have any means of escape. But Originals, Mizoram, honestly, Necro, I mean, they started off with a shebang, but the way they fell, I think, was right flat on their faces.
That is true. I mean, OG Mizoram, yeah, as you mentioned, they started things off with a big boom, and then later on, even I mentioned this, right? If you're not really able to keep that consistency up, that momentum up, it's going to be a big problem, and that big drop off is clearly noticeable. Now, moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, Team Executors with only 3 finish points, they're going to have 3 total points, and of course, it's going to be big upsets over here. Teams that I wanted to see perform was RVNC is one of those, Bot Army is one of those as well, because these are the returning names.
When you talk about so many of these big names over here, especially Team Executors, we've seen them in the past. I think they're a decent start, but towards the end, the way the circle started shifting, and I think it was one of those games where we could kind of go on to say that, yeah, we sort of witnessed those uncommon circles. But I think for the likes of Team RGB, I think they were in a tussle right from the very start, just after that second shift against Team TS. And they kind of decided to be a little bit complacent and ignore them and go. And as a result of which, I think they did suffer some heavy casualties.
Exactly, and the same thing also can be said for UTOG. They made such a late rotation all the way from the military island. They were all the way down south, and then they tried to make the rotation up north, inside of the zone too, but it was a little bit too late. And until then, when they tried to make it inside of the zone, already the good spots were taken away by the majority of the teams. So once again, for UTOG, all they need to do is that next time, make sure you're not the late breachers inside of the zone. Yes, being late is okay, but not being too late. And I feel like the players were a little bit too late. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been mentioning this over and over again, the in-game qualifiers, they have already started from the 15th of April. And of course, it's going to continue till 21st April. So make sure you guys are, of course, doing a great job inside of the in-game qualifiers. And I want to really see you guys on the main stage, which is going to be the BGIS main event itself.
We certainly all do want to see them, right? And it's going to be exciting, especially considering how these teams are going to be playing around, every single year. We have some new stars in the making. Everybody comes with a dream, and a dream that shall get fulfilled if you progress in the right direction. And it's stepping stones. The first step, of course, you got to get yourself registered. If you've done that, might as well try your luck in the in-game qualifiers. And we really have our fingers crossed in watching you play and fight.
The guys, they've still got 2 more days, right? So they can at least try and note down things that are exactly happening inside of the grind and be a little bit more prepared for the in-game qualifiers, which will be starting from 15th itself. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of things that are going to be starting for now, this is a promo that's going to be starting on the screens right about now. I'm a big fan of in-game cosmetic. FIXXEN is a big fan of in-game cosmetics, and I would say you guys should as well move on forward and check out this new X-suit that you guys just saw inside of the promo. But getting back in the conversation once again now, FIXXEN, Erangel's done for. Now it's time for us to move on towards Miramar. And inside of Miramar, once again, teams will be having a great chance to rotate inside of the zone. But once again, it will be tough to sustain the spots they have gotten. Going for the high grounds, of course, is going to give them a lot more intel.
I think this is one of those groups where we didn't get a lot of those surprises because, yeah, a lot of new names. Yeah, for sure, Originals Mizoram came with a bang. But yeah, it was those usual suspects that were on the TBD top, right? And in Miramar, I think for the others, they definitely have to get themselves back. But whilst all of that is happening, let's take a quick gander once again at Group 12, right? GENxFM off to a very nice start. FSC Sports, not the best of starts, but still, you know, with 10 points, nothing too shabby. Team 0, however, this is one of those teams that really impressed us a lot. And TARKIN Spartans, maybe we could talk about them a little bit. But whilst all of this is happening, we've got a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk as Necro, he's going to be taking a little bit of a breather, as Tanya, she's going to be joining us back on the desk. So Tanya, it was a great game of Erangel. I'm pretty sure you might have enjoyed it. But any other takeaways you had from Erangel?
Well, it was aggressive start. One of the most aggressive start for the day. Talking about, we always say that who's going to get the first pick, who's going to get the first pick. Instead, this time around, it was who gets the first spot wipe, and it was OG Reverse just going in and got. And yeah, sure, he gave his 200% to the same for the same. But on the other side, the teams on the other side also made sure that he was easily getting those 4 finishes right off the bat. Not only that, but Team Zero's Syed was also amazing because the team was literally hanging on one nerve, and he was the one spraying through the smoke, getting those 4 finishes and making sure that Team Zero goes under the top 2, which was really, really incredible.
I think a very interesting point you really made, right? They were hanging by a thread. I think that sort of results in adrenaline being triggered, and it's coursing through their veins right now. I'm pretty sure the boys would be all heated up and just waiting for the Miramar action to come into play. But still, we have to talk about the heroics of Addy, don't you think? Every single time, you know, he was putting his life on the line. He was the one, he was making those entries. He was ensuring that, you know, he does all the dirty job whilst his teammates were providing him cover. I think this is the kind of a trust that you need to build with your teammates. And I think Team Zero, having managed to do that, having managed to accomplish that in such a small span of time, I think that's remarkable.
Indeed, that is. Addy is the Iron Man. And talking about Addy, I would also want to add upon JD Gaming. The way he was going all in for GENxFM, the team that we have been talking about, not only on screen but also off screen, stream, they have also proven it very well. They survived as a squad until the end, and they made sure they ended up with a chicken. And sure, they got those extra points. But talking about the finish points, there was no beating up Team Zero.
Oh, it certainly wasn't. And, you know, hoping to see something different in the map of Miramar, to be honest, because, you know, if you kind of put Group 11 in comparison with Group 12, I think things are looking quite different, right? Of course, Team Forever, they've had a really dominating run. But here onwards, we've got so many participants. You've got the likes of GENxFM, you've got the likes of Zero, you've got FS, you've got TARKIN Spartans. Now, TARKIN Spartans, now, they are an interesting bunch, right? Starting from the get-go, they kind of realized that the circle was shifting a little bit towards the northern side, held on to those 2 adjacent compounds around Severny, and what a play did they make from over there. And I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, that they make a chicken dinner out of this one. But Tanya, the game has already begun. It is map number 2. But before we head in, quick predictions, please.
I believe Team FS should be able to go strong as well. I'm not saying about the chicken show, but I feel they should be in top 3. And we are not going to forget the giants in the room, which is GENxFM again.
Now looking at the flight path trajectory, right? It's going all the way from El Pozo to Campo Militar. And again, this kind of sets them off a little bit. You got a feel for the teams from Group 12, because in 11, I think we had flight path trajectories to really work ourselves through. But now, you know, the teams dropping down south, they will be fighting for those vehicles. and we would love to see some early action. But then again, for the others, especially for the likes of VRH, I think, it was a kind of a decent start, but towards the end, felt like it was too much on their plate, and they kind of got eliminated quickly.
Yeah, they got eliminated too quickly, but maybe this time they are also going to make sure that they land up to some safe spot and they survive for a while and try to turn the tables into their favor, which definitely did not in the first map. But if you talk about right now, again, I do spot some drop clash coming in from Team OG Mizo and VRH also sharing the same ground, and they've also they have also found their good vehicles. So should be the part of the rotations, and it's too quick to say that early elimination should be taken place or something like that. But the previous map of Erangel has been so aggressive. So it's like not expecting any picks in the first minute is also a question mark to myself. So I do expect first minute battle immediately.
Hoping for the same too. All our viewers, everybody who's been tuning into this broadcast, I'm pretty sure they're in for a treat, especially with how that first game ended. But all right, few ducks in the air. This time, BT, he's got an AKM to work with. Now, Frequency Esports is the same particular team that got eliminated in a jiffy. They could barely survive a minute in the Battlegrounds in the previous matchup, all being dealt by just one player. And you can see that. You can see that fear settling in. And now look at them. They've kind of taken that back seat. Something that I really do not like. I really hope that they get a squad wipe and maybe that confidence gets instilled once again. And look at how treacherous the circle is. The flight path trajectory was all the way towards the northern side. And suddenly the gods of BGMI decided they wanted a little bit more of that mischief. Decide to pull that circle down towards the southern side.
And we always expect some mischievous play coming in from the players, but this time it is all about the circles playing very mischievous. So yeah, it's the first circle rotation should not be the cause of concern, but contesting the strongest compound here is going to be the question, because if you talk about the previous set, Team Forever definitely got the center of the circle, but then they were also led towards being the center of the attraction, and they were taken down from all different directions. So I feel that playing edge to edge of the circle is going to be the best way of moving ahead in the game. And if you talk about RGB, they are still on the northeast side of the map, not much enough a hassle of rotating, because being the first circle, you're not going to tank up much of damage coming in from blue zone. But there's one thing that I want to talk about is UTOG. How do you think about this team, Fixes? Because you said that this is the team to watch out for sure, and we can expect some out of the criteria plays coming in from this team. So they did not match up exactly that we were talking about in the map of Miramar. Do you think something is going to change in Erangel? Do you think something is going to come up in the map of Miramar?
I think they haven't given us enough moments to cherish, right? They dropped down south in Erangel. The circle was too far away from them, and they had their own set of complaints. But coming into this particular matchup, I think, again, the question marks will still be there. I'm really hopeful, but there have been certain developments in the game that we need to touch upon. Like, a lot of these teams have finally realized that it's a southern circle, and considering the fact that how much of that southern side has been engulfed in water, we're sort of expecting a little bit of that circle to go down a little more towards the south. Little action over here. Galaxy Racers decide to take arms against the players of Team Zero as they're finally being chased, and now Team Zero with nowhere to run or hide. They might just get trampled over. However, kind of escape from that situation, and Scout responds back in fashion. Addy, the danger man, he did manage to get a knock, but finally he's been dealt with, and Scout, he's also fallen down on his knees as now no love. He's going to be pushed upon. 2 players against 2, and Team Zero suddenly again on the brink of extinction over here. Rests on the nimble shoulders of Syed once more.
It's again same side play that we expect. Well, he will be able to get Firo down, but how long will be able to? They will be able to survive. Sasuke also trying to replicate what Syed is doing, but I believe he is little too late to do so, and there's no chance that GXR should be able to survive this sort of a fight. They initiated it, and now they are at loss. I believe that was a very risky move that they made, fighting right off the bat through the running vehicles, losing players one by one, and you can't fight. It's the repetitive fight, but once again, I believe the results should also be very, very repetitive.
You know, in this fight, I'm pretty sure there are no victors, because Galaxy Racers certainly starting to lose out on their numbers, and one of the final players surviving with a sliver of HP. Clutcher needs to somehow keep himself alive as the revival is being given on Addy. Team Zero, they do not have enough utility to bombard them at, and hence you could see them, a little bit of that hesitance, little bit of that reluctancy being displayed. Clutcher barely taking his final moments. He's got his heads deep in the water and has been constantly shelled out with all that lead coming in from the players of Team Zero, and that is it. That marks the end of Galaxy Racers. Team Zero, surely they have won those fights. Surely the 4 points go to their names. But look at the damage, look at the carnage. They do not have enough vehicles, and their early idea was to get some minimal loot and go down towards the south where they do majority of their looting. But look at them just running for their lives, because they don't know. They could get shot from absolutely every single direction, or maybe to the next spot where they're heading out at. It might already be occupied, Tanya.
Absolutely, and the risk is all on all 4 different directions. GXR here was definitely trying to get some revenge settled or something as such, but unfortunately they are the first one to dig up their own graves. And talking about Team EXE right now, they are at the safe spot. Nobody to share the vicinity. They are good to go. And talking about R4D, they have got their vehicles well set, but on the course they might have to face Team FS, because the rotation that they are taking on, there's already one team, and the compound that they are looking for to go for is also taken down. But here we go. Let's have a replay look on GXR versus Team Zero. The players falling like fleas one by one inside. The Iron Man once again hops in, not only successfully takes down a player or two, but also successfully revives 2 of them. They lost Daksh on the way, but Team Zero survives. Even with a little bit of HP left, even with everything that they had, they are successfully the survivors for this battle.
I mean, seems like, Tanya, you're quite the fan of the Marvel Universe, aren't you? Because, you know, I kind of like DC a little bit more. I was just about to give some Batman references over there. You know, just when you needed, the Dark Knight appeared and sort of rescued them over there. But surely Iron Man being one of my favorites from the MCU. But yeah, you know, that was one of those fights, I think you would also agree with me. Both of the sides did not want to take, but given the moment that yeah, a team is in front of them, and this has everything to do with the new point structure, don't you think, right? They realize, yes, these are 4 juicy finish points that we can accumulate to our name, Galaxy Racers. They let go of that trigger, but little did they realize that it's gonna come back to haunt them, because 2 back-to-back not so good performance, definitely that is gonna sort of you know, demotivate them. But hoping in Sanhok they kind of make that comeback. But for now, again, we kind of waiting for that next circle shift. Stage 1 is just about to end, and like anticipated, Team Zero has decided to head on towards Porto Paraiso. Now this is exactly what I was talking about, the circle taking a little bit of that southern shift, and from this situation from here on, I think OG Mizoram, they could massively benefit.
They have got the advantage of circle right now, but how will they be able to mint it is also going to be a question, because they are being contested from different direction. Look at Team RVN; they are still so far away from the circle, and I'm afraid even will they be able to reach on time, and even if they do, will they get the compound right on time? UTOG again going with their basics, going in through the storm, and look at GENxFM. They are guarding it very well uptight. Anybody coming their way, they are going to turn them into the victims.
You know, for GENxFM, however, you know, I've got a different take on this one. Still battling the blue, and I don't think they're going to have a lot of issues trying to make that entry. Even in the previous game of Erangel, we saw how well they performed. But Bot Army finding a little strings of success over here as Ninju. He's been knocked out, but still holding on to the fort. Now this is an interesting fight that is going to brew amidst us. Outcast, he's just keeping his distance. And DBS, somebody needs to tell this guy that has been nerfed at such ranges is not going to give you the same results. But Frost out in the open with his pants down. As now, suddenly, they are being surrounded with nowhere to run and hide. Devotee just charges in. And down goes the team of NGG. As Team Bot Army, finally, some moments of relief, right? Considering how their first match went. Finally, a little bit of a breather for these lads.
Let's see how far they are going to continue, because sure, they have got to breathe, or two maybe. A long way to go, still a long way to go, because 55
Indeed.
players remaining and 14 teams in the circle. Not in the circle exactly, but within the lobby. And look at the way how they were pushed. Starting with the throwables, then come the leads, the throws and everything that is required, and they successfully won this battle. But we would definitely appreciate the way they initiated this battle and turned it into their favor. If you have a look at the circle right now, it's still on the southern side. The players on the move are also trying to make sure they reach in the circle as early as possible. And on the course, UTOG will be out of the circle, and GENxFM should be able to get them. But FS, they've got some information. Very little though. They've got the information about the contest, about the compound being contested by some other team. And on the backside, now this is some way Trace is definitely going to make sure that he puts down the player out of the car, misses the shots, misses the chance, and this is all that he could do by far.
It's just not any ordinary fish, right? It's one of those sharks in the ocean. It is the team of GENxFM. They have won the previous game, and certainly this time having a different set of approach. Even in the past game, we did see them. They kind of started their journey in terms of racking up those finishes, taking a fight against OG Mizoram. I think it was OG Mizoram that initiated that upon them, and they were quick to answer back. But for now, GENxFM, they've got their work cut out. They know exactly how to enter in. And look at that central space, so much of that area. And one of the reasons why is because these are those open lands, right? You do not have enough of those altitude advantage that you could go and bank upon. I mean, all the good places have already been taken by the respective teams. But again, I've got to bring it to the attention of the viewers that Team Zero, I'm loving their movement, right? All the way from the northern side, they decided to take that eastern highway from Puerto Paraiso, finally committed into going down south. And whilst all of this is happening, we kind of see Outcast. He's been picked up by the players of VRH. Now, this is one of those teams that you had your eyes on. And suddenly, Outcast, he's got no help, no support. And another player of Bot Army, he's been taken down and has to be Termi.
Team VRH definitely not only they are trying to make sure that they are counted within the lobby by getting those finish points, and they haven't done good in the previous map, so this time they are trying to recover everything that is. Now DBS at this range is very punishable. Considering today's meta, one or the other player definitely holds it. It's a safe for Hercules. As soon as I say that, what in the world made him jump out of the window right into the arms of the enemy? And here the players are falling one by one, and there's nothing much that can be done over here. Devotee, literally, he survives. He survives successfully, also revives the teammate, and 8 finishes for this team.
This is absurd. This is preposterous. I can't believe what just happened. Team, they managed to revive Outcast, who literally was an outcast. He had no means of escape. And VRH, they let all of that effort go down the drain. Unbelievable stuff coming in from the players of the Bot Army. What a way back into that particular fight, especially the kind of a crossfire they created. However, it was kind of unknowingly, but I mean, whatever rocks your boat, take that. So now again, we see another one of those shifts, and Bot Army. I think this is exactly the fuel that they needed to fire themselves up. They're starting to feel themselves right now. 8 finishes already. They're looking strong, looking dandy. But now ALS, right on the tails of Team Zero. Let's remind our viewers once again that Team Zero do not exactly have 4 of their men still standing, right? One of them has already been picked off, and everybody look at the commotion around the central areas of the zone. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, but only a few can attain it.
Everybody is almost within the circle, and Team ALS versus Team Zero. Any moment of the time that should be done, but I would really love to watch the replay of whatever happened with Bot Army. And I'm going to make sure I watch it on the loop later on post this stream, because that was really unthinkable, unimaginable, turning into their favor, and it was not luck. It was definitely an outplay. And I feel somewhere bad for Team VRH, but at this point of time, Addy once again trying to get the information on the long range, and to know not much of information, but over here, look at it. We have got UTOG fighting against Team OG, and OG Mizo, one of the player who was very strong with 1v4. Will he be able to get that? Once again, it's all smokes in all 4 different directions. No information except for few players here and there.
You know, for Team OG, it's been an individual effort so far. It's all been on reverse, but last I knew, BGMI has always been a team game. It's 4 men. You have to play like brothers. Can't really rely on just one doing all the dirty work. And seems like OG Mizoram, they're indeed set on doing so. You've got Swolte. He's trying to close in as Akshu has been picked off by Fabian. What a way to start things off. This is exactly what OG needed. But at this very same time, UTOG decide that, you know, it's better to cut off the weak link. Akshu, you know, that's upon you. You were out in the open and will be suffering all that misery. But that's not where the sorrow ends for UTG, right? One of the other players, he's been picked off from afar by the players of Team Zero.
Team Zero were definitely scouting for the opponents on the different side. They had the compound to hold on to, and they got the advantage. Sure, they couldn't confirm the finish, but let's talk about this replay fixes.
I mean, all right, you could see, right, Devotee, that one jump from around the window, that sort of added on. And then, you know, they had their numbers, Termi also coming in the right time. But yeah, Devotee, I think he certainly has got what he needs to post next on his Instagram. One for the highlight reels for sure. Everybody's going to appreciate that. But what Rixie did not appreciate was just a little quick peek and his head almost being popped open.
UTOG being very patient with all the information that he has. He's trying to pick a player on the long range, but it is going to be a player knocked down, again healing himself, getting revived. It is just loss of resources. Nothing is going to come at the end because this is part and parcel of long range fight. So yeah, not questionable. Sure, you can burn the utilities that way if you want to. But over here, it is going to be Fabian, Evo, who has got some information, tried to deliver the damage, but the circle is also going to take shift in 5 seconds. So whatever they got to do, either they turn into business. If not, they should start going on the move. Well, they are not looking forward to it. They are looking for the fight. And if they hold on to this zone, it's going to be very tough because now the circle is going to take a toll. Now the circle might take away several lives. And they should be very decisive about either holding or moving on.
You know, at this moment, looking at how the circle has shifted a little towards that western side, the migration flooding in from the eastern side, that's going to be monumental. So many of those teams, everybody wanting a better position inside the zone. Now, this is where UTOG, they've got their work cut out, but we're going to hold on to that because we finally have Frequency Esports deciding to pick a fight against the players of Team Zero. However, let's again remind that Team Zero do not exactly have all of their men standing. Daksh is already taken that exit. Scout already looking good with 2 of those finishes, has that DBS already holstered, and now 2 of the players of FE decide to charge in. Scout from up above gets that one knock, but the instant trade-in comes in by a Suraj. Now Team Zero, they realize that the numbers are starting to dwindle down. Everything rests upon Syed and Addy, and they need to somehow deploy these smokes off and get their IGL back alive.
They were already less in numbers, and now they're even furthermore outnumbered if at all Scout cannot be revived. But look at Krishna trying to push in, making sure that he gets all the confirmation on the knocks he got. But not only that, he is trying to go as slow as possible, which could be very punishable. And on the course, instead, he's punishing Team Zero for holding this compound for way too long. Not only gets one using Molotov, getting the second as well. And Team Zero, is it the end for them? No, they have last man, Addy, the man whom you said does all the jobs, who does all the dirty jobs. But right now, he's stuck in the bad position. He might be successfully able to get one. Will he be able to get the second as well? No, it's the squad wide for Team Zero.
Hold on, they're not out of the woods yet, because now Team ALS, they decide to charge in. Now FE, now that one knock from the players of Team Zero, especially Addy, that is going to bring the end to them. And almost Suraj, the one man standing, he is literally a dead man walking at this point. ALS, they're going to be snuffing him out, and they will do that in style. That one grenade to finish Suraj off, and Frequency Esports, 2 back-to-back games that they would want to forget. But now we've got the Spartans taking on the bot army. However, Spartans do have that high ground advantage, and that beautiful grenade delivered from Prince, and that's right on that sweet spot. Devotee, he's got a little bit of that angle though, but he needs to buy in some time. Termi, he's backing off, letting the players come out, and he's using them. He's using himself as a bait so that Devotee could get himself into the midst of the action. But bot army, they've got other ideas in their minds right now. They decide to regroup. They decide to get some cover now out in the open. As Prince, he's gonna let loose of all those bullets. Devotee somehow still alive. Prince on a sliver of HP, he's been traded out. Outcast and Ninju, the 2 surviving members against the players of Spartan, as God OP right in the middle of nowhere. He has nowhere to run or hide, and now has given his position away as that grenade gets delivered. But no, it's going to be God OP's grenade that acts in fashion, and Outcast, he's been dealt with. Now in a 1v1 situation, it is going to be against Ninju, with Ninju having that little bit of a high ground advantage.
He's trying to run over the vehicle, and he's reviving right on the face, which is very, very risky. All the information must be already relayed, but yeah, Molotov will be used, because if you leave the information so open, you are going to get punished.
What?
But on the course, it was the counter answer right on the face. This time, the results are turning exactly opposite of what is expected, and this is BGMI. We always say expect the unexpected. Very well battle fought from Team Bot Army.
Oh my days, I can't really believe what I'm just witnessing. Every single time, Tanya, we have written them off. Somehow they rise from the ashes. Somebody from that team has been clutching it out. And look at the numbers that they've put on board. 12 freaking finishes to their name. You know, that's absurd. That's mental. That's illegal. That's not supposed to happen. But right now, for what's it's worth, Bot Army, they have to get themselves inside the circle. Now, talking about somebody holding that central spot, right? It has to be RVNC. However, I'm keen to know how many players do they have alive for themselves, and the answer is going to be 3. Now, GENxFM, you know, they've been quiet. They have not been making a lot of noises, but this is the time where they put their pedal to the metal, as GENxFM do want to push upon. Did not know that FS was waiting in hindsight for them, as slowly but surely the numbers start dwindling down. As Karan, he's got to run for his life, but Clutch, he's been knocked out from elsewhere.
He will be revived, but the way Trace was just waiting for the players, his information is totally open, and they don't have any compound to work out with, just a little bit of ridge cover. So it's going to be very, very risky. But on the other hand, here we go ahead with the fight. Team EXE fighting against Team ALS. Let's see who's going to win what, because they are both out in the open. Zone is also shrinking in, and a nade coming in, perfectly cooked. The players are falling down. Look at Rahul, barely surviving, and will he be able to survive furthermore? Because he not only has to heal himself, but he also has to move in for his teammates' resurrection, and I believe that's done and dusted for them.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. Team EXECUTORS not really having the best of days, but GENxFM, they're also starting to loosen out on numbers, and that too quite quickly. ALS, I think they were the ones who kind of banked upon the opportunity, right? That fight against Team Zero, once it was over, they went after Frequency Esports and they kind of held on to that concrete ground. But for Bot Army, I mean, Devotee has been the star so far, but seems like he's been dealt with. Bot Army do not even have the mercy of the zone. They have to figure a way to get inside. Now, the worst situation they're in right now is that the fact that they're out in the open. The moment they go downhill, they're going to draw so much of that attention that they might just get eliminated within the blink of an eye. We'll really have to play this cautiously. But Bot Army, they've been fighting against the world. And every single time, they've never failed to, kind of disappoint us. Right? Every single time they've come out here, they've done something out of the ordinary. And this is exactly the moments that we love to witness in the grind.
And Bot Army has given 200% of what we expected. I believe what I personally expected, because every single time when we were just talking about this is all done for them, and they were rising just like Phoenix, and there's still a long way to go. 21 players remaining with 7 teams still in the lobby, and UTOG. He's trying to take down player from OG, but not delivering much of damage. Instead, now he's taking he's tanking the damage off the zone, trying to shut down Clutch. Will it be possible? No will be the answer. He's down and out as well. Now wide open. There's no way he's going to survive this one.
Oh, certainly not. As R4D, they might have some troubles of their own. Definitely did get those knocks on the players of Bot Army, but yeah, the players, few of them already down on their knees, really need to revive themselves up, because now RVNC, this is their time to shine, this is their time to glory. They have them exactly where they wanted, completely pummeled down, as now Anshi's decides to lead the charge. He decides to lead the fray, as now that one grenade comes out of, I think, Astro or somebody, and puts an end to the entirety of the squad out there. As RVNC, they have accumulated 8 finishes to their names, but now this is the moment, I think, the players of OG Mizoram that kind of were left unfulfilled. They want to do that right here and right now, with UTOG just survived by one of their players, the Bucky right out in the open. I think OG, they have a certain idea of where the final player could be, but their real test goes on against the players of RVNC, because they've got some real numbers up on the board, but oh my god, alright, they have left him unchecked, and this could, Tanya, by all means, go down really bad for OG Mizoram.
Is it going to be 4 free finishes for UTOG? Because if they run wide in the open without checking the downside of the ridge, it's going to be very, very messy for Team OG, and it's going to be advantage for Team RBN. Let's see if that is the case of scenario, because fighting the big numbers, the tiny one is going to take away the biggest chunk right now, not revealing his exact position. Instead, he's watching the video very wisely, very nicely about two teams against each other, and he might take away the best out of it.
Certainly might. As OG Mizoram, they're setting their way to success. Little do they know, they've got somebody creeping up on them. Somebody who might just eat them up. Just 2 knocks would be enough for RVNC, as they're also fighting against the blue. As Reverse, he's just driving his vehicle around, and Zwalte from the backlines trying to provide the cover fire, as Fabian finally decides to open it up against Ansh. She's been taken down. Astro also being dealt with. Now just the final 2 teams surviving. RVNC take on OG Mizoram as Cyan. He's got no room to breathe, and OG Mizoram, this time, they hit it out of the park. A winner chicken dinner. Something that was left in the previous game. They managed to fulfill it, and they started off with a bang and ended with 1. But what a game of Miramar it was. Right from minute 1, we get to see action all through the game, and this is one of those quite unconventional Miramars to witness, to be honest, Tanya, because usually you do not see fights happening left, right and center every single time.
And we do not see Bot Army surviving out of nowhere every single time. So it's been like, I don't know, what should we talk about? This map of Miramar has just been incredible in all aspects. We have seen vehicle rundown, we saw vehicular fights. Sure, GXR did not get a good opportunity, but then Addy did his work wonderfully well.
Oh yeah, I mean everything boiling down. I mean, it feels like the angel of death had blessed the players of Bot Army, and not today is what he had to say. But yeah, they really pushed it down to the limits. I'm really proud of the boys, especially with kind of having a rough start. They recovered, but addressing the winners, OG Mizoram, coming in out of nowhere. This time they kind of exercised that discipline that was needed, right? It was just not a reverse show that we got to see. In fact, every single one of them chimed into the fight. However, we were kind of hoping to see something out of the last survivor from UTOG. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, maybe a little bit of a stab from the back. But yeah, sadly that did not happen. So many of those beautiful moments. It all started in that one beautiful fight, Team Zero against Galaxy Races. Galaxy Races were the ones pushing that fight, but it was Team Zero that kind of did manage to survive with bare minimum utility and bare minimum resources. But yeah, their happiness did not last long, because it was the team of Frequency Esports, the team that kind of got shredded into pieces in the previous game of Erangel, managing to take out the mammoths in the lobby. And this is exactly the kind of a twist we wanted at this point, right?
Absolutely. And as soon as Team FS Esports were able to take down Team Zero Esports, they were also put to sleep. So somewhere around the corner, nobody was able to enjoy the victory of that single particular battle. It was all about what happens next, and next was never so happy for anyone. But definitely, Team OG Mizo nailed it. The way they started the previous map, by the time this particular time, the way they ended this particular map, it's been an amazing journey for them.
Oh, it certainly has been a remarkable one that they shall not forget, because they're living their dreams, walking to their destiny, something that they wanted to fulfill. It's just the grind that we are seeing over here right now. But I think it's all that effort, all that theory crafting that has taken them to be over here in this coveted stage, right? And giving these underdogs these opportunities. I think that is exactly what our objective is with Crafton. But for now, summing up this one game, now this completely changes the narrative, don't you think? Because the winners of the previous games, the ones that performed so very well, they kind of fell a little flat, right? GENxFM, FS did not see some big numbers on the board in terms of the finishes. However, Bot Army did manage to get a lot done over here. OG Mizo getting the chicken. But let's take a quick look at who the MVP might be. And it's going to be Devotee. I mean, he was the savior.
Definitely he was. And Devotee made sure that he does something out of the box, and that was working very well for the team in particular. And he not only gets some 6 finishes, but also successfully saves the team for as long as possible.
I think, Devotee, he's been the most reliable player. I think you call him the Iron Man, the Batman. Regardless, he's performed. But when you look at the top performers, you're gonna see some nice new names this time around, right? You get to see Astro, we've got Fabian, we've got Outcast. I think Bot Army really were feeling themselves in this one. From FS, it had to be clutch. So I think if you have to talk about only one consistent team from game 1 to game 2, I think has to be FS. Because even in the first game, if my memory goes right, I think they managed to accrue 10 points. And even in this one, something averaging around that only. So I think FS, they're going to be feeling happy about themselves. I think in Sanhok, they might want to push themselves to their extreme limits.
Yeah, I would also agree to this point about how FS, and they are again spotted in top 5 as well. If you talk about map of the Wrangle, it was Transcod who was spotted in top 5, and this time one of his teammates. Let's also talk about the scorecard right now, which is going to be #1 original Mizoram taking away the chicken dinner with 6 finish points. But there's going to be Bot Army Esports by not getting chicken dinner, by not being into top 3 position, but all the way getting as many finish points as possible. That is 13 right now, the only team to take away the double-digit finish points. RVNC Esports definitely got better by the days passing, and UTOG Esports, the team that I was concerned, they are also spotted in top 5. All-Star Esports, they have again started to shine.
This is a complete different of a flip board that we are witnessing right now in the current point standings, right? the teams that were in the bottom of the first half, I think of the bottom of the second half, are now somehow they managed to propel themselves to the first page, right? And now once we take a look at the teams from 9 to 16, that's where we're going to see those surprises. So, this has to be one of the most competitive group nonetheless, because when we initially came into this particular group, we did not have much to talk about. We did not have a lot of data on these players. But boy, oh boy, everybody's just bringing in that heat. Now look at this, right? GENxFM, previous game, such big numbers. Now at the 10th position. TARKIN SPARTANS, I think we had also seen them in the top 5, if my memory goes right. And same goes for Team 0 also. After such a beautiful game, look at them, just 5 points. And 5 points out of finishes only. Few mistakes here and there were made, but however, there have been few teams that have been quite consistent, not in the right manner. I think one of them has to be Galaxy Racers. Then you look at RGB, even HS6 and Team VRH. I think I really feel like it's quite gutting if you are Team VRH or maybe Galaxy Racers or RGB, because it sort of goes on to hurt you. 2 bad games and suddenly you're looking at Sanhok. Now, again, going according to the script, Tanya, we know Sanhok is one of those maps where somebody unexpected is going to win. So let's, keep our fingers crossed and let's hope for the best.
Yeah, let's hope for the best and best of the action, just like Bot Army delivered best of the action. And having said that, I like the way how the last man surviving from UTOG was trying to get the best of the view in the map of Miramar,
Yes.
about 2 teams battling, though did not survive much, not until position 2 as well. And he did not want to indulge into the fight as well. He was more concerned about not giving away 1 free point to any other team. That is what my perception is. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Of course, there were a lot of things that could have been done in that particular situation. I'm pretty sure we're going to talk all about it. But, we've been talking about the publishers, right? Crafton has been doing such an amazing job, in getting new stuff constantly. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a quick look at another beautiful promo right in front of you guys about now.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
Quite some familiar faces, quite some familiar folks around. They've been representing the entire gaming industry, and lately we've seen Thag, Mortal with our Prime Minister. They've been doing such a phenomenal job, and goes on to show how BGMI is a game. It's just not a game. It's suddenly become an emotion, something that we can all attach ourselves onto. Now, Tanya, you've been the new girl on the bandwagon, and how has your experience been so far?
Well, it has been amazing because BGMI is the game to watch out for on the go whenever we want to play. Yes. Or we want to just get the best friends. Whenever we friends are free, all we want to do is come, let's go for a quick one game. And sure, I'm not the person who goes ahead and survives. It's like jump in, dive in. If you win, we win. If you don't, we start the second one.
That's the tell story. But this time it's not the second one, it's the third one. The final matchup, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be in Sanhok. And I've done my job for the day. I'm going to sit myself out because my man Necro is going to be back on the desk with Tanya.
For Group 12, again, these teams are going to match up for the day. It's going to be the last map for the day, and it's going to be Sanhok. I'm Tanya, and alongside me again, I have Necro. Hey Necro, welcome back on the desk. How do you feel about map number 2, which was Miramar?
I mean, I was once again just, sitting in the back enjoying the game. In the final moment, what was exactly the last man from UTOG doing? He had a chance to at least get 2 eliminations in his hands, but he still did not choose. But he still chose not to shoot. I'm not exactly sure why he did so, but in my opinion, he should have went for those shots. He should have at least gotten one of the free elimination points in his hands because he had the perfect trigger discipline. But then in the end, he just got taken down by the blue zone. He did not even get anything done in the end. He should have at least tried to do some damage against the opponents.
And what are your takes on Bot Army? Every single time I and Fixes were up to, this is the time that Bot Army should be taken down, and there was a player devotee who jumped in and made sure that we stopped the conversation right there. And we're in a shocker again. Bot Army surprises with the survival. So what's your call and take on that?
Bot Army is one of those teams that is returning back inside of 2024. I've seen this team perform in 2023 itself, and yeah, back then this team was not doing too great. But so far, with how Bot Army's been able to perform in the previous game of Miramar, things have been a little bit better, I would say. Of course, in the first game itself, Bot Army was off to a struggling start, which is understandable. The first game of the jitters, the first game is always going to be filled with a lot of jitters, and that's what was happening with the players of Bot Army. But then now the transition on towards Miramar, it's even better. Now moving on forward towards the map of Sanhok, things are going to be even more dicey. As we know, Sanhok, it's a zone-oriented game. Sometimes you also need to cross your fingers and hope that the zone's going to be right on top of you. If that's not going to be happening, well then, unfortunate stuff. And Sanhok is also known for the third party. So if you do try to engage yourself inside of an early fight, one thing is for sure, there will be a lot of third parties happening, be it late game fight or the early game fight.
Absolutely right. I would definitely agree with what you said here. And third party will be witnessed no matter whether we want it to happen or no. And right now as well, Team Zero were definitely just coming out of one fight. FES, Team FE pushed in, took them down, and third team was already ready to shut them down. So it was the patch of finishes. One team getting finished, followed by the other, and then the dominoes chain reaction happened until the final circle.
Honestly, RVNC as well should be a part of the conversation over here. RVNC, they had a decent previous game for themselves, and the fact that they were able to step things up is quite massive. I was having an exact conversation about RVNC with Fixes himself, saying that RVNC is one of those returning teams inside of the competition, and the first game, it went quite downhill, but then the transition from Erangel to Miramar was quite good. RVNC been able to wrap up decent points. Now the momentum has sort of shifted in their favor. The wind is in their sails. We're just expecting RVNC to perform a little bit more better on Sanhok, get that consistent finish, get the decent amount of elimination points, back it up with some few placement, and you should be all okay in the overall standings, right? At the end of the day, top 64 inside of the grind is what you need to place yourself in to secure yourself a slot in the main BGIS event.
Yeah. And this is not an easy fight at all. The battle that we are witnessing, the team to take away the chicken dinner is again struggling in the second map. And the struggles are really very real. Because if you talk about Galaxy Racer as of now, they had all the advantage in the map of Erangel. They were about to shut down Team Zero, but Syed definitely saved the day. Same happened again in the map of Miramar. They had the GXR was the team who initiated the battle. Team Zero again successful enough to shut them down. Now let's see if there's going to be a repetition between Team Zero and Team GXR. I believe either they have the same rotation points or they have got somewhat same drop points where they are rotating through the same different angles where they're going to cross the path. So I'm waiting for this battle to again reinitiate and who ends it up. Well, if you had to predict, what do you think if the battle continues this way?
Honestly, it's really hard to predict on the map of Sanhok, especially. Sanhok always brings in that variety. You never know which team's going to be the one to come out on top. It's super unpredictable. And the RNG factor as well, sort of kicking in with the circle as well. It's really tough to predict. But my eyes are going to be locked up on FS Esports. First game, they did a decent job. Second game, they were completely deactivated. And now FS Esports, they need a desperate chicken dinner to place themselves somewhere in the top 3. And that's what you expect from a team like FS Esports. It's a known banner. It's a known organization in the Indian community. And FS Esports in the previous game, they were not able to showcase themselves. But what about you? What is your prediction going to be for the game of Sanhok?
Well, it was very unpredictable with Group 11 as well. The team who couldn't perform very well, they took away the chicken dinner. In the first two maps, they were just performing very just like undergods or underdogs. And then out of the box, they were the one who took away the biggest chunk. They took away the chicken dinner. And now let's see if this is going to be the case of repetition or if we talk about Team OG Mizo though, they have been pretty consistent in terms of finishes. So if I had to predict a team who could be very strong enough, because Sanhok is sure a little bit of the survival instincts kick in. But apart from that, I also believe that there are going to be certain teams who are going to be finish greedy, knowing that it's the last match for the day.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, Sanhok is one of those maps where you need to make sure that all the 4 players are surviving. But at the same time, you cannot just try and play completely defensive. You also need to assert some dominance in order for you to get a better position inside of the zone. Because once again, you're not going to be on the lucky bunches side all the time, right? You'll need to assert the dominance against the opponents, get a good spot for yourself, and pretty much just try and hold it down, hunker it down till the end. And a lot of those teams, they do tend to fumble down. I think so in the previous group, one of the prime examples for this was also some of the teams that got the chicken dinner in the end. Forza was one of those teams that asserted dominance in the final few moments, that took the advantage, third-partied that entire scenario, considering they knew they had the man advantage against MJ. They pushed against him, and they pretty much got the chicken dinner secured. That's one of the ways you would need to try and assert the dominance in the lobby itself.
And let's see if there's going to be any team who's going to make sure that they are going to push right from start until the end of the day, which is very rare case scenario, because definitely you tend to lose some players while on the way trying to fight right off the bat. Sure, talking about Team Zero, they started right off the bat and ended up in top 2, which was very, very amazing journey in the map of Erangel. They tried to replicate that in the map of Miramar. And it was Team FE who did not allow them to go FS, who did not allow them to follow whatever they did. So I believe you need to keep on adapting to the situations as per the new maps. So if you're losing a player early on and then you try to get passive until top 3, top 4, it might work in a map 1, might not in 2. So you need to be very, very adaptive and also get intel as much as possible about who is in the same vicinity. If you avoid that information to absorb, you lose players even more. Instead, you even lose the survival chances.
And even Team Zero here is a prime example of that, right? Team Zero, with how they have been amping things up recently, it's quite impressive, honestly. I did not expect Team Zero to play this well. First game, they start things off almost with a chicken dinner. Of course, GENxFM stealing that away, but still with the amount of elimination points Team Zero got, I would say that was a great start for them, and that also uplifted the confidence by quite a lot. Later on, too, the transition on towards Miramar was quite decent from Team Zero, so I would say they would at least try to get a consistent finish in the end. Still, they're missing a chicken dinner, though. And if they're able to place themselves somewhere in the top 3 without a chicken dinner, that's going to be even more impressive, in my opinion. So for Team Zero, even there's going to be a decent amount of pressure, because it is one of those old teams that you expect to perform, of course, at the top of the table. And let's hope that Team Zero is going to be able to get the chicken dinner, or at least a decent positioning in the end. You mentioned about Frequency Esports too a while ago, and Frequency Esports, even this is quite a surprising team, in my opinion, because they're not really backing away from a lot of those fights. They're not shying away. They do have the confidence in taking the fight, but once again, the main problem is, how are you going to be executing the fights? And that's where Frequency is sort of lagging a little bit.
And they can correct it, because they try to split apart a lot instead of sticking together. I believe that is where they are getting outnumbered. The split, if that is decisive and they are losing the battle, it's on them. But if it is the opponents forcing them to split apart, now that is turning them into a vulnerable position where they are not able to win more battles. So I believe if they're sticking as a team, yeah, sure, you need to have one player who is flanking or maybe scouting or something like that. But the 2:2 ratio is definitely not going to end up exactly how you want it to, because on the other side, you cannot be very sure, are you going to face off a single player or a squad or maybe a trio whatsoever on the way. So somewhere FE has got a strong firepower, but they need to stick together to each other, because the way they are able to contest one of the strongest team in the lobby, that is indicative they have got in them what it needs to be within the lobby and survive until top 4, top 5.
Honestly, after the previous game, my hopes are even more from RVNC now, because it is one of the returning teams. As I mentioned, they are a known name inside of the community too. And RVNC being able to secure that second spot, yes, they did not really have a lot of elimination points to back him up, which is understandable, but still getting the placement points, it's sort of like the wind in the sails that they needed. And maybe now the conversion on forward towards the map of Sanhok can be a little bit more better, because they might just have the confidence that was missing. But considering it is also the last game of the day, that might just add on a little bit more pressure at the same time. So at this point in time, anything can be said. Sanhok brings in the variety. You never know. Maybe Galaxy Racers can be the one to take the chicken dinner. Anything can happen. We are just waiting for the suspense to be unfolded in front of us. Even ALLSTARS Esports, it is another returning name inside of 2024. And ALLSTARS, they have been completely unknown throughout the lobby.
element of surprise and map of Sanhok has got a strong bombo combo. That is what I always say, because something that that I at least don't interpret is always going to hop in the map of Sanhok. And if that happens, that's great. The team with 0 points also takes away the chicken with maximum amount of finishes. That is only possible in the map of Sanhok. And I'd love to have that sort of surprise, to be honest, because not only me, I believe all the viewers also want to see the team who has not performed at all and now outshining themselves to the extent to take away the chicken dinner. And if you had to predict, like, the teams who have not been performing well, who have been in the bottom half of the leaderboard, whom would you say that this team exactly has the potential and are not yet in the open to get that?
Team Executors, hands down. Team Executors, they've got a lot of potential, and I have seen them perform in the past as well in the third-party tournaments. And of course, in BGIS itself in 2023, Executors were not doing that bad for themselves. I'm not sure what happened in 2024, but Executor, one thing is for sure, they need to wake up from the slumbers. They need to rise up from the ashes and start making some waves, because this is the last game that's left over. Now, let's talk about OG Mizoram, right? With the way first game started, it kicked off in a great fashion. One man doing a 1v4 against one of the teams. It was one of the most, or it was one of the most, or the best plays that you can say of the tournament. It was the highlight play, hands down. But then the continuation, the transition was not that good enough. We did not really see the momentum just instantly sticking with the team, because in the end of the first game, the result was only 4 points being taken away from OG Mizoram. But then moving in towards the game of Miramar, they did a great shift, getting the chicken dinners in the hand, putting themselves somewhere in the top 3 inside of the overall standings, I'm assuming. Of course, OG Mizoram now, they're in a really solid spot. Already, they were looking quite confident in approaching in some of the fights. Now, there's a chance on the map of Sanhok, OG Mizoram, they might just go berserk.
They might, and they should be able to. The way the reverse was able to pull that 1v4, and I also talked about it to Fixes, that we usually say, talk about who gets the first pick, and here, all thanks to reverse, we got to say who got the first squad wipe now, which was very, very surprising. He definitely gave his fullest, but on the counterpart, the other side of the team was also helping him get that 1v1 duels, and he was able to win that. And he got the he got his hands on DBS. That is what matters, and he was making most use out of it. And they could not convert it well, though. As you mentioned, on the leaderboard, that was all 4 points that were spotted. But coming back to the next map, where definitely OG Mizo surviving, taking away the winner chicken dinner, and they were full in numbers as well. It was 4 versus 3 situation. Let's not consider the last man from UTOG, because he was not much into the action. Indeed, he was just videographing this tape for himself for the future.
Yeah, UTOG, I'm not exactly sure what to think about this team, because they're quite scared in taking the fights, and you can clearly see with the approach that they're taking in the game as well. If you remember the first game itself, the players dropped all the way down south towards the military island, and then they did not even rotate till the late phase of the circle. They did not even have the Mets to patch themselves up, and that was one of the main issues. Rotating that late inside of the circle, you need to make sure that you've at least got a lot of Mets to back yourself up, so you can keep on patching up, so you can keep on tanking up that zone damage. But at the same time, if you're also the late breachers in the zone, you need to make sure you're taking a lot of fights, because already the good spots are going to be taken away by the existing teams in the circle itself. And UTOG, it's one of those teams that does not really like to take the fights. So going for the late game approach is not something that UTOG should try to do. But let's hope that in the upcoming game of Sanhok, things can be a little bit different. You went for your pick. I went for my pick. I also want to ask the audience in the chat, let us know which team you guys are rooting for. One thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of fans just rooting for OG Mizoram.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of fans, and I believe after that 1v4 clutch, Reverse is also going to gain some lot of fans, and also a short good clip for his Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last day of week 2, day 1, and it is going to be the map of Sanhok, match number 6 for sure. And the flight path, if we discuss about the flight trajectory, it is going to be from all the way from east towards a little bit of southwest, and the spread outs should not be the cause of concern, and that is the best part on the map of Sanhok. Spread outs are never the cause of concern. No matter whatever the flight path is, players definitely tend to reach towards their own destination.
Exactly. You've got GENxFM 2 ejecting out towards Pond area. One of the men actually going all the way towards boot camp, and he should have a smooth sailing towards that spot too. No one's going for the boot camp contention, so luckily enough for Wanted, he's going to find himself a lot of free space, and including his teammates too. But that separation, that spread we're seeing from GENxFM, it's quite interesting. Wanted all by himself towards boot camp, the rest of the three players in the back line just dropping in the individual compounds. It's a little bit weird. As we do take a look at the circle, once again, it's quite a standard circle as UTOG moving in towards Camp Alpha Island. You've also got Team Zero dropping down towards the ruins area, or at least closer to the ruins area. And then you've also got FS Esports taking a fight against the players of Frequency Esports. But if that fight's actually going to be executed or not, that's something I want to find out.
Well, I'm looking OG being very passive this time, unlike our previous few maps where they were very ready about getting those early frags or getting those early elimination points and stuff. But at this point of time, each and every team is trying to go as passive as possible. Not the typical start they had in the map of Miramar, not the typical start they had in the map of Erangel, Sanhok, starting with a lot of silence and will it go very strong later on, or it's going to be a midway battle that we spot? Let's also talk about Team R4D. They haven't got the best out of themselves as of now, and I'm sure they're going to work it out in this map. And if we talk about GENxFM, they did good in the map of Erangel, but then they seemed a little lost in the map of Miramar.
GENxFM won it all by himself towards the boot camp area. I mean, for now, Wanted's not going to be wanted at all. He's all good towards boot camp. No one really contesting the entire boot camp. That's kind of surprising to me, but it's all okay for GENxFM for now. Then you've also got TS quite close to the boot camp area, a little bit in the outskirts. You've got RVNC towards Painan. I genuinely thought we might see a drop collision towards Painan, but that's not the case. And so far on the map of Sanhok, we're not seeing any type of drop collisions or contentions. That's kind of weird. I wanted to see some contestations, but unfortunately that's not the case. We're not seeing any early game action.
No first minute battles. Quite a slow approach, and which is fair as well. They might be creating their own games in their mind. And if you have a look at UTOG, they are totally on the western side of the circle, northwestern side of the circle, and the team EXE on the northeastern side. They are exactly equally opposite. But who is on the center of the circle? It's going to be GENxFM, and there's nobody around them. As soon as I say that, I see the other teams trying to reach in, and that's going to be the team that we have been talking for quite a while. It's going to be RVNC, and let's see if that's going to be a collision there or it's going to be a slow start, at least until stage 2. And that is exactly what happened with Group 11. Group 12, they have been pretty aggressive right off the bat, but this time around I see that they've realized that some mistakes should be corrected because two teams got early eliminations and they couldn't come back in the second map as well. So it's always better to survive and find for the best opportunity to indulge into any battle that might end up into their favor.
Fair point. And for now, it's like this Cold War that's going on inside of the map. The teams do know exactly where each other are, but still going for the contestation, it's not going to be that good of an idea. And this is the prime example that's currently happening in front of us, right? RGBL just eyeing out the team in the front, which is going to be R4D. And R4D too, just making sure they're not really pushing the boundaries. Instead, just staying in their limits, staying inside of the house itself. The main problem is none of them do have a comfortable loot to play with. I mean, look at this player. He's got no first aids, no meds to back him up. Yeah, he's got a decent armor, decent vest to back him up with the gun. But that's really not going to be enough. A team that's doing quite okay inside of the lobby, RVNC. They're already stacked up on the loot, looking pretty good. Astro, he's got himself three first aids. Lacking a little bit when it comes to the utilities, but it's fine. It's something you can definitely recover if you do manage to take a fight and start looting those loot crates.
I'm afraid that nobody is ready to get those early fights. Nobody is ready to get those early picks or indulge into any fights. Like, they're trying to go as passive as possible, and I don't know how it is going to take turns, because just imagine how extremely populated final circle is going to be. finally I spot RGB. It's going to be Karthil OP trying to get some information. He spotted a car on the downside of the hill. And this should be the right time where we can spot the first pick coming in. But will he involve? Because I don't see any of his teammates nearby, or they are just trying to wrap around. Look at the other three players. They are exactly on the left-hand side. Information passed, execution nil, but plan definitely created.
RGB, fast. A silent start to Sanhok is something that I'm not used to. And this is definitely creeping me out a little bit because I know what's on the horizon. It's going to be chaos all across the board soon enough. The player's just waiting for the next circle to pop up. And if it's going to be an extreme shift, then yeah, it will be big problems knocking on the doors for a majority of these teams if they do not really find themselves inside of the zone. And the teams that might just go for the late game rotation can be UTOG, once again doing the same thing. UTOG all the way towards Camp Alpha, once again just tanking that blue. Considering the fact that UTOG likes to play things a little bit safe, I don't think so they should be the one to rotate this late inside of the zone.
Bottom realizing that this is the right time to go for the rotation, get into the circle because the circle is going to take a shift in a couple of few seconds. Try to get information, but they're quite safe as of now, and circle does go centralized, not harming much, not giving any super advantage to any of the team except for GXR. They were in the center of the circle. They are still quite safe, but according to me, this sort of early centralization is always center of attraction to a lot of bullets from all different four directions. So I believe they are safe in terms of circle, but totally unsafe in terms of survival.
And still there's a stalemate situation going on between the players of RGB and R4D. For now, Galaxy Racer's taking so many shots against the team in the front. Clutcher, he's definitely dished out a lot of damage against the team in the front. It's going to be the Team Executors. And Team Executors, for now, it's getting executed themselves. That's not a good news. One of the men, which is Sulak, he's going to be falling back instantly. Just playing around the compound wall, but the utilities that are being tossed right on top of him, it's also chipping out a lot of damage against this man himself. Team Executor looking to back away from this fight, but they cannot even disengage at this point because they're being pinned down in this compound. Rahul, he knows exactly where the opposition is positioned too. Good utilities being tossed. Unfortunately, just barely missing the mark, but they know exactly where the opponents are.
Still there's a slow execution happening. They are not going all in just like the way they did against previous different teams. This time they are going a little, grabbing a little bit of information and then maybe trying to push in, barge in towards the compound because they don't want to lose numbers. They don't want to lose the survival spot. They don't want to lose at all because in terms of initiating the fight, they are not hesitant. But then in terms of winning the fight, they have got 0 success rate by far. So if they are going all in, they need to make sure that they win this battle because this is going to be the last match for the day for the group 12. Sure, they do have remaining maps for the next week or maybe next to next week. As of now, Team Executors are feeling safe and they are all healed up. But look at Team FE. They are moving slowly and steadily towards the compound where Team RGB is holding. It's going to be Lakshya all by himself, and there's a vast split, which could be very, very punishable. And Suraj should be the man to punish it.
Frequency can start to feel the frequency now as they've gotten the first knockout. But there's one man on the off angles too on Frequency. They should realize the fact that the man's quite close as well. They cannot turn a blind eye towards it. And Lakshya, all he needs to do is find that one single breather. All he needs to do is find that one single glimmer. And as soon as he finds that, he will probably deliver a knockout blow. Suraj, his position's noted down. Lakshu's position still uncompromised. And as long as that position stays uncompromised, it's all good for them. Finally, the confirmation is going to flow up for the players of Frequency Esports for RGB being taken down with a 3-man squad. That's going to sting them later on. Because in the map of Sanhok, you need all the 4 players desperately alive in the final few moments. You never know where the snakes are going to be lying on. And for now, Frequency Esports also getting their hands on quite a solid compound as Luxu is being pushed back. And all Luxu can do is just look in the front, hope for one of the players to move out in the open. But I highly doubt that's going to be happening from Frequency Esports unless if the circle moves away.
Only first pick gotten by Team FE, and after that again, there's silence. Zone is going to take a shift real soon, who is going to get the advantage, and RGB Karthik has got the information for the team on the other end, and Circle goes a little northern side. Now, Team UTOG still struggling towards the Western Island, and I don't know when in the world are they going to take the rotation, because now certainly the zone is going to deliver a lot of damage. But if you talk within the circle, there are several teams. But look at this battle. The person who had the advantage and the cover is also taking in some bullets.
This is what happens on the map of Sanhok. The third parties, and right now it's the players of NGG taking the shots this far away. As I mentioned, if you do try to challenge the fight, you always got to expect some return fires, not from the opponents that you're taking the fight with, but from a complete different team. Before now, RGB, at least Katil OP being forced out of his comfort zone, is actually trying to push up close and personal, get the confirmation rolled up. Unfortunately, the confirmation is completely denied, and the man gets shut down. RGB getting picked off from different angles, and they're taking too many fights at the same time, which they cannot really comprehend.
And the person who took the advantage was Suraj coming in from Frequency Esports, and this is Sanhok. This is already stage 3 of the circle, and this is bound to happen because number of survivors in the circle is already 58, and it's going to be not, let alone third party. You might also see 4 teams battling against each other, but at this point of time, what a perfect precision on the cooked nade. Will he get the revival? There's going to be a question. One more nade on the way, and he gets the opportunity, sure, but I believe this is even further more risky because the throwables are still being cooked up.
Executors, nicely done, executing the team in the front lines. Not leaving any gaps for the players in the front to try and abuse. Executors, after getting that squad wipe, the confidence is also going to be quite up. Now the wind is in their sails. They've got the momentum. All they need to do is keep on hitting right back. You've got Team Zero, a team that started things off on a great note. The continuation wasn't exactly there to the strongest note, but still, even they've got the wind in the sails. Even they've got the momentum. And all they need to do is keep on following the same path and keep the consistency up. As long as you're able to secure yourself a really good spot inside of the overall standings, that's all that matters. Ready for domination as well, being completely eliminated from the game. So far, 2 teams have been eliminated. Ready for domination and Team ALLSTARS.
And Team RGB has got only 1 player surviving. They had all the information that was required, but the information is not going to work. You need to have a plan and execution setup as well. If we talk about Team Executors, definitely they are the leaders right now with a total of 4 elimination. And let's also not forget, Team Zero have also bagged up 3 finish points, out of which 2 coming in from Scout, the IGL of the team. And if we talk about Team Zero once again, there's a thing that after the players are quite renowned without a doubt, but I believe IGL, Scout as an IGL has also given them a little bit of aggressive openers, non-hesitant state of mind, and rest is Syed just surviving and trying to support as much as he can, and not only making sure that he gets those finish points, also making sure of that his team survives by reviving a lot of numbers.
Oh my god, the circle shifts right in the center once again. TS, they find themselves on the lucky side of things. If they want, they could definitely try and contest the compound that's right there next to them. Considering it's not being contested by anyone else so far. Team Zero in a big problem as well. Frequency Esports looking to press upon the charges, rub the salt on the wounds. But Team Zero, it's not that easy of a team to be taken down. Frequency Esports, considering they've got the man advantage for now inside of the scenario, considering Addy's a little bit in the back lines. Addy's not close to the remaining 3 players, but Frequency Esports too, just looking to disengage from the fight. But before they do so, they make sure that they're at least blowing up the tires of the vehicle. UTOG engaging inside of a fight against the players of FS Esports, and FS making sure that UTOG is being punished. And that's what they do. They punish UTOG completely, and they wipe him out from this game, and they send him back to the lobby.
That was pretty quick execution coming in. UTOG Esports totally eliminated all the teams trying to survive for way too long and ending up losing their existence in just blink of an eye. Team FS definitely were very aggressive with the start and also making sure that all four numbers stays intact. It is map of Sanhok. You need to make sure that you are all four men standing, and if you're not, you're very, very vulnerable to any team against you. So this particular play coming in was just amazing. Talking about RGB, the last man standing is playing some action, got one knock, but then he got immediately traded and finished. So I believe RGB will also come to an end in a couple of minutes.
BRH Hercules knocked out. Getting the resurrection back up is not going to be a problem at all. Hercules should be back up on his feet. But VRH, the compound they've got, I'm not a big fan of this one. Honestly, taking an exit from the compounds right now going to be the big issue. Because in the back lines, there's another team. In the front, there's another team. And VRH is sandwiched right in the center. How can they even exit this compound? They can try to get the information. And for now, it's going to be the players of OG MIZORAM pushing up. VRH, they've got a big problem brewing up. And to deal with this problem, they would need to come out on top in the majority of the engagements that they're taking. And OG MIZORAM, they're losing out on every single fight they're taking. And unfortunately, OG MIZORAM, they've been wiped out from this game. But VRX, for them, this is the exact start they wanted to have in the game of Sanhok.
Well, OG MIZORAM reverse knocking himself down was one of the start of the entire team falling down. And that was least expected stuff happening. But on the other end of the map, we are already witnessing one more battle. It is going to be Team FS here. They are fighting against, and it's going to be Ninja Bot Army falling like freeze. Two players already down. It is all in the hands of last devotee. Will he be able to save the day once again, just like he did in the previous maps? On the other side, it's going to be Team FS. Here also, it's going to be two players surviving, Wizard and Clutch. The responsibility is on the Clutch to clutch this moment and also revive his teammates.
For FS Esports, the stars are aligned, and then we're just waiting for them to claim the chicken dinner. All they need to do is hit right on the mark. FS Esports, in that fight, they had the clear disadvantage considering they took such an unorthodox approach to the fight itself, but they still somehow came out on top against Bot Army. It was not FS Esports' fight, but they still did not even drop a single body in that fight. Flawless approach somehow. With an unorthodox way to start the fight, FS Esports, they still somehow converted in a positive factor for them. And Team Zero Sayed OP, the man's all the way back in the blue. Team Zero, we had so many expectations from this team in the game of Sanhok, but unfortunately the Wall of Death is dishing out a lot of damage, and even the blue zone engulfs another man from Frequency Esports, and he gets dealt with within a matter of seconds. GENxFM 2 trying to do the same thing, move inside of the zone, but the team right in the front within the name of Executors can actually be a big problem. Devotee once again dishing out a lot of damage against the players of Galaxy Racers, and he's knocked out two of the players. And there's also a third party in the back lines in the name of FS Esports. Devotee's being pinned in the shack.
Molotov, there's no way he's going to move out of it. He has a throwable. Definitely he's going to use it. Either if he uses the smoke, he has got a good room of opportunity to move out. But then, even if he moves out of it, there are a lot of players waiting on him and taking him down. Clutcher from Galaxy Racer is still surviving. Devotee on the upper grounds though, and on the other side, it's going to be a split of players. VRH perfectly cooked grenade against Team GENxFM. Where is it the finish? No, he is successfully moving out of the grenade area, but then he exposes himself on the crosshair of the players of VRH.
VRH Hercules, he was knocked out a while ago, but now once again, this man's back up, and he's on the path for redemption. Galaxy Racer, Clutcher, who's still knocked out underneath that shack. No one's able to get the confirmation flown up. Finally, he was spotted out, but unfortunately, the confirmation isn't exactly theirs. Instead, it's Devotee who squeezes that elimination point away. And VRH, Down to a two-man squad as Rishi was knocked out. Hercules as well, now trying to close on up, but he knows the entire front lines is being guarded by the enemy lines. And look at the spread the players of TS have. TS, they've spread themselves out quite wide apart. And no matter whichever team, if they do try to step up, they're just being shut down by these players. Before now, FS Esports up against the players of TS. They're here to get some picks, and they're probably going to find those as well. But TS, they're doing a fantastic job in making sure that FS Esports, they're going to be feeling that pain being inflicted by them. And Drex, he tosses in a good nade, but it does not find anything, but at least gives him the confirmation that that side is cleared up. Another nade returned back from the team in the front, and the nade from Ninja finds the knock on to Hitman. FS Esports now starting to crumble down. As Clutch, he's trying to make sure that he's creating a great off angle. Even he tosses a nade in the front lines, but unfortunately he blows himself up. What did Clutch just do? He could have been the main playmaker for the team, but Clutch, what a big blunder that was. FS Esports, they might just be eliminated because of that one single misplay from Clutch. And now Wizard looking to push up the charges, looking to push up close and personal with that S12K. But Wizard is still not able to find that clear line of sight. He's still not able to find that glimmer that he needs to shut down the enemy. And this fight is now starting to turn into quite an awkward blows as both the players are exchanging the shotgun shots, but no one's able to connect those. But finally, it's going to be the player from TS who finds that connection. And now in the end, it's also going to be a 1v1 to claim the chicken dinner. But TS, they're going for the resurrection onto the fallen players.
And this is going to be a perfectly cooked grenade. One player down already coming in from No Love. And it's going to be a 1v1. Ninju is again pinned down with all the throwables that he possesses. It's going to be the last one though. Let's see if he's going to be successfully clutching it. It's going to be a shotgun versus shotgun. DBS definitely outplays this one. Good try from GXR, but not enough to take away the chicken dinner. And there it was Ninju and his team taking away winner chicken dinner. TARKIN Spartans. Talking a lot about them, and yes, definitely they were talk of the town for a reason.
We completely missed out on this team. TARKIN Spartans is another one of those teams that is returning back in 2024. And yes, they do close things off with a massive bang. TS started things off in quite a dicey way in the second game as well. We did not see the follow-up. But then TS, once again, in the final game, they somehow started to make waves. It's the same thing that happened with Forza in the previous one. Forza in the first two games completely left off. And then in the game of Sanhok, they came back. And the same thing is now happening with this team as well. What is happening today? Today's day was indeed quite a shocking day.
Well, Fixes will not be shocked about the result. He was definitely sure about it. He mentioned that Tarkin Esports should be the team who should be able to perform very clean in the map of Sanhok, and his predictions just went right. And out of nowhere, Galaxy Racers Not Love also starting to be active enough to get that chicken dinner. Not successful enough, sure. DBS outplaying. It was a fight of shotguns, but we definitely know how destructive DBS is.
Exactly. DBS, of course, it did go through a recent nerf, but still that nerf is not enough,
Doesn't
right?
matter.
It's still not enough. The damage that that gun possesses, it's insane. If you're able to connect the first bullet, the opponent's done for. All you need is one single shotgun pellet. And as soon as that one single burst is connected, the opponent's done for. But now, ladies and gentlemen, considering the last game is also being wrapped up, I had a lot of expectations from Team Zero as well. Unfortunately, Team Zero not being able to deliver on those expectations. FS Esports being able to convert some of those fights was definitely quite impressive too. I mentioned this. They took quite an unorthodox approach against the Team Bot army, but they still somehow came out on top in that fight.
Yeah, they definitely tried their best, but some things maybe. See, it is a Sanhok thing. You give your best, but the results are not exactly as you want them to. And we did witness a lot of third-party, fourth-party intrusive fights where they did not want it to involve, but they were forced to. There was no other way around. If you go out, and talking about RVNC, they were succumbed by Blue Zone as well. They were punished by the very, very late rotation. So surviving for something that you're looking forward to, winning away the chicken dinner and then being taken down by Blue Zone, which is something least expected. But now here we are going to move ahead and talk about the MVP. Do you have any predictions, Nico?
MVP, well, I guess I don't really need to give the prediction considering it is right in front of us. It's going to be JD Gaming from GENxFM. Once again, GENxFM just trying to stay on the consistent side of things, just squeezing some of the points away. Is that really enough for such a big banner? I would say no, but still, I guess as long as you're keeping yourself in a decent spot in the overall standing, somewhere in the top 64, that's all okay. Map impact of 99%, and then you've also got finish contribution of 62% from JD Gaming. Of course, JD Gaming is one of those players that has been making waves since 2023.
And he was the player to watch out for right from the start. Definitely did not give in so good in the first map, but then talking about the map of Miramar followed by the map of Sanhok, he proved himself, and he gave all the best he had, and I believe the team GENxFM should be spotted in top 5 as well, the way they have performed on the latter half of the game.
I'm not exactly sure what GENxFM was thinking when they went for the drop like that. One of the men who went inside a boot camp itself, and then the rest 3 players in the outskirts, a little bit far away from the boot camp region. Yes, luckily enough, Wanted was not contested for that boot camp spot, but if he was, things could have been way worse. Moving on forward to the top 5 players of the previous game of Sanhok, we're also going to be finding Frequency Esports' Krishna over there with 71% finish contribution. Ninja is there from TS with 62% finish contribution. You've got No Love with 4 finishes, and then Hitman from FS Esports is over there too with 3 finishes wrapped up.
We'd say it was mix of all, not master of. We did not see any particular team mastering a lot of finishes, just like in the previous 2 maps. It was a slow start, and a lot of players were also taken down by the blue zone. So that is why we do not get to witness a lot of finishes here. But somewhere around the corner, GENxFM proving their worth, proving their existence, taking away the chicken dinner, and they will be spotted in the in future maps as well. But the teams who couldn't perform, they still do have the remaining 3 maps. But let's also talk about the point standings here, how the day went for them.
Point standings in front of us, TARKIN Spartans in the previous one, of course, getting the chicken dinner, getting 18 points in total. FS Esports with 14. Galaxy Racers on the 3rd with 10 points. GENxFM not that far away with 9 points accumulated. Team VRH 10, they've got themselves 8 points. Frequency Esports 2, trying their best to keep themselves on the board. Even they've gotten 7. Team 0 all the way to 5. Bot Army right above them on the 7th spot with 6 points. In general, the first half of the board, yeah, getting decent amount of points, but if you talk about Bot Army, they needed a lot of points to back him up. The same thing can be said for Frequency Esports. They needed a desperate chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they did not really get it.
And talking about Team 0 as well, they also underperformed in the map of Sanhok. And we'll also talk about the latter half of the leaderboard, which is going to be from position 9 until the 16, HS6 Esports XNGG with only 4 points. And what really concerns me is Team Originals Mizoram. What a start they had from the guy reverse, coming in for 1v4 and then ending up with 0 points on the map of Sanhok. Team Executors, 4 points, all coming in from finishes. And talking about RVNC, they had a plan of surviving, no finish points at all. That is indicative they did not indulge into any fights, but then Storm also did not allow them to survive furthermore. Ready for domination with only 1 point. UTOG, All-Star, Team RGB, Original Mizoram, all were taken down with 0 points.
Inconsistency is a team's biggest enemy, and OG Mizoram and RVNC, they have been inconsistent inside of the day. Yes, OG Mizoram did get a chicken dinner. RVNC had a great second game, but it's about maintaining that constant point flow, and that's something these teams really failed miserably on. Moving on forward towards the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, time to find out how this group is doing so far. GENxFM with 34 points, Team 0 with 31, not that far behind on the 2nd spot. TARKIN Spartans with 29, FS Esports with 29 too. Bot Army not that far behind with 22 points, and then because of the inconsistency, OG Mizoram is all the way on the 6th spot with only 20 points accumulated.
These are the points from 1 to 2. Those are from 20 points and above. After that, it's going to be RVNC with 18 points, Ready for Domination with 16 points. And let's also have a look on how hashtag 9 until 16 happened. Galaxy Racer did not have a good start, but sure, not love surviving in the map of Sanhok until top 2 was something that was a game changer with 6 position points and 4 4 finish points on his name. Team Executors, the team from which everyone had a lot of expectations, did not stand up to that. And talking about Team RGB, rock bottom of the leaderboard with a rock solid 0, that is really disheartening.
Exactly, RGB in the span of 3 games getting no points. That is a big letdown. Team VRH10 in the final game, they finally woke up, but it was a little bit too late. Only 8 points in total in the span of 3 games. Even that's another red flag. Frequency Esports getting 10 points. In general, as I mentioned, inconsistency is a big enemy for these teams, and a lot of these teams were super inconsistent. Some of the big names as well, OG MIZORAM as well, is inconsistent. And then you can also back it up saying that RVNC doing the same thing as well, staying inconsistent in today's day. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Talking about inconsistency, I guess you guys really do need to be consistent inside of your in-game qualifiers that are going to be starting on the 15th of April and ending on 21 April. So make sure you guys are performing quite well inside of your in-game qualifiers. Good luck from my side.
Good luck from my side too. There's a long way to go, and make sure the qualifiers work wonders, because sure, the journey is too long. 128 teams already spotted for functioning pretty good, but still the numbers that IQSOL has created in week 2, by far we have not witnessed any strong score as such.
Exactly. I mean, in general, I am expecting a lot of new teams just rising up and making waves from the in-game qualifiers. I want to be here, cast you guys. Of course, I want to see some of the new undergods as well, just proving themselves and just coming in out of nowhere, surprising us. We've already seen a lot of those teams inside the grind itself, but I want to see a lot more of those teams coming in from the in-game qualifiers too. Today's day is coming to an end, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure, of course, being over here right alongside Tanya and Fixes. But as you guys know, the show is coming to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and of course, Tanya. Before now, it's time for us to take leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे.
है।